Auld Lang Syne, Times Long Past, a memoir by John Cameron Ross. We forget that there is no hope of joy except in human relations. If I summon up those memories that have left with me an enduring savour, I draw up the balance sheet of the hours of my life that have truly counted. Surely I find only those that no wealth could have procured me. True riches cannot be bought. One cannot buy the love of a family or the friendship of a companion to whom one is bound forever by experiences enjoyed in common. There is no buying the command of a night flight with its 100,000 stars, its serenity, its few hours of sovereignty. It is not money that can procure for us the new vision of the world won through hardship. Those trees, flowers, women, those treasures made fresh by the dew and colour of life which the dawn restores to us. This concert of little things that sustains us and constitute our compensation. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, Wind, Sand and Stars. 1. Introduction. During occasional family dinners and discussions fueled by a glass or two of good red wine, there have been suggestions that I should document my early years and relate some of the events that have occurred during my aviation flying career. Laziness aside, and influenced by a genuine belief that a retelling of my own individual history would be of little interest to any person, myself included, I have previously resisted such urgings. As the years advance, however, and with more time on my hands, I have been conscious of missing links in the history of the lives of my own preceding family, my late parents, and individuals that had such an enormous influence and role in my life. I regret this, and I wish that there had been more effort to document their respective paths. As I now appreciate, the life of family past can be of immeasurable interest, even value, to those following the same genealogical line. I have the impression that this belated interest of mine is the product of both a genuine regret that I know so little of my forebears and a growing acceptance of my own mortality. Whatever the cause, I now realise with more than a little regret that in spite of the day-to-day familiarity I had with my parents, details of much of their early lives remain unknown. Possibly through feelings of embarrassment, privacy or indifference, my father, and to a lesser extent my mother, lacked any desire to share previous experiences, achievements, or highs and lows of their life. Regrettably, it is only at this late stage in my life that I now realise just how little I do know of the early lives of these people that were an integral part of my being and so important to me. As an example of my paternal grandmother, of whom I have the fondest memories, I know very little, other than from hazy memories of stories she related to me during the brief years I spent as a child with her. My father claimed to be equally ignorant of her childhood, courtship, and life prior to his birth, and frequently remarked that little had been known of her life before marriage. From the mystery surrounding the early years of this wonderful lady, I suspect that she was not entirely accepted by the conservative Ross family establishment in rural northern New South Wales in the early 19th century. Notwithstanding that, the marriage certainly appeared to be a loving one. In retrospect, there were certain indications that the union between she and my grandfather had been without the blessing of the Ross family seat. What little I do know was derived from the stories she related to me as a small boy about her early life during the Cooktown Gold Rush days in northern Australia circa 1870. She would relate memories of her mother who managed one of the more than 65 hotels in the town, over 30,000 transient miners, and her yarns were the stuff of high adventure for me. It was a great shame that details of this early part of her life were not chronicled for future generations. Similarly, my father never accepted the need to record for posterity his life and experiences during his early years. 4 months after his 17th birthday, he enlisted in the AIF during World War I and saw action in Palestine as a trooper with B Squadron, 7th Australian Light Horse Regiment. The 7th was an elite unit of the 2nd Brigade Anzac Mounted Division and included Gallipoli, Romani, Jerusalem and Gaza Beersheba among the 16 battle honours awarded. He fought Germans and Turks in the Battle of Beersheba and later during the capture of Amman on the 25th of September 1918, which proved to be the last official major engagement in the entire World War I. Aged 41, he enlisted again during World War II and served with the AIF in New Guinea. His experiences and life during these periods and the intervening years were related only in general terms by word of mouth, and the more personal details of experiences are now irrevocably lost. The older I get, the more saddened I am that I showed so little interest during the time that so much information and detail of Dad's experiences could have been recorded while his memory remained relatively fresh. I know it would have given him a great deal of pleasure had I shown greater interest in his life and respect for his exploits during such momentous times of Australian history. With that in mind, I can now appreciate that some information on my own life, primarily my flying career, may be of interest to future generations. It is my honest view that the following experiences are of little consequence compared with the life of my parents and their parents before, but will let future generations be the judge. With this novice effort, I may set a precedent for later family identities to record their own unique experiences. Although I set out with a rough plan for this project, the detailed manner and shape of my story is not yet clear. Putting myself in the place of a reader, I expect that any interest that may develop will primarily lie in the anecdotes from my flying career, and it is with this area that I expect to concentrate most. This journal, therefore, will be more a series of experiences in a somewhat chronological order rather than an historical epic. And for this I am sure the reader will be truly thankful. I believe that this is the proper course, as my early childhood, teen years and subsequent domestic history would be little different to the majority of males born in Australia in the mid-30s. A laboured narrative on the way of life and mores during this period would be unlikely to hold the interest of future readers, as similar information would be better gained from authors more skilled than I. At this point, it may be pertinent to note that at the time of writing, I am blessed with 4 children, all highly qualified in their own style, all happily married, and all enjoying a life to date that I believe has been richer in experience than many of their peers. Within the 4, some have achieved academic qualifications that would never have been within my capability. Others are professionally qualified and have engaged in medical succour and healing to a degree that I am both proud and awed. With this in mind, I believe it would be presumptuous of me to speak in any detail of their life and exploits, if for no other reason than to suggest that I would do little credit to their own life's history. They can, and I hope will, write more reliably and with greater emphasis on their major milestones than I could ever manage. On a similar note, though prematurely it may be with respect to the following story, I feel it timely to note that I am one of a relatively fortunate few that have been given the chance to love twice in my life. My now partner and soulmate of some 7 years has profoundly affected my recent life and might normally expect to appear in this story in more detail than I believe will occur. The explanation for this is my belief that I cannot do justice to her, for she has the background to narrate a story of life that would relegate mine to a poorer read. A lady awarded 4 citizenships, 2 added residential qualifications, and an experience of life covering 4 continents in both peace and war. She is unquestionably more eminently suited to writing her memories than others, and I hope by these remarks she will be encouraged to do so, if not for herself, then certainly for her family. Now, some background briefing on my early life may well be useful to set the scene for my later working years and flying career. Chapter 2. The Family. My paternal Australian Ross ancestry commenced when Andrew Ross, born in Thurso, Scotland in 1799, and wife Christian Margaret, née Chisholm, from Dingwall, Scotland, arrived in Sydney as free settlers aboard the little bark Asia on 10th of May 1839. The Asia was an ex-Navy convict transport vessel and proved to be run down and clearly in very poor condition. It was one of a small number of vessels chartered for the sponsored migration of Scots to Australia at that time, and this was its first sailing under such circumstances. Shortly after leaving Cromarty, the vessel encountered severe storms and, aggravated by its poor seaworthy condition, began to take on water. It was forced to put into Plymouth on the 13th of October 1838, apparently with the crew and passengers in a state of near mutiny. During the 26 days of sailing, there had been 9 deaths, all being children. On arrival at Plymouth, the passengers were transferred to an accommodation hulk, Vigo, moored at Devonport, where another child died through drowning. The Asia was temporarily decommissioned whilst the government initiated an urgent review on the circumstances of the journey to date and carried out a seaworthy inspection of the vessel. The investigation was carried out by Frederick Elliott, Agent General of Immigration, and by all accounts resulted in a very thorough and far-reaching submission known as the Code of Regulations, a document directed at all future official transportation associated with migration on British ships from Great Britain to Australia. It covered mandatory seaworthy standards, conduct of life, religious attendance, schooling for both children and adults, living conditions and hygiene, crew, passenger discipline, and minimum accommodation and food standards. The signing of acknowledgement and guaranteed acceptance of this code was mandatory for all passengers and the master. In his efforts, Elliott should be commended as, after completing a major overhaul and recertification of the Asia, sailed from Plymouth on the 22nd of January 1839 to arrive in Sydney on 11th of May 1839 without further loss of life and with all passengers in good health and high morale. From the date of its departure from Cromarty, the journey to Australia had taken 236 days. The Asia experience resulted in the Admiralty rigorously enforcing the Code of Regulations, and it was the first ship to sail under the new laws. On previous sailings of this nature, a death rate in excess of 10 passengers per voyage from Scotland was normal. But with Asia and the following 9 migration vessels, an average of less than 1 death per voyage was experienced. Asia and the following 5 vessels experienced none. Andrew and Christian arrived with 6 children, and after some initial rural employment in the Hunter Valley, moved north and settled in good cattle country in the Glen Innes district of New England, New South Wales. One of the children, John, later married Anne, née Cameron, and they subsequently had 12 children, the first being my grandfather, John. My father, Chisholm Cameron Gardner Ross, was born in Deniliquin, New South Wales on the 1st of January 1900, to John Ross, born Glen Innes, New South Wales, and Annie, née Glynn, born possibly Cooktown, Queensland, date and details unknown. My mother was born at Trial Bay, New South Wales on the 24th of December 1900 to William James Goodsir, born Balmain, New South Wales, and Florence Christina, née Fry, born in Paterson, New South Wales. My sister Marjorie June, known as June, was born at Haberfield, New South Wales on the 28th of June 1928. I was born on the 8th of September 1935 in a private hospital at 141 Walker Avenue, Haberfield. Actually, private hospital is somewhat pretentious, as it was basically an average 4-bedroom residential house run by a distant relative, Nurse Cameron, who acted as midwife and general officiaris for middle-class ladies in the area. For any further reference, family trees of some complexity associated with the Ross and Goodsir genealogy line are held in my personal papers. I understand I was mostly a normal child and was given fair latitude by my parents and sisters, though I can only take their word for this. I had a flock of cousins, predominantly from my mother's side, of a wide variation in presence and abilities. Without claim to any outstanding personality of my own, I apparently offered little of noteworthy value within the family circle. My father graduated from Hurlstone Agricultural College and qualified as a wool classer. After a period of field experience in various outback New South Wales stations, he held a reasonably senior position with the wool reclassification and packing firm Linklater and Bannister, located in Glebe, Sydney. In 1933, 2 years before my birth, he was appointed to manage a subsidiary branch of the firm in Melbourne. For reasons not understood by either my sister or me, this position was somewhat transient, and the family alternated between the Melbourne and Sydney branches of the company for some years. There were a number of interim and short-lived residences in both cities, to the extent that June had over 16 school changes during her 11 years of formal education. My first recollections of childhood were during our residence in Burke Road, Glen Iris, then in more detail Scott Grove, Gardner, both suburbs of Melbourne. It was during this latter residence that I attended my first school at Garden Estate, an event that I accept made a significantly greater impression on me than it did to the institution involved. At this point, it might be relevant to discuss in some detail the Ross family that I grew up to know. Firstly, I should say from my memory and judgment, we were without question a patriarchal family, and a reasoned, questioning approach to the fairness of principles of life within the family was not encouraged. Certainly Dad was fairly authoritarian as far as my relationship was concerned, and it was not until I proved myself in his eyes, initially in sporting sense during my last years of high school, that any close relationship by today's standards developed. Dad always held strong conservative opinions, and it would be something of an understatement to say he tended to right-wing views. His vocal dislikes included, but were not limited to, unionism, pacifism, socialism, long-hair males, most non-Anglo-Saxon ethnics, particularly of Asian extract, post-40s music and small children. Ethnic food, particularly Asian, or anything straying too far from standard overcooked meat and potatoes were considered un-Australian. In retrospect, Dad was something of an enigma. To an outsider, particularly women, I suspect he appeared personable, humorous, very well read, and a party man par excellence. In his younger and middle years, he was a skilled horseman and sportsman. He played grade cricket for Melbourne in the 1930s. He read widely, was an extraordinarily good pianist/organist, and was the focal point of any social gathering when a piano was available. Having said that, when alone with his family, he would be taciturn and very moody, and I'd have to say that I never remember him displaying open or close affection to Mum, June, or myself. To some degree, he appeared to suffer emotional and physical liabilities from the wars, which may have well been the reason for his moods at home. Certainly he did suffer from ill health due to recurring bouts of malaria-type fevers contracted during the service years in both Palestine and New Guinea. There is no doubt that his time in the Australian Light Horse was demanding, and he saw significant action against the German-led Turkish troops in Beersheba and Jordan. To my everlasting shame, I did not seek information from these years of Dad's life, and I understand now how this must have offended him dreadfully, particularly during my years as an officer in the Australian Army. Ironically, it is only now in my 70th years that I have developed a keen interest in his early years in the 7th Regiment, 2nd Light Horse Brigade. To my great regret, much of this history that could have been so easily available to me firsthand is now lost forever. On reflection, I suppose I would describe Dad as a benign martinet, who influenced me through the force of his personality rather than from me cultivating any latent views of my own. Accepting superficial matters, he gave no indication of being particularly interested in communicating with me or developing a close personal relationship until my later teens. Certainly I can't recall any time we spent together as mates during my early childhood, nor do I remember any major instances of personal revelation created by Dad during my formative years. On this matter, however, I must say that this relationship did not appear unusual for this era, and there is no question that Dad was a good provider within the constraints of the wage he earned at that time. It should be understood that Australia's social norms of the 40s and the re-establishment of post-World War II family life made for a childhood somewhat different to that enjoyed or otherwise within the families of today. I am certainly not suggesting that I suffered any significant hardship or disadvantage relative to the peers of my adolescent years. I suspect June harboured similar views, though from the perspective of a younger brother, she was undoubtedly the favourite and led a carefree life enriched with financial largesse, unlimited social opportunities, and parental understanding that knew no bounds. In respect, this judgment was probably ill-formed and without foundation. The pendulum swung to the opposite side when it came to my mother. She was the velvet fist in the kid glove. It is my eternal regret that it wasn't until well into her later years that I realised just how caring, guiding and loving my mother was. Notwithstanding Dad's style in making family decisions in a unilateral manner, it was Mum that had to deal with the consequences and keep the household functioning. When Dad volunteered to join the AIF, at age 42, this was somewhat unusual, it left Mum with 2 young children and no significant income in a somewhat parlous financial condition. To maintain an acceptable standard of living, a series of boarders became part of our lives, a situation that continued on and off for the next 15 years, with food rationing and none of the household aids that are now considered mandatory. Mum maintained a loving, secure and harmonious home throughout the war years and beyond, in spite of a pig-headed obstinacy on my part with regard to scholastic application generally, voluntary study in particular. Mum persevered and single-handedly was responsible for my passing to a reasonable standard the various levels of primary and secondary education I encountered in my youth. She made every effort to have me engage in a wide range of social skills, including piano tuition, travel and youth organisations. Without having the benefit of her influence, I know the course of my life would have been far less successful, certainly not as fulfilling than it ultimately proved to be. With Dad overseas during the war years and no form of independent transport available, the lifestyle for Mum, June and I relied completely on our own efforts. During the day, there never seemed to be a shortage of routine callers, even though our home was in bush surroundings and 4 kilometres from the nearest shop. All basic staples were delivered, either by horse-drawn cart or various models of aged lorries. This was a time of acute fuel rationing, which was based on a fuel usage appropriate for 800 miles of driving per annum. As a consequence to these restrictions, many vehicle owners modified their vehicles by incorporating a gas producer in the vehicle system. This involved heating coke in the rear boot area and piping the resultant gas into a larger bladder mounted on the roof and then passed on demand to the engine. A very dirty, time-consuming and inefficient system, though it did keep vehicles on the road for commercial needs. During the evenings, there were few distractions and family life consisted of talking, homework, or the wireless. Our wireless, the size of a small refrigerator, provided me with my daily 15-minute serial, First Light Fraser, introduced with a great lump of Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, followed by Mum and June joining me to listen to the ABC News covering 30 minutes of wartime events. Mums didn't take children to school by big SUVs because mums generally didn't drive even if the family had a car. Dads didn't take children to sports events because, as I recall, there were no sports events to go to. Sports for children when I was growing up consisted of backyard games involving small groups of local friends. Relatively, my sister had natural scholastic ability and application, whereby I was blessed only with luck, a survival instinct, and perhaps a modicum of animal cunning, which of course is closely related to the former. June did not require the driving force of Mum behind her and, in spite of very fractured school continuity, proved to be a most credible student. Among many poems she could recite verbatim the lengthy Rime of the Ancient Mariner and Sorobum Rustrum, remained fixed in my mind and impressed me greatly as a young boy. Frankly, I remain impressed to this day. In keeping with the norm of the age and the expectation of her female peers, June left school at intermediate level and took a position at the Commonwealth Bank. Sadly, without a question, a career level far below her potential and entitlement. As I recall, June had two major suitors in her life: a leather-jacketed motorcyclist whom I idolised, and a bank colleague whom I respected and whose parents owned a popular Ashfield milk bar ice cream shop. Ignoring gratuitous advice on my part, she followed her heart and in 1950 married the latter, became Mrs. June Skinner, and till her untimely death in 2009 led a rewarding and successful life. Notwithstanding my concerns at the time regarding the loss of a potential motorcyclist brother-in-law, I'd have to say now that the choice made proved indisputably wise. June and Ross had 3 children, Janet, Philip and Debbie, whose life and progress can be traced in someone else's family's history. My earliest memories as a child were during the late 1930s when the family lived in Melbourne. Actually, my first specific memory was when I was approaching 3 years of age and we were living in Burke Road, Camberwell. I came to understand that my father would head off on a tram and go to some magical place called Worky, and I would walk to the front gate most days in the early morning to wave him goodbye. I thought a lot about this and knew it to be a place of some importance because I had been told that Worky was where all the money came from. One morning, it just seemed like a good idea to meet with Dad at Worky. So, unbeknown to Mum, at some stage in the early morning, I opened the gate, crossed relatively busy Burke Road, and boarded a tram heading north to the city. Apparently, it was 3 stops before the conductor realised I was travelling alone, and I can remember being the centre of most unusual attention whilst trying to put into adult terms my aim for investigating the mysteries of Worky. After much discussion with some helpful fellow travellers regarding my embarkation point, the tram driver transferred me to a passing tram and handed me to the conductor for return to my tram stop of origin. In my kaleidoscope of memories associated with this event, I can remember my hysterical mother, improbably attired in her fetching pink dressing gown and pom-pom slippers, speaking with a small knot of bystanders on Burke Road outside the house. Nothing remains of any aftermath memories associated with this little adventure, and it was some years before an understanding of the brutal truth associated with Workies was realised. The family owned a 1934 Chevrolet convertible of remarkable resilience and impressive reliability. The convertible designation was earned from a fabric top spread over a metal frame that theoretically could be dismantled for exhilarating open motoring. To my knowledge, the top was never taken off and the windows, a sort of crazed perspex material, slid into holes in the door sill, seldom removed. For its time, I suppose it was a comfortable car, though without any of the technical luxuries taken for granted in today's automobiles. Automatic transmission was unknown for cars of that vintage, and of course, there was no radio, heater, seat belts, adjustable seating, shatterproof glass, turn indicators, or other such extravagances. Whilst it had the benefit of remote activation of the headlights by means of a toggle switch above the steering wheel, the solitary tail light could only be activated from behind the rear bumper bar, a definite design deficiency in time of inclement weather. I always coveted Dad's leather gauntlets that were worn during heavy rain to prevent his clothing getting soaked when he extended his arm from the car to indicate a turn or stop. I later inherited these manly symbols and wore them with pride while cycling as a telegram delivery boy, rain or shine, in the employ of the Haberfield branch of HM Postmaster General. Dad loved to drive and indeed was a very good driver, and the family passengers all looked forward with varying degrees of enthusiasm to the drive from Melbourne to Sydney. This occurred annually around Christmas, when the weather along the Hume Highway was incredibly hot and flies in great abundance. In the 1930s, being a frequently unsealed single-lane road, motoring the Hume Highway was quite an adventure, with sections prone to flooding in heavy rain and damaging corrugation in the dry. The speed limit was 30 miles per hour within town limits and unlimited beyond town precincts. Traffic infringements were primarily speeding, but to be caught required a lengthy measured chase by a policeman on a sidecar-equipped motorcycle, followed by an animated discussion when the car was stopped. In later years after the war, with few exceptions, the policeman will be an ex-AIF veteran, which was fortuitous for Dad, as he and the officer involved usually spent considerable time reliving military experiences, even discovering mutual acquaintances. Invariably, we would proceed on our way after a cordial farewell wave from the friendly policeman as he watched our departure. On one memorable occasion at Tarcutta in New South Wales, the solitary town policeman invited the four of us home for morning tea, much to his wife's surprise, if not necessarily pleasure. Our family trips usually involved one passenger in front and two behind, though this would be modified depending on the extent of baggage carried and whether a paying guest would be accompanying us. For reasons unknown to me, Dad would invariably depart Melbourne sometime just after midnight and drive until dawn, when we would stop for a form of hot breakfast about 4 hours after departure. This meal consisted of chops grilled in a wire frame to a black carbon exterior and chewy grey interior over a blazing fire on the side of the road. Pre-buttered bread and tea boiled on a billy can with the mandatory accompaniments. We would roll into Sydney to my grandmother's house sometime mid-afternoon, having a driving time of around 14 hours, which is pretty good effort considering the state of the roads and the capabilities of the vehicle. With some notable exceptions, our car very seldom failed the test. In 1942, my father joined the AIF and was posted to Portsea Barracks as part of the garrison force defending Port Phillip against the event of Japanese and/or German invasion. Some 6 months later, he arranged for the family to move from the suburb of Gardner in Melbourne and take up residence in a house named Rosehill on the Nepean Highway, midpoint between Sorrento and Portsea. Our move to Portsea was to last over 2 years and was the period of my childhood remembered with most affection. Our life as a close-knit family was relatively short-lived, as my father was posted to New Guinea in 1943 and remained on overseas service for some 18 months. I attended Portsea State School, which, as with Gardner, no longer exists. Portsea Primary School boasted 28 students through classes 1 to 8 and was staffed by one mature and remarkably patient teacher, a Mr. Clary Archibald. Clary augmented his Ministry of Education salary by driving a 1934 Chevrolet hearse modified from casket transportation to an 8-seat minibus for local residents' use on Saturday evenings as a group taxi between Portsea and the Sorrento Cinema. Looking back, it was undoubtedly a tax-effective means of boosting his meagre teaching remuneration. When Clary's tolerance became stretched during his teaching hours, he would resort to capital punishment that involved 1 to 6 quite painful strokes on the open hand with a 1-metre flexible cane that whistled loudly through the air. The older kids called it the Stuka, after the German dive bomber, possibly because the noise of delivery produced more terror to the student recipients than the actual strike. As approximately half the classroom students were girls, it was a matter of pride that a nonchalant air was affected during and after the caning, an attitude sometimes difficult, if not impossible, to maintain by an 8-year-old boy regardless of pride. June, now at secondary school, made the daily 90-minute trip to Frankston High School, some 50 kilometres distance by school bus. Unlike my sister, who had the luxury of 3 to 4 hours bus travel daily, I walked the 4 kilometres each way to school in time intervals ranging between 45 minutes to 2 hours, depending on the weather and the distractions of the day. I don't think we had pedophiles or people who stole small boys in those days, or obviously my mother would have accompanied me. Pre-war, Portsea was essentially a rural retreat for the transient, very wealthy folk and a small permanent colony of families associated with tradesmen and service staff. Once Japan entered the war, the wealthy departed hastily for safer climes and were replaced by garrison and line troops defending Port Phillip Heads from possible invasion. There was a line of very substantial homes built along the Bay coast between Sorrento and Portsea on land allotments ranging from 1 to 2 acres. Apart from some small fishermen cottages at Portsea, the Commonwealth Quarantine Station, and the occasional small homes within the Portsea precincts, the remaining land was mostly natural vegetation or given to farming interests. Commercial fishing, primarily mullet and barracuda, was carried out with some success by a small fleet of cuda boats, and the bayside and ocean beaches supported mussels, abalone and squid in plenty, with rare exception, none of which were considered food suitable for human consumption. The back beach was as wild as it is today, and for the brave had a plentiful supply of crayfish and crabs of good size. During the war years, daylight saving was introduced, allowing for very pleasant beachside activities during the summer months until quite late in the evening. Chapter 3. The Formative Years. Dad returned in due course from overseas active service and, after a relatively brief settling back period, was demobilised and moved the family back to Sydney via Melbourne, where he was appointed manager for the Linklater and Bannister store in Glebe. Initially, we took temporary accommodation at the Good Sir family home, Mia, at 143 Elt Street, Haberfield. Then on a more permanent basis in the Ross family home, Ballambutta, at 133 Elt Street, Haberfield. I initially attended Haberfield Demonstration Primary School, grades 3 and 4, during the latter part of 1944 and 1945, and succeeded in forgetting Australian rules football in favour of the somewhat more violent rugby union. Haberfield was a sound school, informal in style, yet with a balanced mix of discipline and teaching. It was classified demonstration on the basis of its use as a model for student-teacher indoctrination. Like all of my schools, it was a mono-educational, with the girls' section being safely separated by a high paling fence running through the joint playground between the boys' and the girls' segregated classrooms. They may as well have been 1,000 miles away as far as either sex were concerned, as from my recollection, the SAP chooses not to rise in grades 1 through to 6. There was no recognised school uniform, and the dress code permitted bare feet, for the boys anyway, if so chosen. I was, at best, an indifferent student, though managed to marginally slide through my tests, exams had not yet been encountered, with the minimum effort and without concern. This lack of application to any form of scholastic work was to follow me through my life, and only subjects which either held my undivided attention or promised great reward generated any great effort on my part. Unless it was either of these two incentives, neither of which appeared until my formal schooling had been completed, I required driving rather than leading. In the latter part of 1945, and in the company with all Sydney Government School Grade 4 students, I was given a series of Education Department tests that resulted in the first of a number of major milestones in my life. This was a purported aptitude test apparently to identify students with exceptional potential who might possibly run the risk of being held back by their peer majority. Those who produced an IQ evaluation considered significantly above normal were invited to attend a newly formed school system known as the Opportunity School. This schooling system was available to both boys and girls, though in keeping with the times, segregated of course. To the utter astonishment of my father and sister, and to a lesser extent my mother, the family was advised that I appeared in the nominated upper grading and would be attending Summer Hill Opportunity School in 1946. The aim of this new system was apparently to allow students to complete grades 5 and 6 without constraint and in a manner and pace judged appropriate by the individual concerned. The intent was that these gifted students would forge ahead without being shackled to lesser mortals and could proceed apace at their own unconstrained speed. Since there was to be no specified learning pace, tests were virtually non-existent, and students proceeded with teacher assessment on perceived ability. That was the intent anyway, and I have no doubt it proved to be highly successful for the majority of the chosen few. In my case, however, it was a totally counterproductive experiment, and I completed 2 years of primary school unhindered by the guidelines and discipline that normally accompanies even the basic of formal education and useful learning. I certainly didn't forge ahead in the expected manner, but merely drifted backwards from the pack, as my 2 annual reports clearly testified. One major event that did take place during my attendance at Summerhill involved mandatory choir activities by the combined boys and girls classes. To my recollection, this was the first and only time that the two groups between the Great Divide ever met. During this radical event, I came into fleeting contact with one of the girls who would later become my wife. I would have to say that neither Helen Saunderson nor I made any favourable impression on each other, and it was to be another 3 years before fate presented a second opportunity to develop any form of serious attachment. During these primary years, fairly significant technical and social evolution occurred in Australia, not at least of which was the improvement in the standard of living for middle-class society. I can recall the arrival of our first refrigerator, a Holstrom gas-powered unit, and the consequent slow death of the domestic ice industry. Cars became more numerous in the neighbourhood, and Chevrolet, Ford, Studebaker, DeSoto, Plymouth, or British equivalents in the household garage was no longer a noteworthy status symbol. Outdoor wood-fired laundry boilers, also known as coppers, gradually disappeared as gas or electric hot water systems were introduced and rudimentary automatic washing machines became available. The manual carpet sweeper gave way to the electric Hoover vacuum cleaner, and the first of the electrically heated stoves began to appear. A major improvement to domestic life, certainly in the winter months, was the connection of sewage pipes to hitherto neglected Sydney suburbs and a farewell to the outside dunny and the mysterious nightmen responsible for night soil removal. Perhaps some or all of these innovations had already appeared in Australia, but if they had, they were at a social level far above that enjoyed at the time in lower middle-class Haberfield. Returning to my schooling, all good things come to an end, and in 1948 I commenced secondary education at Homebush Boys High School. By courtesy of the state education system, which had seriously misjudged the abilities of at least one of their primary school graduates, Summerhill students could automatically nominate and enrol any high school of their choice. As Homebush appeared to offer the less of challenging of all subjects, the study of Latin and French languages was required at most other options. I nominated it over the closer Fort Street High. Not that there were many choices, as, in those days, Sydney boasted only 9 high schools, as the majority of high school students elected to leave the education system at intermediate level, Year 9 as known today. From my memory, Greater Sydney offered Sydney, North Sydney, Sydney Technical, Canterbury, Parramatta, Homebush Randwick and Fort Street High Schools, and one other whose name escapes me, as the leaving certificate matriculation choices in the public domain. I believe that this was slightly less than the number of the private GPS/associated school options available. Secondary education was for 5 years, with the leaving certificate granted with a final pass in 4 out of 6 subjects, and the university entry matriculation certificate requiring 5 subjects and a specified minimum aggregate mark. Homebush proved to be a different lifestyle than Summerhill, one that actually required application in order to progress. I was at a distinct disadvantage after my previous 2 years of sloth, and would have to say my early school reports brought anguish to my mother, scorn from my father, and indifference from my sister. During Form 2, 1949, I contracted glandular fever and was quarantined at home for 3 months, which resulted in a repeat of that year. The subsequent loss of face that caused did generate a minor burst of application, and I managed to perform tolerably well during the following years. I was good at sport, representing the school at rugby, water polo and athletics. I seemed to excel at this latter sport, being overall school champion in my final year and running a fairly praiseworthy second in the 440-yard state championships at the Sydney Cricket Ground in 1953, a time of 54 seconds, I believe, the winner being a fellow called Abramovich, whose father was later to deliver our firstborn child, Megan Ann. I also played district baseball and cricket with Petersham during the winter and summer seasons respectively. It was during my high school years that the reality of the sexes became known, and I developed a very real crush on the earlier mentioned Helen Saunderson, who at that time attended Fort Street Girls High. I'd have to say the love was unrequited, and on reflection, It appears that Helen had more interest in my best mate, a Rodney Milgate, than she ever did in me during the early years. Rod went on to become an artist of some note, a 3-time Blake Prize winner, as well as an accomplished musician, writer and TV personality. Other than the fact that my sister June got married, the years at home were basically unremarkable, and the family continued to live at 133 Elk Street, Haberfield. Whilst admittedly a poor student, I was not averse to manual work, and I always accepted responsibility for earning my own pocket money. During my high school days, I worked variously as a seasonal orange picker in the Hawkesbury River region, a paper boy, a telegram delivery boy, official armband and pillar box red government bike provided, a factory hand at the nearby Peakfreen Biscuit Factory, a petrol pump hand at the local service station on Saturday mornings, and, during the pre-Christmas holidays, a counter salesman at the big Sydney department store Farmers Limited. During at least one school vacation each year, I would visit a 9,000-acre sheep property at Umungaree in western New South Wales, owned by my Uncle Harry, husband of Dad's sister Jean, and enjoy 2 weeks as a jackaroo. Like Dad, Uncle Harry was an ex-light horse trooper, and he and I would spend days riding the paddocks on various crutching, marking and droving tasks. It was hard work but very enjoyable, and Uncle would pay an age-based wage which was icing on the cake for me. Till 1949, travel to Umungaree involved a 12 hours overnight steam train journey to Dubbo, where I would be met face and hair blackened by soot by my aunt for the ongoing 2-hour drive to the Umungaree homestead. In 1950, Butler Air Transport commenced a passenger air service between Mascot and Dubbo, utilising XRAAF DC-3s. The each-way flight took less than 2 hours, and thus began my first experience of powered flight. The round-trip concessional fare for a child under 15 was £4 that I happily paid from my rural earnings of about the same amount. I considered this good value in return for the excitement of the flight, the time saved and the bragging rights at schools. Meals or drinks were not served though. I did consume unlimited barley sugar that was inexplicably available throughout the flight. I found out much later that these lollies were not any form of gratuitous Butler Air Service largesse, but offered as prevention for ear pain that might occur during the unpressurised flight. Fortune continued to favour me during these years, and although only marginally successful at school, my social and sporting life continued to be untrammelled by serious obstacles. Although Mum came from a Puritan Methodist background and retained her ties with the local church, she deferred to Dad as far as our limited exposure to religion was concerned. Both June and I spasmodically attended the local Presbyterian St David's Church, where Dad was an elder. For short periods, both June and I contributed somewhat reluctantly and ineffectively as Sunday school teachers, and I suspect with very limited gain. In 1952, Mum was contacted by a cousin by marriage, Doug Walkden Brown, who was Minister for Agriculture in the Fijian government at the time and a devout Methodist. He advised Mum that the Fijian rugby union team was visiting Australia for the first time to play 2 inaugural test matches against the Wallabies and would be staying at the local Methodist teaching college during their stay in Sydney. Could Mum offer some suitable evening entertainment, bearing in mind the fundamental Christian views of the Fijian nation? Consequently, Mum and Dad invited the entire team home one night, and I can still remember these towering black behemoths surrounding the piano and singing hymns at the top of their voices, while Dad belted out at notes in approximation to the vocal harmony. For the record, the test results were 1 each to Australia and Fiji, even though in some cases the players from the latter team were wearing boots for the first time. Chapter 4. The Army Years. While in my final year at school, I made application to join the Army and attended the Royal Military College, RMC, Duntroon, at Canberra. Duntroon was the precursor of the Australian Defence Forces Academy, ADFA, and in my day was purely an all-male Australian Army institute. It involved a 4-year course more or less equally divided between civil subjects administered by the University of New South Wales and military training, all concluding with a degree-level diploma and a commission as lieutenant in the Australian Army. Acceptance in Duntroon was quite competitive. In those days, only about 60 applicants throughout Australia and New Zealand were chosen each year. It was for this reason that I suspect neither my father nor mother appeared concerned that there was a potential for me being selected and joining the military, and so willingly endorsed my application. I certainly took no exception to their justifiable lack of confidence. However, to the surprise of the family, relatives, acquaintances, and not least of all myself, I apparently did well in the psychological testing, medical examination and interviews, and was advised that subject to passing the matriculation, I was accepted. This resulted in the first of several examples of my life of actually doing very well when I performed under the influence of incentive. I commenced a study program for my matriculation subjects and applied myself to subjects that hitherto had been pretty much a mystery of form and matter. The end result was that I confounded the school and my parents by obtaining a credible matriculation certificate at the end of 1953. And so it came to pass that just after Christmas of that year, I received a very serious Army package of joining instructions and travel warrants assisting me in the journey to Canberra in January 1954. To say my entry into the Army as a staff cadet of the Royal Military College was less than my expectations would be a major understatement. Nothing had prepared me for the hard discipline and cold animosity that was directed at me by senior classmates. A brief summary of life as a staff cadet in Her Majesty's Australian Army may be in order. My understanding of life in the Army was based on childhood experiences at Portsea with the visits to nearby AIF outposts with my father in his quartermaster role. As an 8-year-old boy, I was treated with some amiable kindness and gentle humour by mainly mature diggers. Then, during my high school term, I joined the school cadets and quickly rose to the rank of cadet lieutenant with all the accompanying glamour and privileges. Viewing both of these experiences through what I now realise was ridiculously rose-tinted spectacles, I was anticipating something similar when I entered Duntroon. Alas, I entered a new and hostile world. Due to the planned arrival of Queen Elizabeth II at Duntroon on 28th of January for the ceremonious presentation of regimental colours to the Corps, all cadets were required to report for duty somewhat earlier than normal. This was of particular importance for the new class, 4th class, who had been taught the rudiments of donning uniform and basic foot drill in what the Army considered minimal time. Therefore, shortly after the start of 1954, I was bade farewell from the Strathfield railway station by a tearful mother, her father exuding much forced bonhomie, and several relatives whose primary role was to provide support for my mother. From memory, the steam train departed about 11 o'clock in the evening, or 2300 hours as I was to learn, for Canberra via Queanbeyan and Goulburn. After a somewhat riotous journey, we prospective 4th class like lambs to the slaughter arrived at our destination somewhere around 0500 hours and at Duntroon proper at 0600 hours, just in time to see our senior classes arise for morning ablutions. We had arrived and I was informed that henceforth I would be known as Staff Cadet Ross with a regimental number of 1539. This latter designation indicated that I was the 1539th cadet to enter Duntroon, though by no means would I be the 1539th to graduate, since scholastic and or aptitude shortcomings had resulted in approximately 20% rate attrition during the 43 previous intakes. That first day will remain indelibly etched in my mind. Like sheep through an eclectic mixture of civilian dress, we were herded from point to point by smart regular Army NCOs who would later be our drill and small arm instructors. The comparison between our group and the impeccably turned out uniformed senior classes must have been enormous. On day 2, when our brand new, mostly ill-fitting and very stiff uniforms were worn, our identity status remained highly obvious both by our dress and air of hopeless panic. Meals, until then one of life's most favourite experiences, were taken in an humiliating and totally unfriendly atmosphere. 9 to a table headed by a first-class cadet NCO, 2 new 4th-class cadets were seated at the lower end with the responsibility of serving the other diners from the dishes and bowls allocated to each table. In his entertaining book, Never Let the Bastards Get You Down, Alan Thompson gave special attention to meal times at RMC, and I take the liberty to reproduce a particularly interesting description of the serving procedure. The food was delivered to the table in containers. It was the duty of the fourth class to serve it as directed to the senior class. In simple terms, this meant that the most desirable food was distributed unevenly in favour of the senior classes and the undesirable in favour of the fourth class. Particularly undesirable dishes were sometimes distributed wholly to fourth class, who were made to eat the lot. It is difficult to forget opening a stainless steel container to find 8 sets of grey, boiled brains staring back at you like something from an autopsy room, and knowing that you'll be eating a disparate proportion of them in the very near future. On that first day, each senior diner took it in turns to demand answers to baffling and senseless questions which required the helpless fourth-class individual to place his knife and fork neatly together, stare in the middle distance, and make a valiant attempt at some sort of intelligent answer. Very little food passed through my lips during my first 3 meals at Duntroon, and what did usually reappeared in a glutinous spray in an attempt to give me a timely answer to a demanding questioner. While some tables brought a level of humour to the proceedings, most were of personal and demeaning nature. However, it was at the conclusion of dinner on that tumultuous day that even now remains a defining moment in my life. At the end of the dining hall was a large plaque with several numbered plywood boards in 3 holders. At the completion of each meal, and before everyone was permitted to leave, the most junior fourth-class member rose and changed the existing number 315, as I recall, to 314, amid much banging and thumping on the tables by the fists of the senior classes. I was informed that this was the Days to Go board. At every evening meal, the number would be reduced by 1 until, on graduation day for that year's class, it would then show 000. 315 days of this ahead of me, and this just to complete the first year. It was hard to comprehend, and the terrible realisation that this only applied to the senior class. For me, with 4 years before my graduation, there would be 1,360 days to suffer. I went to bed that night in shock, and I cannot remember ever feeling so low at any time in my life. 4 years of mindless abuse, loss of personal freedom, and iron discipline ahead. Even in my distraught state, I understood that embezzlement, manslaughter, and even assault and battery could result in lesser sentences than this. The following week was a repeat of the day one experience, but then, mercifully, we slowly gained mutual support within our class and some confidence from a combination of a slowly emerging team spirit and a familiarity of the mysteries of military life. I'd have to say, though, from the mind of a very innocent and naive 18-year-old, it was some months before I recovered from my depressed state and could think beyond this incarceration that seemed to stretch for eternity ahead. No leave was granted to venture outside the college confines during the first 3 months, a time that was devoted exclusively to basic army recruit and field training. Why this was so was not clear at the time. On reflection, I believe that the authorities thought with some justification that there could be a large number of deserters if the majority of shocked and mentally bruised fourth class could access the outside world. The first 3 weeks was spent attempting to comprehend the Duntroon system, learning how to dress with some form of regimental skill, how to untangle various pieces of combat webbing, and above all, how to march on a parade ground in some degree of uniformity. Our immediate priority was to prepare for the forthcoming Queen's Parade, which involved classes 3rd, 2nd and 1st performing the trooping of the colours before the newly crowned Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. There was no suggestion that 4th class in its state of unpreparedness would be permitted to take part in the parade proper alongside the seasoned senior classes. Our role was to line the perimeter of the parade ground and stand stiffly to attention during the 45-minute ceremony. On reflection, hardly a challenging assignment. All cadets were permitted to invite 3 guests to the parade and the royal ball that evening. June and Ross accepted the invitation, as did Helen Saunderson, the latter in the expectation that the Queen and sundry members of the royal party would actually also attend the ball. Presumably, due to more socially appealing commitments, Not even a royal lackey put in an appearance, and the entire event was something of a major non-event for my visitors. It was pretty clear that Helen was underwhelmed by the occasion, and it was to be almost 6 months before our paths would cross again. As mentioned earlier, the first year at RMC was not a happy time due to the fact that this was the golden age of bastardisation, a demeaning and relentless form of behaviour inflicted on the junior class by the seniors. This was not necessarily restricted to the Australian Officer Cadet Corps, and I understand that hazing directed at cadets in the US West Point is very similarly ingrained. There was no form of physical violence, but more psychological pressures, with little break from the unremitting discipline that dominated most aspects of day-to-day life. The only departure from this atmosphere was on the sports field where, it must be said, a totally different, normal, relationship between all classes was fostered. On reflection, it was this refreshing change of attitude during sport that made most, if not all, of us so enthusiastic in all things physical and sporting. The theory apparently behind the bastardisation practice was that a form of class oppression would develop a spirit of solidarity and teamwork that RMC required of each class. I suppose in this respect it was successful. The primary punishment that could be meted out by senior class members were extra drills, or, in the worst case, confined to barracks, CB, by a commissioned officer on the staff. An extra drill consisted of appearing on punishment parade 5 minutes after a reveille in full marching equipment, including greatcoat, 2 packs filled with regulation clothing and equipment, plus the usual army paraphernalia such as rifle, water bottle, webbing, bayonet, etc. As the inspection to confirm correct turnout was exacting, further extra drills were issued for non-compliance. The new cadets could take up to 45 minutes to prepare for the ordeal, an hour before reveille. Then, after the inspection, some 20 minutes of fast close order drill, then dismissed 10 minutes before breakfast, which meant to leap from drill gear to the dress of the day, replacing all the field gear into correct location for room inspection, then up to mess parade in time for a unit head count. It was fortunate that our initiation to these drills was in summer, as the later winter months with below freezing Canberra temperatures required a level of hardiness that initially we didn't possess. During the early times when extra drills were handed out without mercy, it was known from inexperienced cadets to dress and prepare hours before the punishment parade. With no time to spare, and since no one was permitted outside rooms before reveille, the cadet would then doze stiffly on the bed, fully dressed and in complete battle gear until the reveille call summoned him to the punishment parade. Once the webbing and combat equipment was prepared for the parade, it was essential to keep the layout in visual contact at all times, as it was not unusual for a vindictive senior classman to readjust the multitude of waist and shoulder straps, or in some cases exchange items of the pack regulation equipment with non-military ones. Bras, panties, a pre-love condom, and the like being some of the more imaginative choices. Another popular addition was an alarm clock, usually placed inside the externally carried steel helmet and set for activation about 2 minutes into the inspection sequence. Petty and informal punishments were often awarded for trivial reasons, particularly when the list of extra drills approached an unmanageable size. Examples included sweeping the block corridor with a toothbrush, a 2-hour waste of valuable kit preparation time, or a wet 5s or even a wet 2s, which involved being kept under the shower answering repetitive questions until 5 or 2 minutes before the evening parade. The result, of course, was wet cadets still getting dressed as they hopped across the mess parade area. Failure to arrive properly dressed in time, dripping wet was allowed, meant, of course, the ubiquitous extra drill. For the first 6 months at RMC, my company, Alamein Company, was quartered in old World War II unheated huts with ablution blocks independent of our hut quarters. This resulted in an uncomfortable run between the shower's toilet and room during the freezing Canberra winter nights. My section commander, a Corporal Bob Joshua, was generally a pretty good type, but he did have an infuriating habit of bellowing out during studies to go and warm a toilet seat up for him when a call of nature occurred. I would sit on an icy toilet seat for several minutes until an acceptable temperature was reached, and then call out in a loud voice for the platoon to hear, "Ready when you are, Sergeant." Josh would majestically stride out and replace my bottom with his. We moved into the new and better designed heated quarters after winter, so at least this onerous and very irritating punishment was no more. There were good times, but it would be fair to say that they were mostly only appreciated in hindsight. Lifetime friendships were formed. The civil-military mix of subjects was challenging, and the combination of a healthy environment, hard physical field work, and physical sporting participation made for a pretty good life after the initial shock wore off. One welcome feature of the system was the nomination of the Corps Father arrangement. This consisted of the recognition that every cadet had a father in the Corps who was a more senior and experienced cadet with the regimental number preceding his by 100. For example, my regimental number was 1539, so my Corps Father was regimental number 1439, a Sergeant Alex Smith, a quiet senior second-class member. It was meant that I could go to Smith for a friendly off-the-record chat and discuss all appropriate problems relating to my Duntroon life and seek advice and assistance within his powers. It made a welcome circuit breaker for the everyday pressures and bastardisation that occurred in the first 3 or 4 months at college. The completion of the first 12 months and slow advancement through the subsequent 3 years resulted in a steady lifestyle improvement, by 1950 standards, and developed a more positive acceptance and understanding of the intent of Army discipline. My cadet salary grew from the initial 12 shillings per week, a little over $1 in today's currency, as a fourth class to, I recall, 22 shillings per week in first class. Cars and motorcycles were officially prohibited, but a number of senior cadets of independent means were known to have various forms of transport garaged with cooperative Canberra girlfriends or families. Alcohol was not permitted except for the first class who had access to a quarter bar for 1 hour on Friday evenings before dinner. This senior class perquisite was equivalent to the better-known 6 o'clock swill of Australia's unique licensing laws of the time and effectively put pay to studies on Friday nights. Leave to nearby Canberra could be granted, subject to any limiting disciplinary punishment, on weekends after Saturday sport until midnight Sunday. But travel outside the Australian Capital Territory was not permitted except for term vacation periods, 2 weeks in May and August, 6 weeks in December to January. Bicycles were issued to cadets, and my very first leave was to squire a young lady introduced to me by my RMC father to the sole Canberra movie house at the time. Sadly ignorant of the bewildering Canberra road system, I confidently rode to the house in late afternoon and enjoyed dinner with the young lady and her parents, and was then driven to and from the theatre. After a very formal and chaperoned coffee, at about 23:30 hours, I mounted my bicycle and headed in the general direction of Duntroon. Now in those days, Canberra was merely a moderate-sized country town, hardly a city, and unfortunately for me, the street lighting was extinguished at midnight. For the first of my many occasions in my army life, I became hopelessly lost. And in efforts to find my way back, I even found myself up residential driveways in mistake for roads. I finally rode into the illuminated city of Queanbeyan, some 30 kilometres away, where a helpful policeman gave me quite exacting directions for the 23-kilometre ride back to camp via the airport road. The 4-year course was a mix of civil and military subjects, with initially the former predominating in the early years and emphasis changing to the latter as the final year approached. The standard 5.5-day working week, excluding field operations, ran from reveille at 06:15 hours to 1700 hours, and enforced confinement to room studies or lectures from 19:30 to 21:30 hours. Lights out occurred at 22:15 hours. Company administration was carried out on Saturday morning and mandatory sport on Saturday afternoon. Excepting any punishment restrictions, Saturday evenings and Sundays were free. All in all, a pretty unconventional life for approximately 200 very fit, healthy and red-blooded 18 to 22-year-old men. I suspect it was for this reason that most of Canberra's matrons insisted not always successfully on family functions rather than unsupervised parties when their daughters ventured forth for Saturday evening occasions with members of the Corps of Staff Cadets. After an irregular, sporadic and inevitably frustrating social life involving a number of Canberra local girls, I again met up with Helen Saunderson. In my second year, I received an unexpected invitation to escort her to a wedding of some importance to her in Sydney, and overplayed my hand by accepting within the hour by telegram. Being held on a weekend, I went AWOL and hitchhiked a ride to Sydney after a particularly violent game of rugby and arrived bruised but certainly unbowed at the church, somewhat in time for most of the ceremony. From that night, Helen was my only love until her death some 30 years later. Duntroon offered the cadet a varied and challenging choice of extracurricular subjects that include all major sports and activities, including sailing, skiing, and 4 selected first-class cadets a flying scholarship to private licence standard. Although with most of the class I applied for this latter activity, and to my surprise, and to the envy of all but 3 others of the class, was successful. This year was early 1957, and this event, coupled with Helen Saunderson agreeing to marry me at some later, though not much later, stage, essentially directed the events for my future productive life. Following various aptitude, medical, ophthalmology and psychological tests, I was advised that I was considered suitable for RAAF assessment in a practical evaluation flight. Consequently, during the 1957 Easter leave period in Sydney, I reported to a RAF liaison flight lieutenant at Bankstown Aerodrome for my very first flight in a light aircraft. I must explain at this point that the dates and flying details during this RMC recreational flying are not available, since my early logbook was taken from me by the RAF system during later initial flying training with them. All I have to show for my Duntroon flying is an entry into my first military logbook stating, from previous logbook, Oster Aircraft, 1957, Royal Military College Flying Training, 26 hours 45 minutes dual, 35 minutes 30 in command, 1 hour dual night, certified true extract from previous logbook, signed Flight Lieutenant Williamson. It was fairly obvious that the RAF thought details of any civilian flying, Aero Club dancing they called it, was unfit to record in any RAF regulation logbook. The evaluation flight was interesting and was carried out in a civil-registered Oster aircraft hired especially for the occasion. The flight consisted of a basic take-off climb, some docile turns and a bit of straight and level, and a descending turn to Bankstown. The RAF pilot said I showed some aptitude, though how he gained this impression remains a mystery. He never took his hands off the controls during the entire flight. I even took all pressure off the stick when he told me to do something, and he flew it quite happily himself, thinking he was following me through, even offering curt praise on my perceived skill. However, being an experienced Army cadet, I was beyond surprise and took the accolade with humble grace. So it came to pass that I was considered suitable training material and offered the opportunity to fly, an event not considered possible even in my wildest childhood dreams. On the 13th of May 1957, John Cameron Ross, of British nationality, was the proud recipient of Civil Student Pilot Licence number 14307, issued by the Director-General of Civil Aviation. The flight training that followed was programmed at Canberra's Fairburn Airport during every weekend after team sport, weather permitting, and at Bankstown Airport during the May-August term breaks. The ultimate objective was to obtain a private licence by early December, coincidental with the RMC graduation. From memory, there were 4 trainees: Brian Oxley, Alan Howes, Ron Taylor and myself. Taylor killed himself some weeks after graduation while demonstrating his flying skills to his assembled family at some Queensland airport. He apparently transgressed the modest V&E, speed never to exceed, of the Oster during a diving beat-up and the fabric skin on the wing tore loose. Flight instruction was provided by a small Bankstown-based organisation named, somewhat presumptuously, the Kingsford Smith Flying School, and which boasted 5 fabric-covered Oster J1 Archer 2-seat high-wing monoplanes. The Oster, powered by a 90-horsepower oil-swilling Cirrus Minor engine of indifferent reliability, was the most basic and unpretentious of light aircraft, unhindered by frills and luxuries such as flaps, radio or heating. Instrumentation was Spartan and limited, as I remembered, to an indirect reading compass, oil pressure gauge, altimeter, airspeed indicator, RPM gauge, turn and bank indicator, and possibly a couple of other less essential distractions. Little did I know at this time that this aircraft, which I was about to fly, would have characteristics and a lack of equipment and instrumentation that would remove it from service today. The decibels of cockpit noise, the intensity of vibration, and the looseness of airframe panels and cowling would astound today's generation of student pilots. And the performance? How I would have laughed if I had been told that one day I would command a jet that flew at 3/4 the speed of sound, or a helicopter that could carry 28 passengers in half the time that the Oster could carry just one. Kingsford Smith Flying School and their group of Osters came before the public eye a little over a year before my training association with them. Tuesday the 30th of August 1955 was a fine and clear winter day in Sydney, and as usual in such good flying conditions, routine flying training was being conducted at Bankstown Aerodrome. An Oster, VHAT, was carrying out circuits with a very inexperienced solo student in command. After the third landing and with the throttle fully retarded, a poor fuel idle adjustment caused the engine to stop during the landing roll in the middle of the Bankstown Airport, that in those days was little more than a large paddock. The Oster, being a very basic aircraft, had no electric starter and required someone to externally hand-swing the propeller to prime and fire the engine. Consequently, the student pilot applied the very rudimentary handbrake, set the throttle to start condition, about half an inch ingress, and with the magnetos live vacated the aircraft on the runway to crank the prop. Improbably, he was immediately successful, though his joy was short-lived. To his dismay, the vibration from the startled engine rapidly opened the throttle to full power and also released the brake handle from its ratchet bed, with the result that the Oster accelerated down the runway unhindered by human control. The unfortunate pilot was unable to clamber back into the cockpit, so hung grimly to the tail, but notwithstanding his best efforts, finally lost his grip as the aircraft gathered speed. Then, without assistance, the Oster made a creditable takeoff. The trim had been set for landing takeoff, followed by a slow right climbing turn, and with nearly 2 hours of fuel on board, happily set off towards Sydney. It continued to complete a number of slow 360-degree climbing turns until it reached its design ceiling of somewhat in the region of 12,000 feet over the Sydney CBD. In response, the frantic civil defence authorities alerted the RAF and sought immediate assistance. In some confusion, a RAF Wirraway with an excited flight lieutenant pilot and squadron leader gunner, armed with a handheld .303 Bren gun on board, responded. This less than combat-efficient aircraft was soon joined some distance back by two quietly confident RAN Sea Furies who had been listening to the open VHF frequency covering the emergency. These frontline RAN fighters had been about to engage in live firing exercises on a target at sea some 50 miles from Sydney and were armed with live cannon designed for targets far more challenging than an unmanned and unarmed fabric-covered Oster. With approximately 15 minutes of fuel remaining, the Oster drifted over the northern suburbs and approached Palm Beach. At this stage, the wretched squadron leader entrusted to shoot down the Oster found that his Bren gun had jammed as it poked outside the canopy and his frozen fingers could not clear the blockage. To the RAF everlasting chagrin, they were forced to relinquish the command of the situation to the helpful Navy Sea Furies closely observing the situation. The little Oster, clearly punching above its weight, disintegrated on the first cannon burst and in doing so became the first aerial combat victim over Sydney and possibly the eastern seaboard of Australia. Ironically, two Hungarian ex-Wehrmacht migrants, Joe Summerjay and Stan Burtis, owned the Kingsford Smith Company. As former military-trained pilots, both men were excellent, albeit somewhat rigid, instructors who insisted on a style of discipline that fitted well into the RMC tradition. They were assisted during weekends by a recently licensed young Australian pilot, a Mr. Edwards. Edwards was a taciturn individual who tended to hide his lack of experience with arrogance and sarcasm, and we made every effort to avoid flying with him during these scheduled appearances. Having said that, it was with Edwards that I had the first of many stimulating experiences in the air, and I would have to say probably saved both our lives with an accomplished display of airmanship, manipulative skill, and a modicum of luck. It was about my 5th hour of instruction, certainly before I'd been sent solo, and I was flying from Bankstown Aerodrome during the May term break. I'd borrowed my father's car to get to the airfield with the strict instruction to be home before 1700 hours, since the vehicle was required for some parental social occasion or other. After an hour of my struggle to master the mysteries of powered flight, Ebbs and I set off on the return flight to Bankstown Aerodrome. On passing the outer suburb of Liverpool at an altitude of 5,000 feet, I sensed that all was not as it should be. The engine was behaving differently from normal, and a strange smell became evident in the cockpit. To Edward's annoyance, the engine RPM had been slowly dropping below the stipulated number, and he would periodically whack me on the side of the head, one of his more annoying mannerisms, to remind me of the need to fly in an accurate fashion. I was admittedly a slow starter, but in this instance his wrath was entirely misplaced. I was aware of the falling RPM and had made continuous attempts to correct the drop by increasing throttle as one had been taught to do. Unbeknown to Edwards, I finally had the throttle fully against the console and could do no more to maintain the engine speed, and Edwards, with a final whack, took over the controls to assume responsibility. He quickly realised there was no more power to apply and instinctively retarded the throttle as a precursor to clearing what he assumed was a fuel blockage. Unfortunately, it was a far more serious problem, which would have been obvious had either of us noted the oil pressure gauge. And with power reduction, the engine seized and the propeller came to an immediate and startling stop. To this day, I can still remember an old cliche from boyhood novels running through my mind. The silence was deafening. By this time, we had lost a little altitude, and being over a mix of residential and small rural properties, Edwards selected the best of the limited clear areas available and set us up for a forced landing. In those days, very few training aircraft had radios, and our roster was no exception, so consequently we were very much on our own. In spite of my dislike for the man, I do recall having complete confidence in his ability to bring the emergency to a successful conclusion. He selected an area of apparently level ground which, though appearing satisfactory in length, to my untrained eye was significantly restricted in width due to long sheds either side of the proposed landing run. Edwards was manoeuvring the aircraft competently, but as we turned on final approach, we could see what appeared to be thousands of white leghorn fowls running and flapping aimlessly between the sheds in fear of the approaching predator. I think we both realised at the same time that the aircraft was now heading for a poultry farmyard and no more attractive option was available at this late stage. In eerie quiet and through a cloud of feathers, the aircraft landed between the laying sheds with no obvious clearance either side of the wingtips and coasted to a stop within centimetres of the yard fence. A very irate Italian with limited command of the English language appeared on the scene. As we quickly learned, this gentleman was the owner of the farm and had little compassion for light aircraft in distress. We also discovered later that this farm lay within the boundary of the authorised low-flying area and that he and his fowls had been the victim of countless beat-ups by enthusiastic pilots over the years. Now it would appear he would save a true vengeance and his chickens, so to speak, had come home to roost. On the ground, we waited in the cockpit and listened to a steady stream of Italian invective until the police arrived and drove us back to the airport. Still mulling over the day's extraordinary events, I returned home to another crisis because the car was almost 2 hours overdue for Mum and Dad's social engagement. I later heard that Kingsford Smith Flying School somehow mollified the farmer and trucked the dismantled Oster back to Bankstown where a replacement engine was installed. Somewhat surprisingly, the forced landing experience did not reduce my confidence in flying and, in fact, provided me with a good lesson in aviation survivability. In my later flying career, I was to experience a number of major aircraft emergencies: engine, tail rotor, electrical and control failures, fire and icing. Although under significant stress, in every case I was confident that the outcome would not be anything but successful. I accepted the groundwork laid by Edward's calm, and I would have to admit professional action was in no small measure responsible for this view. So it came to pass that in May 1957, after some 8 hours of dual instruction, Joe Sommerjay clambered out of the cockpit after a period of pretty ordinary circuits and in his best Prussian voice ordered me to do 3 circuits by myself. I will always remember the cold, hard realisation that this was to be a defining moment. a critical test of my ability to take control of my actions in a potentially dangerous environment without the guidance and support of either parental or specialist mentors. In typical military style, and one that I was myself to emulate many times in the future, Summer J clambered out of the aircraft, silently secured his seat straps and walked away. Unless someone has experienced being airborne alone for the first time, utterly responsible for a successful conclusion of the flight, the apprehension felt before takeoff will be difficult to understand. That first solo flight is a very lonely affair. Well, I went through the required checks that by today's standards were ridiculously brief: trim, power and magneto check, oil pressure okay, then a taxi to the holding point. A green light from the tower that I assumed was meant for me, taxi to takeoff, the required look around, maximum throttle and away. The trim was set to take off, so there wasn't really much to do. Nose down, stick up, stick down, nose left, nose right, rudder left wing down, stick right wing down, stick left. Full power at the time until the little Oster reaches 500 feet, then a 90-degree first crosswind turn left, climb to 1,000 feet, reduce power, then a 90-degree left turn onto downwind. A lonely flight downwind for about 2 minutes, wishing I had Joe tell me what was going wrong. Then a 90-degree descending turn to the left and the welcome green light from the tower. Down to 500 feet, assuming the whole of Bankstown population watching with bated breath, then a 90 degrees descending turn onto final approach. Then the mandatory checks that have been drilled into me now seem so basic. Trim, line of sight, enough fuel to go around, seatbelt, and that's it. A final rapid descent, level out, drift, sink, then rattle as the wheels touch the grass. A moment of exhilaration before going around twice more. Joe climbs back in, grunts, offers a hand of congratulation and asks how I feel, and it's all over. No one was watching, much less Bankstown, but a great rush of euphoria nevertheless as I taxi, realising for the first time in my life that I was truly responsible for my own actions and without the option of immediate parental, regulatory or institutional protection. Going solo, the first challenge of handling a man-made, heavier-than-air structure completely alone in the unnatural, all-inclusive three-dimensional plane of space. No advice immediately to hand, no reassuring hands-on assistance from any support system, no time-out facility to freeze reality and permit a studied review of the situation. Flight, with or without a support crew or electronic stabilisation, is second nature for a qualified pilot. But for that first lonely flight, it's one of life's very special and rare experiences. Although I didn't realise it at the time, I believe my career as a pilot in one way or another was indubitably established. My progress as an embryo pilot from that point proceeded pretty much as normal. Solo at Bankstown during May, progress through the basic flying manoeuvres at Canberra, the occasional flight evaluation progress test, and the ongoing basic theory of flight subjects studied through correspondence as dictated by the Regulatory Department of Civil Aviation. I enjoyed the flying, though I did not realise at the time just how elementary an undertaking it was. Canberra in winter can be a very cold place, and the air at 7,000 feet above sea level can be very cold indeed, -15 centigrade if there's frost on the ground. The Oster had no cockpit heating, and we flew in the warmest clothing available to us in those days. A greatcoat, woolen coat, scarf, heavy woolen gloves, and several layers of underwear or pyjamas. From historical records, even World War I air crews were better equipped than we were. I'd have to say that in the Oster I was not a bold pilot and never developed any great enthusiasm for voluntary engaging in more violent flight manoeuvres such as looping or spinning. Assuming that my instructors should understand the limits of the aircraft, I was comfortable to engage in such sequences when accompanied during dual training, but quite content to amble through less exciting exercises when solo. At 8,000 feet, the Oster was a very noisy, vibrating machine constructed solely of wire, tubular metal and dope-covered fabric, and would twist alarmingly when put into any abnormal attitude. Consequently, I was never confident that all the parts would stay connected, and lacking any sort of insurance such as a parachute, I was more than happy to fill in the solo hours enjoying the views of the ACT and surrounding mountains. Subject to a satisfactory flight test after logging a minimum of 40 hours combined dual and solo flying, a private pilot licence could be granted. This would entitle the holder to carry passengers, though not for hire or reward, as the regulations so stated. In due course, therefore, and after a successful flight test with Stan Burtis, I was awarded PPL number 9872 and still of British nationality at my 40th hour as a pilot. As RMC had budgeted 45 hours per student, I was permitted to engage in the remaining 5 hours as I saw fit, subject to KSFS approval. My first ever passenger was a classmate and first rugby second row partner, at a later date also best man at my wedding, Bill Henderson, and I remember the flight well. It was 3 days before RMC graduation, and I departed Canberra Airport with Bill on board to fly over a picnic on a country property some 20 kilometres away, where Helen and Bill's girlfriend Margaret, later wife, were guests. We located the party, and in a moment of testosterone-fueled poor judgment, I elected to form a beat-up over the group. A dubious decision at the best of times. A potentially fatal one for someone with less than 1 hour qualified in-command aeronautical experience. I can remember commencing a tight turn at about 500 feet AGL and becoming both surprised and alarmed as the height dropped to about 200 feet AGL 3/4 through the turn. In some panic, I aborted the turn, levelled the aircraft, raised the nose and applied full power, all of which had the effect of throwing Bill heavily against his side of the cockpit. Unfortunately, and certainly unexpectedly, his not inconsiderable weight dislodged the entire window section that then promptly detached from the aircraft to land a short distance from the startled group below. Bill and I, petrified and chastened respectively, returned to Canberra in a very drafty aeroplane where I concocted some sort of story trying to explain how an entire window installation could depart an aircraft without a known contributory cause. Joe Summerjay was initially furious with my lame story, then sceptical when I earnestly told him that I could recall where the dislodged window system had parted company from the aircraft and believed I could retrieve it for possible refitting. I borrowed a jeep and fled at great speed to the picnic, saved the window from being nailed to a nearby woolshed, and returned to an incredulous Joe. With some assistance, he replaced the window, complimented me on my power of recall, and nothing more was heard of the incident. Although sharing many a beer with Bill as we yarned about the incident, it was to be 20 years and 6,000 hours of flight experience later before Bill ever flew with me again. And so it came to pass, to the surprise of many, at 11:45 hours on Tuesday, 10th of December 1957, I ascended the dais on the RMC parade ground and was fully presented with my graduation certificate by Sir William Joseph Slim, Knight Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath, Knight Grand Cross of the Most Distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George, Knight Grand Cross of the Royal Victorian Order, Knight Grand Cross of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, Companion of the Distinguished Service Order, Military Cross, Knight of the Venerable Order of St. John of Jerusalem, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief in and over the Commonwealth of Australia. Impressive though Sir William's credentials were, I was a fit, young and indestructible army officer with an exciting road ahead and wouldn't have changed places for him or the world. Following graduation, I was posted as Company Second in Command to B Company, 13 National Service Battalion, located at Ingleburn Military Camp in the outskirts of Sydney. This was not a pleasant period for my army career, and I look back at the time with no fondness at all. Although engaged to be married and within 50 kilometres of Helen, I was fortunate if I could get 2 nights leave each month, no days off, during the 6-month duration national service intakes. In addition, my parlous financial state did not allow any significant flying training, which would now be to my own account, and by mid-year 1958, my flying activities ceased. At that stage, I had approximately 63 total hours logged to my name. During my time at 13 Battalion, I inherited a very aggressive but intensely loyal 4-year-old blue cattle dog bearing the name of Scott. Scott had been born and bred in the married quarters of the camp, but due to a domestic separation of his human family, could no longer be kept by the original owner, my company sergeant major. After many days of care and regular feeding, Scott transferred his undivided loyalty to me and became my shadow, following me everywhere during the day and sleeping on the foot of my bed during night. Scott had all of his male appendages intact, and although incredibly loyal and fiercely protective, it must be said that Scott was also seriously ill-tempered. I would have to hold him with one hand if I was to shake the hand of another, lest he interpreted the courtesy as an act of violence and leaped to attack. Finally, the CO had enough, and Scott became persona non grata after he slipped his leash during a battalion parade and accompanied B Company around the ground to the tune of Colonel Bogey. With some difficulty, I convinced Dad to take him and left him tied to the washing line at Haberfield, assuring the family all would be well after a few days of acclimatisation to civilian life and his newly adopted family. 2 days after depositing Scott at his new home, I received a call from Dad informing me that after refusing to eat, Scott had slipped the leash and disappeared that morning. In spite of the search he carried out, no trace could be found of the dog, and we both assumed Scott was no longer a liability. It came as a great surprise then when, some 15 days later, Scott, a shadow of his former self, with bloody and torn paws, turned up at my room in Ingleburn, 45 kilometres from Haberfield. How this dog, who had never previously left the camp, found his way back through the suburbs and busy highways to Ingleburn remains a mystery. However, the saga did have a happy ending, as Dad was so impressed with Scott's canine courage and loyalty that he took Scott with a newfound respect and care. Scott soon changed his allegiance and fierce, unqualified protection and bonded to Mum and Dad until his death 4 years later. I remained with 13 Battalion for approximately 12 months and was then posted to the Independent Field Force Brigade as a platoon commander, 1 Transportation Company, also located in Ingleburn. I should mention that my original choice of corps posting nominated RMC was infantry, also the preferred choice of most of my friends. However, I changed my selection to transportation, RAASC, after being advised by the Transportation Corps representative that if the Army ever developed aviation, it would be a transportation responsibility. This advice proved to be rubbish and given purely to influence young officers to choose a corps not usually high in the preference ranking. Any thought I had of continuing flight training at Army expense was as far from my grasp as ever. As I became a little more experienced in the devious mores of the Army, I realised that politics and self-interest were certainly not restricted to being only within the province of the civilian-based business world. Still, running a transport platoon was interesting, and I had an organisation of 30 US GMC 2.5-tonne trucks known as the Jimmy Juice and a Half, 5 Harley-Davidson motorcycles and a small Austin Champ 4-wheel drive command vehicle to administer. Also, 67 soldiers under my command made up of 60 drivers and relief drivers and 7 NCOs. The troopers were by no means the cream of the Australian Army, and I was surprised just how many had criminal records. Maintaining discipline with such personnel in a peacetime environment was no mean feat, and on reflection I suspect I managed the task in a very ordinary manner. For an inexperienced young officer, the task was at times daunting. I remember taking a phone call from the Liverpool police at my parents' home during Christmas 1958, advising me that a dead woman had been discovered in the platoon lines. Although on the establishment as platoon commander, I hadn't actually come through on strength of the unit, as the field force had been stood down for Christmas break following the completion of a large-scale exercise in the Northern Territory. The night before standing down, apparently some of my troopers had organised a fairly wild party with some of Liverpool's better-known ladies, and had left one behind in the living quarters, too ill to move when they all departed on Christmas leave. This incident proved to be not an isolated experience, and certainly accelerated some maturity into a very naive and unworldly wise subaltern. It set the trend for an 18-month assignment to field force transportation that I look back on with no positive feelings whatsoever. The last quarter of 1959 was marked by 2 important events for my later life. In December 1960, the Australian Army announced that it would emulate the British and US military and establish a small unit of Army-owned and commanded light aircraft, with the primary role of providing close tactical support for Army troops. This would be a significant departure from the limited aviation services the Army had previously provided post-World War I. Essentially, these services had previously involved artillery observation duties by Army pilots under RAAF control and administration, or limited communication duties by Army pilots flying light aircraft chartered from civilian sources. Officer aircrew applicants for the new unit were now called for, and I was among the first of the many that immediately applied. However, after an initial period of excitement and hope during which all the previous medical, psychological and aptitude testing were once more carried out, no more was heard of the venture. I returned to my disjointed and not particularly happy field force lot. Then, on December 12, 1959, I was married to Helen Madeleine Saunderson at St David's Presbytery Church, Haberfield, and for the remainder of the year had distractions other than the army on my mind as we honeymooned at Portsea, Victoria, before returning for a family Christmas in Sydney. Complete with a military guard of honour provided by fellow officers, the church ceremony was followed by festivities enjoyed at the Armoury in Ashfield, a very trendy, albeit middle-class reception facility at the time. There were some 100 guests. The function was not without alcohol, and according to later reports, a great time was had by all. In 1960, housing in Sydney was both very scarce and expensive, and the Army offered no quarter of assistance to newlywed junior subalterns. Consequently, the start of the year saw Helen and me living in a divided furnished room featuring a kitchenette, bed and parlour, with bathroom facilities shared with two adjoining tenants in Ashfield, an inner suburb of Sydney. Half my take-home pay of £9 went towards rent, a quarter on car repayments, and the remaining quarter on food and other extravagant living. We attempted to save Helen's take-home pay in the hope that one day we would be able to afford better accommodation furnished with our own belongings. And so life continued, with Helen as head librarian at Canterbury Council and me in my somewhat aimless life as a peacetime platoon commander at Ingleburn. Although extremely happy in our married life, as the year progressed I was seriously reconsidering my future, as it was clear that the peacetime army was not meeting my expectations, and the future seemed to offer little to commend it. Helen had no particular view one way or the other, but properly pointed out that my qualifications to date offered little for any alternative acceptable employment. Then, in early July 1960, I received a signal from Army Headquarters to report to Basic Flying Training School, BFTS, RAAF Point Cook, for initial RAAF flight training, and we celebrated to the early hours. From memory, me more than Helen. In late August, Helen then announced she believed that she was pregnant. At the end of August 1, I reported to the RAAF Basic Flying Training School to commence training for a career that would form the basis of my future working life. I left now the confirmed pregnant Helen to board with her parents in Punchbowl, Sydney, and drove our only asset, an untrustworthy Simca sedan, noted for its frequent displays of Gaelic temperament, to Point Cook, located just outside Melbourne. The Simca probably reflects the most significant of a number of dubious purchases I made in the heady days of receiving a real salary that, on reflection, was an amount hardly designed to support undisciplined spending. The running costs and replacement of poor quality, albeit expensive, French parts for the vehicle far outweighed the sole benefit of the lay-back front seats that prompted its purchase in my bachelor days. Conditions in the military were somewhat different to what exists today, and no consideration was taken of my marriage status while I attended what the government viewed as a short-term course, notwithstanding that it was of 9 months' duration. At that time, all RAAF student pilots were unmarried. Thus, for us fledgling Army pilots, accompanying spouses were not permitted. I was fortunate to a degree, as my course was broken up by a 3-week Christmas break. Otherwise, I would not have seen my wife for 9 months. I arrived at Point Cook on a Friday morning, and as I drove alongside the grass runway, I witnessed the most spectacular low-level aerobatics display. It was the first close-up demonstration of that form of flying I had seen, and I was mesmerised. It transpired that it was a practice for a solo exhibition at an air show somewhere, and for that moment I knew I'd found my holy grail. In due course, I was processed into the course 40 BFTS with a total of 27 students, 19 RAF and 8 Army. Other than a very small number of artillery officers locally trained on civil-designed aircraft for artillery spotting duties, This was the first formal RAAF course for Army pilots since the formation of the RAAF in March 1921 following the Army's loss of the Army Flying Corps, AFC. As a consequence to this departure from tradition, my fellow brown jobs and I were initially subject to some reservation, if not downright suspicion, by the elitist Air Force officers. The course commenced with 6 weeks ground school of various subjects including aerodynamics, meteorology, navigation and the like. Then on 26th of October 1960, I was introduced to my first military aircraft, the Australian-built single-engine CA-25 Windgeel, Aboriginal for Young Eagle. The Windgeel, modelled on the RAF Percival Provost, was a rugged two-place trainer powered by a 9-cylinder Pratt & Whitney Wasp junior piston engine capable of developing 450 horsepower. It was designed and built by the Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation, had a top speed of 160 knots and was fully aerobatic. Although I was to realise later that the cockpit layout and instrumentation were very basic compared with more advanced aircraft I was to later fly, at first inspection, its complexity seemed well beyond my technical ability. Compared to the little Oster Archer, the Windgeel presented itself as a quantum gulf well beyond my very modest tertiary arts understanding. In addition to the impression of complexity, my other reaction was to the smell of the cockpit. The Oster, subject to fierce in-flight drafts and ventilation, had a little olfactory characteristic that would cause comment. The Windgeel, however, being my first experience of military working machine, had a smell that I would come to recognise for life. It was a combination of many elements, exertion and sweat being the basic, but also tinged with the more complex odours. A body strapped for hours into a confined space will always do that, I suppose. But an aircraft cockpit seems to be able to reflect an emotional smell well beyond the basic elements. I have learned to recognise that it's not only natural perspiration that creates its identity, but also includes more subtle inputs from pilot endeavours. A mixture of primary emotions, concentration, stress, exhilaration, alarm, even fear, combine to make aircraft cockpits so very unique and identifiable. At the time, the BFTS fleet had 40 of the total 62 Windgeels built, of which about 30 were usually available daily for flight operations. The aircraft were very rugged and forgiving, and all in all, an excellent aeroplane for all basic ab initio training needs, including aerobatics and instrument flying. Pilots flew with parachutes, which formed the seat, so my previous tentative approach to adventurous flying disappeared, and I very soon enjoyed working the aircraft to its design limitations. If anything, I became quite an aggressive and perhaps overconfident pilot. The first training flight was termed Initial Non-Assessed and consisted primarily of very violent aerobatics and inverted flying carried out by an instructor to introduce the student to the capability of the Windgeel. Later we found it was customary for instructors to run a competition to see who could be the first to make their student physically, and with clear evidence, airsick. Our flight gear included an oxygen mask that contained a microphone that could be selected to transmit either for discrete intercommunication between instructor and student or general external VHF transmission. The winning instructor merely pressed the dual transmit switch to announce his call sign and allowed the unmistakable and very fruity sound effects from his nauseated student vomiting into his oxygen mask to claim victory. The standing of the brown jobs rose imperceptibly when the winner-loser team proved to include a RAF student. After initial familiarisation and landing skills, the next critical stage of training was the aerobatic or unusual attitude phase that proved particularly daunting for quite a number of students. For some individuals, it could involve both physical sickness and nervous reactions during pre-flight activities, and it was a relief to all concerned when the sorting out process had been completed. The effects on both the mind and the body during the first experience of aerobatics cannot be adequately described to someone not exposed to such manoeuvres. To be violently thrown about in multi-dimensional space thousands of metres above the ground in both negative and positive gravity pressures can be both an exhilarating and terrifying experience. For those who may never experience this, imagine the sensation of hanging in web straps, inverted, some 3,000 metres in the sky, with nothing but 5 millimetres of fragile perspex between the body and the ground. In these two initial phases of training, I think 20% of the original 40 BFTS class fell by the wayside. Many students proved unsuited for the step into the third dimension, and it soon became obvious they were destined for the inevitable scrub ride that would formally end their flying aspirations. This check ride was conducted by a senior instructor based on ongoing assessments of their performance by a line instructor, and would usually occur either during the demanding pre-solo phase or soon after the introduction of aerobatic flight. Those suspected of lacking the manipulative skills or confidence to manage the aircraft to a safe, unsupervised flight standard were quickly identified. If a safe solo stage had not been reached after 10 hours dual instruction, or a basic lack of judgment or manipulative skill identified during aerobatics, students were normally deemed unsuitable to continue. Failed students departed Point Cook within 2 hours of being notified as unsatisfactory. The operational flight course ran from Monday to Friday and was intensive and stressful, with ground lectures, flying training, and evening studies making for a very full day. The weekends were similarly demanding, though in a differing way, when the monastic environment encouraged a wide variety of social engagements, including some legendary and frequently dangerous mess parties. As well as flying training, Point Cook was also the establishment of the RAF Female Nursing Officer Induction, the Joint Services Language School, a one-year marathon for both armed services and civil DFAT diplomatic representatives, and the staff of the Point Cook Academy, a 4-year university accredited college for RAF cadets similar to the RMC Duntroon. Except for the academy staff and some married flying instructors, there were few married quarters at the somewhat isolated Point Cook, and the majority of staff and officer students lived in the mess. After 3 years' experience of small formal and regimented army messes, the informality of a large and modern furnished single base mess involving both sexes and civil and military personnel certainly offered a more relaxing off-duty lifestyle. On 15th of April 1961, our firstborn, Megan Ann, arrived at Sydney's Canterbury General Hospital with both parties involved in fine shape. I was granted 3 days' leave, inclusive of travel time, to encourage a successful post-birth bonding. Voluntary attendance by the husband during the actual big event was not considered a manly practice in those days. I returned by 0600 hours 19th of April in time for one last practice flight prior to my final handling test. This was successfully accomplished on 20th of April with squadron leader Ricky Tate. Ricky and my paths would later cross in civilian life when both employed by the Department of Civil Aviation. He's a flight test officer, Mears an examiner of airmen, and we became very good friends. I graduated at the top of the course in flying skills. I was less impressive in the academic standing, but nevertheless finished the course with an overall ranking of 3rd in the graduating class. Of the 27 original course members, 18 graduated, including 5 of the original 8 Army candidates. One of the successful Army pilots was later killed in a Cessna accident shortly after his operational conversion at Amberley. Of the 4 remaining pilots, 1 lost his nerve shortly after gaining wing status and never flew again. 1 became a lay preacher and drifted away from flying. 1 had a solid military flying career for several years, then joined the airlines, and the other was me. After completing BFTS, I arrived home on the 25th of April 1961 and received orders to immediately proceed to Amberley RAAF Base, Queensland, in time to commence operational conversion to the Army's newly arrived helicopters. It was agreed that Helen would remain with her parents until I established myself in the training system and could find accommodation either on the base or in nearby Ipswich. Apart from a few weeks over Christmas, Helen and I had been effectively apart for 10 months, almost half our married life. In those days, the Army made no allowances for separation or for those financial penalties associated with travel, housing, or removal costs, yet that didn't appear to generate any great mood of resentment. Perhaps it was in tune with the general standards of the day, though certainly significant and overdue major changes in human resources management were introduced within the General Defence Forces system during the following 2 decades. Flight training with the Army was quite different from what I had been used to during my time with the RAF. 16 Light Aircraft Squadron, effectively the first composite flying unit to be integrated with the Army since World War I, had no established traditions or procedures to mould or hinder its development, and there was a lot more opportunity for personal initiative and problem solving. Although initially and relatively briefly commanded by the RAF Wing Commander, Ken Robertson DFC, having a RAF Chief Flying Instructor, and with significant RAF personnel assisting in the maintenance requirements, there was no doubt that this was an Army unit. The pilots were all relatively young, mostly 21 to 25 years old, and came from a broad background of military arms and services. All were qualified pilots when they arrived at Amberley, though there was a significant disparity in experience depending on their previous aviation background. Those selected for fixed-wing flying enhanced and consolidated their flying skills on the Cessna 180 type that had been brought on strength from the now disbanded RAF-controlled 16 Air OP flight. Those selected for helicopter flying were either sent to the RAN at Nowra for an initial rotary wing conversion on the Navy's ancient Sycamore helicopter, or as in my case, to basic flying training at Point Cook RAAF. Then, both the RAN and RAAF trained pilots came to Amberley to complete their helicopter initial or conversion training on the Army Bell G2 sooo. Suffice to say, all in all, a very cosmopolitan bunch, other than the few experienced artillery observer pilots as exceptions, lacked any real depth of practical, tactical, operational experience in military tasking. Amberley was an RAAF base that supported both US AF and Australian aircraft during World War II. In later years, it became Australia's primary bomber base with Lincoln then Canberra bombers, the latter being operational at the time of my postings during the 1960s. The Canberras would remain Australia's frontline bomber fleet until the arrival of the more technically advanced F-111 swing-wing bombers of the 1970s. It was a good posting for the Army personnel and, after a short period of ambivalence by the RAF personnel, we quickly assimilated into the Air Force by way of doing things, usually far more practical and certainly more lavish than we had been used to in the Army units. Amberley was located about 10 kilometres from Ipswich, a small city of about 10,000 people in those days, most of whom relied on local farming, agriculture and coal mining for their livelihood. Even by Queensland standards, Ipswich was a hard town, and locals were brought up tough. Initially, there was little interface between the civilians in Ipswich and the service personnel on the RAAF base, since the latter lived in a self-sustaining environment with government-provided housing. Generally, service folk used the town only for basic shopping, with the nearby Brisbane city being preferred for any major purchases. As Amberley expanded with the influx of Army personnel, the Defence Department acquired more housing in Ipswich and, inevitably, incidents occurred in the local pubs as the mining and service cultures came to terms with each other. Things weren't helped in this regard when the Army, in its wisdom, issued a new powder blue beret for the Army personnel assigned to aviation. Presumably, this was done to develop a higher raison d'etre for the fledgling unit, but clearly little realising the consequences that this would initially have. Berets in the Australian Army were, of course, not new. Units such as commandos, paratroops and armour had their distinctive green, red and black berets respectively, and the wearers could enter any bar with confidence, knowing that a tough reputation built over decades would establish street credibility. Not so with the new aviation beret, which not only was unfamiliar, but was a shocking feminine colour. Hardly an image to strike fear in any self-respecting coal miner. It was some years before any of the squadron's troopers would venture into a local bar in uniform unless accompanied by a supporting team of similarly attired veterans. Government housing at Amberley was in short supply, and there was a waiting list for all off-base subsidised housing. I managed to rent a small, 2-level, 1-bedroom apartment in Ipswich, and Helen and Megan joined me in June 1961. This was our first taste of traditional married family life, and the first time Helen had lived away from her parents. I suspect she had some difficulty in adjusting, particularly now that she was alone with a 2-month-old baby. However, as with all aspects of our future life, Helen kept any reservation she may have had to herself and worked hard to make a success out of this new stage of our life. Fortunately, Megan was the perfect baby, and providing the breast was on hand, sleeping facilities were comfortable, and clean nappies on call, life was good. Then, some months after Helen's arrival, the Army offered us an unfurnished house in Wood End, a small suburb of Ipswich, and we moved into our first genuine self-contained home. In spite of our very parlous financial situation, we did have Helen's retirement pay after she left Canterbury Council, and with that we purchased our essential furniture, a Hoover, fridge and washing machine, a very trendy laminated teak Parker dining room set, a double bed and 2 easy chairs. Along with the car and a sundry collection of linen and kitchen items, this constituted our sole worldly possessions. We were up and running with a beautiful baby, all 3 of us in perfect health, all the material things we considered necessary, and a £250 bank loan. Looking back, I thought that life couldn't get much better than it was then, but I was proved wrong time and time again as the years progressed. I commenced helicopter conversion training on the 15th of May 1961 and had the first instructional flight on May 17 with my designated instructor, Major Ross Harding. Ross proved to be a very patient, professional pilot instructor, although relatively inexperienced on helicopters himself, was certainly manipulatively skillful and an ideal tutor. To me, Ross was the perfect professional, a good loyal Army officer and a consummate pilot, and always very fair. I owe him a lot for his perseverance during the challenges we both faced as I struggled to come to terms with a very much idiosyncratic helicopter. However, after an initially difficult period of learning to adapt to the machine, I gradually developed a good feel for this new form of flight, and it was several years before I returned to the more conventional fixed-wing aircraft. The conversion training was comprehensive, with the 3-month course involving approximately 80 hours of dual and solo helicopter flying. Looking back on my flying logs, it seemed that much of it concentrated on learning to perform safe power-off emergency landings, known as auto-rotations, in the event of an engine failure. The auto-rotation was practiced at any height, from between a metre hover to routine cruise altitude anywhere to 5,000 feet. In still air, the Bell 47 had a glide ratio in a power-off auto-rotation of very approximately 2-to-1, or a radial distance of twice the altitude of the aircraft. During the auto-rotative descent, all control effects were retained on the helicopter, included backwards and sideways flight if required, and a stabilised descent of approximately 1,800 feet per minute was normal. We all became very proficient at competing engine-off descents, day and night, to a precision landing marker. It would be unusual to be more than 1 metre from a predetermined spot after an auto-rotation initiated at 1,500 feet. This skill stayed with me during my later helicopter career, and on at least 2 occasions allowed me to perform a damage-free landing after a genuine engine failure. In powered flight, the rotor blades are rotated through engine power transmitted through the main gearbox on a rotating mast. Under power, the rotor pitch angle is variably positive, very much like a fixed-wing propeller, and sustained powered flight is possible as long as engine power is available to maintain rotor revolution. If engine power is lost during flight, the pilot must immediately adjust the main rotor blade pitch from positive to a neutral or negative pitch angle. The helicopter will immediately lose lift and will initially free fall somewhat alarmingly as the flow of air changes from a downward direction to an upward direction, but will then stabilise as the upward air drives past the descending rotor, very much in the same manner as a windmill functions. The drag of the turning blades in this situation will keep the helicopter in a stable descent of around 1,800 feet per minute, an acceptable rate for transit descent, but obviously too fast for a safe touchdown. Approaching the ground, the pilot raises the nose of the helicopter to reduce lateral speed and then has one chance to arrest the descent by applying positive pitch to the rotor system that will effectively momentarily stop the descent before it commences again as the blades rapidly slow down. If the pilot correctly assesses the height to initiate the pitch change, approximately 6 to 10 feet from the ground, a safe and soft touchdown will be achieved. On July 14, I was subject to a successful final handling test by the CO and was awarded my wings status and categorised as an operational military pilot. My total flight experience at that stage, including the 40-odd hours of recreational flying during my RMC days, was 256 hours, 45 minutes, dual solo day-night. And so my life as a professional pilot commenced, a life that would involve both hands-on or direct supervision of military and civil flying operations. How would I know in 1957, after my first nervous flight in a basic fabric-covered Oster Archer, that it would lead to qualifications of over 45 types of piston or jet-powered aeroplanes, helicopters and recreational gliders, spanning 50 years of active aviation involvement. In the 52 years to October 2009, this would lead to over 6,500 hours command flight time and aviation-related operational, managerial, supervisory or safety-related assignments in 34 countries. As new operational pilots, we developed experience quickly and, sadly for some, very violently. Regular Army units were keen to include aviation in their day-to-day activities, and there was a very high demand for both fixed and rotary wing aircraft support throughout Australia. Once away from the familiar training ground of the Amberley environs, unfamiliar terrain and impractical tactical standards by supported units quickly caused problems to the squadron. In the first 2 years of operations, there were a number of serious accidents, including wire strikes, flying into terrain, and flying the relatively underpowered aircraft beyond design capability. From memory, there were 4 fatalities and more than 10 serious injuries incurred during the early years of the squadron's activities. I readily bonded to the little Bell 47G2 and became quite skillful at maximising its manoeuvrability, which was probably just as well considering the testing times that awaited me in years to come. It was a small but agile and reliable helicopter, having a maximum loaded weight of 2,950 pounds and powered by a normally aspirated 6-cylinders Lycoming engine, later improved by a modified supercharged version, the Bell 47G3B1. With some notable exceptions, helicopters generally were all powered by a single piston engine and as such required pilot input to control the engine and rotor RPM. Later developments in the turbine-powered helicopters overcame this problem by including a governor into the engine system that reduced pilot workload and improved control safety immeasurably. Handling characteristics at the time of the Bell 47 operations required the pilot using his feet to control the tail rotor effect by increasing or decreasing the pitch of the tail rotor blades in order to counter the torque effects of the engine transmission turning the rotor. The right hand held the cyclic stick that controlled the plane of the main rotor disc and gave the pilot control over lateral direction of flight. The left hand managed the up-down collective lever that increased or decreased the pitch of the main rotors, thereby increasing the helicopter's speed or altitude, or a combination of both. This same hand also adjusted the throttle, which was a motorcycle-type grip incorporated in the collective arm. Sensitive application of the throttle was absolutely essential to maintain an accurate 294 RPM of the main rotor, or 100% as it was known. Any significant increase from 100% RPM would catastrophically damage the relatively heavy rotor system through excessive centrifugal force, while a lower RPM could be equally dangerous due to insufficient centrifugal forces to keep the normally flexible blades rigid in flight. In time, the student learned to coordinate arms, feet and hands to accurately fly the helicopter under all weather, day or night conditions. To effectively meet the demands for its many military roles, the Army pilot also had to contend with switching hands to managing in-flight map reading, changing of radio frequencies, and writing shorthand to record essential messages. Like all helicopter models of its time, the Bell 47 was not a simple machine to maintain, and the technical engine and airframe maintenance hours were high compared with the flight hours undertaken. The helicopter spent a considerable part of its working life in the field, and access to hangars was rare when away from base. Spare parts required an efficient and timely logistics response system, including the means to change major components such as an engine, transmission or main rotor blades. By modern standards, the tools for the Bell were primitive. Today, most helicopter manufacturers use advanced, lightweight composite metals, computerized instrumentation, field-friendly component-changing designs, and an effective inbuilt computerized diagnostic system, and for the flight crew, sophisticated autopilot and flight director equipment. Helicopters in the 1960 to 1980 era had very few of today's benefits. For example, to maintain a smooth rotor system where blades had to be aligned perfectly to prevent annoying or even dangerous in-flight vibration, blade tracking was a regular chore. The system used depended on the type of vibration being experienced. A lateral, where the helicopter rocked during flight, or vertical, where the helicopter bounced in flight. The former was corrected by maintenance staff making minute corrections to the lateral angle between the blades while the helicopter was shut down. After each adjustment, the helicopter would be restarted and a flight check carried out on the lateral smoothness. This was repeated until the centrifugal forces between blades during flight were in balance and the flight ride was within acceptable tolerance of lateral rock. A bouncing or vertical in-flight vibration indicated that one blade had slightly more or less pitch than the other, and therefore producing more or less lift than the others. To correct this, an adjustment was required to equalise the lift being produced by all blades. This was achieved by a maintenance representative standing under the rotating rotor disc, holding a 2-metre pole with a pad, very similar to a boxing glove, attached to one end. A dab of coloured wax would be applied to the glove, and the mechanic would slowly raise the pole until the glove touched the spinning rotor disc. The helicopter was then shut down and the blades examined to see which blade showed a smear of colour from the touch of the raised pole, therefore indicating a blade spinning lower than its peer or peers. The mechanic would then adjust the blade by increasing or decreasing the angle of a small trim tab on the rear edge of one of the blades, depending on whether greater lift for the low blade or decreased lift for the higher rotating blade was required. Both of these systems were time-consuming and inefficient. More recent techniques now allow pilots to download vibration data from onboard computerized data recording systems and identify the type of vibration and the extent of adjustment required without requiring repeated flights and inefficient multiple engine starts. Another major improvement in helicopter design has resulted in far more certified data relating to performance capability being provided by helicopter manufacturers. The helicopter pilot now has access to a comprehensive and specific flight manual that provides data on performance parameters for all combinations of loads and meteorological conditions. In the case of multi-engine helicopters, the pilot can calculate the capability of the helicopter in the event of an engine failure during all phases of flight. In the early 1960s, this was unheard of, and flight performance was very much dependent on the pilot's experience, manipulative skills, gut feel, courage, or caution. Another particularly important safety design now incorporated into modern aircraft is the crash-worthy fuel cell bladder now inserted into the tank construction. In the event of a survivable crash, although the tank itself may crack or break, the flexible bladder is designed to remain intact and thereby prevent fuel escaping. This innovation has resulted in the frequency of catastrophic fires occurring after an accident falling significantly. The military mission for the helicopter in these early days was primarily tactical reconnaissance in nature, tasks that required manoeuvrability at the lowest possible altitude. Techniques were taught to navigate and fly at ground level between or behind any barriers, trees, buildings, high ground, etc., then pop up quickly for an observer to view the tactical situation or correct artillery or aerial bombardment, then down and move to a new position. It was exacting flying and, on reflection, very stressful for a pilot and, if carried, observer. My first away assignment occurred on 25th of July 1961, just a week after graduation, and involved a cross-country flight to Tin Can Bay, Queensland, for artillery firing observation support. It was a 2 helicopters assignment, and I was to follow behind Ross Harding's aircraft for the 4-hour positioning flight. We departed Amberley in the afternoon, expecting to arrive at Tin Can Bay just before last light. About a half hour out from destination, the weather deteriorated to the point that visibility was down to just a few metres due to increasing precipitation, and I had difficulty maintaining position with Ross. I was about to suggest we land when there was a hell of a tearing noise, and it seemed that the roof of the helicopter had disintegrated. I called a mayday and commenced auto-rotation into a small field below me, just visible through the heavy rain. I landed without further incident and exited the helicopter to investigate the problem. It was quickly evident that the new modification involving heavy plastic sheeting bonded to the top of the bubble cockpit to provide shade to the crew had come adrift and was wrapped around the rotating mast and main rotor blades. Whilst input from the pilot controls was still possible, the vibration and noise of the disintegrating material in flight was most alarming for a very green pilot. Ross Harding heard my mayday and landed beside me, and the two of us removed the debris from the rotor control surfaces. As it was now dark and the rain heavy, we hiked to the nearby village of Kin Kin and phoned our changed situation to a concerned flight service radio watch. No hotel of friendly faces in Kin Kin, so we spent an uncomfortable night in our respective cockpits before departing a forgettable Kin Kin at first light the following morning. So ended the second forced landing in my fairly short life as an aviator. My first extended unsupervised assignment involved a flight to the Australian Army Staff College at Queenscliff, Victoria, for some demonstration flying, and was scheduled the following month. The flying distance between Amberley to Queenscliff was approximately 800 nautical miles, a 4-day round trip of an average flying speed of 60 knots. The short assignment was completed satisfactorily, and my return journey planned to route from Queenscliff to the RAN Albatross Fleet Air Station at Nowra, New South Wales, for an overnight stay, with the final sector to Amberley the following day. Nowra was my first experience with the Royal Australian Navy Air Base, and I was pleasantly surprised at the hospitality and cooperation I received after landing. The Navy ground crew directed me to a visitors' parking area and assisted my tie-down duties before I headed to the mess for some welcome hospitality. The next morning I was greeted by quite a large contingent of naval ground and air crew at my aircraft, all of who seemed most helpful and cooperative as I completed the pre-flight inspection. After issuing my departure clearance, the tower politely requested I do a low fly past so that the base could see the first of the Army's helicopter models in action. I was proud to do so and enjoyed making a low and slow run past and over a sea of very friendly sailors waving and smiling, indeed laughing as I hovered past. What a happy base! The trip back to Amberley, including the flight over Sydney and various en route towns, was uneventful, and I arrived at the unit with daylight to spare to be advised by just about everyone in attendance that I had Flying Navy painted in big white letters under the fuselage. The following 3 months resulted in high flight utilisation, and approximately 250 hours were flown, a demanding output for a relatively inexperienced pilot operating a high workload helicopter. Life as an operational pilot at the Amberley RAAF base was very enjoyable, and a heady mix of flying operations and hard social playing. With a large community of fit and healthy young adults, mostly made up of RAAF and Army service personnel and their wives, mess and private entertainment was intensive. I can recall a particular writer's mess party on the base when our chief flying instructor, a squadron leader, Tubby McLaughlin, headed for home in the early hours of the morning, decidedly the worse for wear. Apparently, he inexplicably got lost on the 6-kilometre route between the base and his home, and eventually ran off the road and became bogged along some rural lane. He struck off on foot in an attempt to orient himself, and was fortunate to flag down a passing milk tanker who dropped him off close to his house in Ipswich. At the following morning operations briefing, just some hours after many of us had just got to bed, our first mission was to launch all available operational helicopters and try to locate the CFI's abandoned car. This was duly achieved, some 15 kilometres in a 90-degree direction from his intended path. And that, of course, was sufficient grounds for another party to celebrate the success that night. On 18th of November 1961, Michael Rockefeller, the son of the Governor of New York, Nelson Rockefeller, was reported missing in Dutch New Guinea, now renamed Irian Jaya. This was major international news at the time. Rockefeller had promising Republican ambitions for the 1962 presidential campaign, and the Australian government was asked to provide aid to assist the US naval vessels that were dispatched to the region. On 24 November, 16 Light Aircraft Squadron packed 2 helicopters, 4 pilots and 3 maintenance personnel into an RAAF C-130 transport aircraft and flew from Ambly to Maroc, Dutch New Guinea, with the mission to commence search operations in an area some 150 nautical miles west of Maroc. The pilots nominated for the mission were our RAAF CFI, a very ordinary helicopter pilot, Lieutenant Tony Hamnett, Lieutenant Dick Knight and myself. The 4 of us were allotted 2 to each helicopter and alternatively flew sorties in the 2 new Bell 47G2A helicopter acquisitions which were expected to fly maximum hours each day. After an overnight stop at Townsville, the C-130 arrived at Maroc via Port Moresby on the afternoon of the 25th of November under the watchful guns of the Dutch military who were involved in a war with Indonesia at the time. Maroc was a major Japanese World War II airstrip, but it had not been designed for aircraft of the C-130 size. And soon after shutting down engines, the RAAF crew noticed the aircraft starting to sink through the thin tarmac surface. The Army cargo of helicopters, stores and personnel were unceremoniously offloaded, and the RAF hastily departed, leaving us to sort out equipment and stores and assemble the 2 helicopters. The helicopters were assembled by late afternoon, and I was nominated to carry out the first test flight on helicopter A1-660 to confirm its airworthiness status. On board with me were the maintenance chief, Flight Sergeant Lloyd Larney. Apart from routine control checks, one of the primary tasks to be carried out was confirmation that the rotor blade pitch had been correctly adjusted to produce smooth powered flight, and also ensure that a safe power-off autorotative RPM would be available in the event of an engine failure. The flying test commenced at 5,000 feet AGL, and all appeared normal up to the final autorotation check. As far as I'm aware, no Australian service pilot had to date performed an autorotation manoeuvre of this nature in extreme high temperature, humidity, tropical conditions encountered in Maroc, located within 100 nautical miles of the equator. The Navy's British-designed Sycamore helicopters were restricted to temperate latitudes, and for practical purposes, the RAF had no operational helicopters. I entered auto-rotation in a normal manner by quickly lowering the collective, and immediately the 1,000-kilogram helicopter and petrified crew fell from 5,000 feet to about 3,500 feet before I could regain control and return power to the rotor system. I clearly had not taken into account the hot and humid affected air that produced a density far less than encountered at the temperature climates to which I was familiar. After sorting things out in the cockpit, we regained height and tentatively entered a second auto-rotation in a far more cautious manner than the first, controlling the RPM by holding a little pitch into the blades during the power-off descent. When we landed at Maroc, I attempted to warn the CFI, who was then preparing for the test flight on the second helicopter, of the disconcerting autorotative characteristics to be expected. McLaughlin, a relatively aged ex-World War II RAF pilot who was to kill himself and a student during a training exercise within a year, was a poor helicopter pilot who ignored input from his more junior Army charges. Consequently, like a lamb to the slaughter, the unfortunate Larney underwent a second terrifying descent, including a mishandled recovery that he later correctly, though unsuccessfully, argued exceeded the helicopter design limits. McLaughlin retired to his tent for the night, and the rest of us got drunk together, mainly in commiseration for Hammett, who was to fly the suspect helicopter in rotation with McLaughlin during the forthcoming tour of duty. In a report he was to later write concerning his operational experience during the assignment, Laney said of his 2 test flights, "The smell of fear was with me during the auto-rotation evaluation sequence. I can certainly vouch for that, for I was sitting in a sizable part of the source." The 2 helicopters, each with 2 pilots on board for the ferry flight, departed for Piramopoan, a very small village approximately 130 nautical miles east of Morocco, where was to be the base of the search area. The 3 ground crew and their maintenance equipment were later transferred by an ex-World War II Qantas Catalina flying boat to the same location where a camp was established whilst they awaited our arrival. The Bell 47G-2A had a normal cruise speed of around 65 knots and a fuel endurance at best of about 2 hours and 20 minutes. This meant that if our navigation was accurate and no headwind component was encountered en route, we would land at Piramopoan with 20 minutes fuel reserve. The direct route took us over very heavy rainforest inland from the coast, where no landing site for a fuel top-up was available. 2 jerry cans of fuel per aircraft were carried, and it was decided that in a contingency an aircraft would track to the coast and make a water landing among the mangroves. The helicopters were fitted with large pontoon-type rubber floats to decant this extra fuel if required. As background, a brief discussion of this southern area of the Dutch New Guinea may be in order. Small indigenous tribes who had little or no contact with the civilised world and spoke their own unique dialects sparsely inhabited the remote search area. The Asmat coastline that formed the northern boundary of the Arafura Sea in this region was ill-defined and was made up of small mangrove mudflaps. These islands got progressively larger until a barrier of heavy jungle rainforest formed a muddy coastline. Traditional beach sand did not exist, and the soft mud made surface travel around the jungle perimeter impassable. There is very limited cleared dry ground, and a confused network of rivers and waterways ran through the entire jungle topography. The terrain was almost completely inundated with swamp and marsh, and the local tribes lived in small huts built either on low branches or limited high ground of damp earth. Malaria was endemic, and our small detachment took heavy doses of chloroquine-type medication daily. All local travel was by dugout canoe, and the local tribes existed by fishing, gathering natural fruits, and the hunting of small animals. These people had been identified as among the most primitive in the world, and a culture of head-hunting, enemies, and the head worship, ancestors, was followed without interference by any internationally recognised government or authority. Very few of the inhabitants had known life in a world outside their own immediate area. The Dutch had a few missions and military outposts inland, but had not ventured into the virtually impenetrable region ranging 50 nautical miles along the ill-defined southwest coast of the southern Dutch New Guinea. As well as being heir to one of the greatest fortunes in the world at the time, Michael Rockefeller was a graduate anthropologist and somewhat of an enigma to his conservative and very powerful Rockefeller family. He had apparently renounced the moneyed social life of New York in favour of a somewhat feral lifestyle, studying the language and customs of the primitive headhunting tribes of southern New Guinea. Although enjoying a positive reputation for his plain and adventurous lifestyle, Michael was by no means as altruistic as the family-sponsored press reports would suggest. Dutch missionaries in the area detailed instances whereby he would encourage intertribal bloodshed in order that he could record and film violent, sometimes fatal, fighting and ancient customs to authenticate his research. Payment for such stage events was usually iron axe heads, a priceless asset to the local tribes who normally relied on stone and wood to shape weapons and hunting equipment. Rockefeller went missing when his catamaran capsized in a storm, and he and his 3-man support party drifted out to sea. 2 of the party, native to New Guinea, elected to swim for help when the upturned craft was less than a mile from the mangroves. After 2 days had elapsed, with water almost gone and no apparent rescue in sight, Rockefeller decided to make an attempt himself, leaving his companion on the upturned catamaran. When he set off from the disabled craft, it was some 3 miles from the coast in waters known to predatory crocodiles and large sharks. As it happened, the initial party had been successful in raising an alarm with a military outpost, but problems of distance and communication in the remote region delayed an effective search by 4 days. The surviving party member on the catamaran was ultimately recovered alive, but no trace of Michael Rockefeller has ever been found. When the Army helicopters arrived at Piramopoan, Rockefeller had been missing for 8 days, so it was assumed that his only hope for survival would be through assistance from any local inhabitants he had been fortunate enough to meet. As there was no effective communication other than personal contact, it was the job of the helicopters to take a Dutch-trained national interpreter through the area, landing at every compound sighted in an attempt to communicate with the local headman. It was an interesting assignment, and the experiences of trying to entice people from the bush who had never seen clothed white people, let alone helicopters, would justify a book on its own. Being able to vouch for the numerous large crocodiles present along all the waterways and the mangrove mudflaps, it was our collective opinion that there was little chance of Rockefeller being found alive or dead. However, the Australian government continued with its support, and we remained on site or in the general area for 5 days, resupplied with fuel and rations daily by the reliable Qantas Catalina. On the 29th of November, we were ordered to return to Morocco for an RAAF C-130 pickup, waiting on a tarmac strengthened by World War II steel panels. We departed Piramopoan mid-afternoon after topping our tanks with fuel and seeing our ground crew depart on the Catalina. Our respective helicopters departed independently, as Dick Knight and I were to deliver some unused rations to a Lutheran mission just north of Morocco. I had reason to regret this separation, as a great photo opportunity by the second helicopter was lost. Shortly after departing Piramopoan, both Dick and I noticed and commented on a strong smell of fuel in the cockpit, but put the cause down to spilled fuel from the drum refuelling that had recently taken place. However, some 20 minutes later, with the smell still present, we started to visually check around, and I was horrified to notice fuel siphoning from the starboard fuel tank through an incorrectly set fuel cap above and to the rear of my head. As our fuel state was already critical, and no stores were remaining at Piramopoan, it was essential that the fuel cap be refitted without delay. We were flying at low level over very thick and tall rainforest with no chance of setting down, and I can remember Dick remarking how fortunate it was that the tank was on my side and that I'd better be careful when I got out. After a short discussion about who didn't put the damn thing on properly in the first place and having no alternative, I undid the seatbelt and climbed out on the Bell 47 tubular landing skid, hanging grimly to the fuselage as I edged myself aft to the tank. Dick did a good job keeping the helicopter stable during the changing centre of gravity, and I was able to secure the tank without too much bother before thankfully returning to my seat. We really had no accurate idea of how much fuel had been lost in transit, so it was 2 very relieved pilots that sat down at the first available coastal site for a top-up from our meagre reserve. We returned to Australia on the 3rd of December without further incident, and, accompanied by an interesting collection of local items, the search area, including a decorated war skull, were met by a large and interested family and press group at Amberley. I returned to more or less a normal routine after the search, and our little family enjoyed a life influenced by the somewhat acquired taste of self-centred military culture among people of similar age and interests. Helen proved to be the perfect house manager and mother, and was the foundation for the very stable and calm family environment that Meg and her later siblings enjoyed. This was still an age where television was a rarity in the average house. Married women were seldom in paid employment outside the home. Pub life didn't include women. The average middle-class home was lucky to own 1 car, let alone 2, and a visit to a restaurant was an exceptional event. Consequently, social life revolved around family activities and home entertainment, and I'm not convinced that the lifestyle at that time suffered in any way relative to the more material way of life followed today. Early in 1962, I was promoted to captain, and appointed the 1st Army Aviator Adjutant to 16 Squadron, the incumbent RAF officer having completed the initial unit start-up term. Although I didn't realise it at the time, this was both a domestic and career benefit since I could still enjoy a reasonable amount of operational flying, yet develop some administrative skills that hitherto I sadly lacked. I think I was the only active pilot ever appointed to this position, as the unit quickly realised that a qualified and current helicopter pilot was hardly motivated by frustrating office duties while his peers enjoyed as much flying as could be undertaken. My successor was an infantry officer by the name of Des Corcoran, great type who resigned 2 years later to stand for the South Australian Parliament and finished up the Labor Party Premier of the state of South Australia. His successor was a dreadful choice, an overweight infantry non-aviator type who hated pilots and was stupid to boot. I can't remember his name, but the pilots bestowed on him the delightful nickname of Lobster, on account he had a head full of rubbish and a backside full of meat. Sometime around 1962, one of my peer pilots, Brian Oxley, was nominated for a 2-year tour of duty with the US Army to take effect in June that same year. This was to be the second of such dual-purpose assignments made by the Australian Army. The posting was intended to provide opportunities to develop advanced operational experience in the emerging military aviation skills. The US military was then recognised as the world leader in helicopter development, and also to receive on-the-job advanced training in methods of ab initio helicopter instruction. Naturally, this was a coveted posting, and pilots lobbied strenuously for selection for the 2 years reoccurring posting. One afternoon in May 1962, Oxley was nominated to perform a routine Bell 47 test flight and, in company with RAF Maintenance NCO Mick Swain, took off for a short flight to confirm the integrity of the recently overhauled helicopter. Whilst airborne, cyclic control was lost due to a malfunctioning bearing in a push-pull control rod and the aircraft crashed, rupturing the overhead fuel tanks, which then exploded and poured burning fuel over the crew. Oxley was dragged out of the aircraft by Mick Swain, but not before both men received serious burns. This accident effectively ended Oxley's flying career. Within the week, Army HQ advised that I was to fill the now vacant posting to the US, and Helen and I prepared for an expected and exciting 22-month foreign tour. Apart from my brief tour of duty in New Guinea, neither Helen nor I had been overseas. In the era of my assignment, duty travel to Europe or the Americas for families was by sea, on the basis that air travel was relatively expensive and not considered suited for dependents. Consequently, on the 26th of June 1962, Helen, Meg and I, including a modest but eclectic collection of bags, embarked on the SS Oriana as first-class passengers for the 22 days voyage to San Francisco via Auckland, Suva, Hawaii and Vancouver. By any standard, the Oriana was a luxury liner, and at that time flagship of the P&O line, carrying a mixture of first and second class passengers at a cruise speed of 28 knots. Black tie or mess kit, as appropriate, was de rigueur for dinner consumed in aristocratic style, while little Meg was kept safe by one of the kindergarten night staff. Pretty heady stuff for an ex-Port Sea primary school battler. Professionally, the tour was an experience of a lifetime. Helicopter technology was in full strides, spurred on by the belief that future wars would be won through battlefield mobility over enemy-entrenched ground. Already, Vietnam was becoming a focal point for the US Hawks in the military, and the money was pouring in for rotary wing aerodynamic research and development. Whereas Australia had a total of some 20 helicopters, in its combined Army and Navy fleets, US forces numbered their helicopter inventory in the thousands, with a combined production of over 1,000 helicopters each month by the three major manufacturers at the time. With the value of the helicopter as a casualty evacuation tool proven in the early Korean conflict, the US Army was now extending its role in reconnaissance, cargo, weapons platform and troop-carrying operations. The Australian Army received critical and hopefully valuable information from my regular reports, detailing the tactics and performance of aviation units and courses with whom I was attached or enrolled. I qualified on courses dealing with methods of instruction, medium and heavy cargo type endorsement, advanced instrument flight techniques, aerial gunnery, and factory, production test flight skills. I attended training facilities in Texas and Alabama and was attached to U.S. Army combat units at Fort Benning, Georgia. As a family, we were well cared for by the U.S. Army system on base family housing at both Camp Walters and Fort Rucker, and to a standard far in excess of what was provided in Australia. The first assignment was at Camp Walters, later upgraded to Fort Walters, located about 60 kilometres north of Fort Worth and close to the small Texas town of Mineral Wells. We were allocated a standard student status house on post and settled in for the initial 2-month familiarisation tour. It was July when we arrived, the height of an incredibly hot and humid summer, and one that Helen and I had not prepared for. As usual, Helen coped well and was very supportive during the acclimatisation and rigorous operational and party hours and days that followed. Meg had adapted quickly and was a model child and great company to us both. My course at Walters was an Officer Aviator Q course designed to convert fixed-wing pilots without helicopter experience to qualified rotary-wing pilots. Due to a breakdown in communication between the Australian and US Army training groups, the training organisation was unaware that I was a comparatively experienced helicopter pilot with almost 800 hours of helicopter time under my belt when I had joined the class. Consequently, my civilian instructor, Mr. Woodruff, and I had a most enjoyable time putting the training Hiller 12 through its paces during the entire course. My grades were superb and independent check rides without parallel. We both kept our little secret from the rest of the 80-odd student instructor group, and Woodruff would daily challenge his students against all comers to be assessed by an independent instructor and never lost a bet. He worked the system well, and I believe was in credit of $500, which he shared with me at the end of the course. Our only concern was that my previous flying records would turn up at the flight line of Woodruff's future, and probably mine, at the hands of his fellow instructors would certainly have been a risk. The only really alarming incident of the tour occurred when I was engaged in a solo tactical low-flying sequence over the barren Texas prairies in a training area that had been designated free from power line obstructions. At a speed of more than 100 kilometres per hour and just several metres above the ground, dodging between stunted mesquite and cactus, I was suddenly confronted with a very real and substantial power line a metre or so above eye level. It was one of those times in my life that requires an immediate life-saving decision between one or two alternatives. The wire and I had a very fast closing speed and would have been no more than 20 metres away when I identified it. I could have climbed the helicopter, but ran the risk of fouling the skids as I passed over the wire. Or I could dip under it and could run the risk of hitting the ground or experience a tail rotor strike as I angled the nose down. I chose the latter and felt a distinct bump and a change of attitude as I went under the line, but no major strike indication. I landed and shut down the helicopter in order to check for damage. As I clambered into the engine deck, I found circular scratch marks on the upper surface of one main rotor blade. Apparently, as the higher rear-rotating main rotor blade passed under the cable, the top face of the blade and the blade tip was hit, causing the nose to pitch up and the tail to pass unscathed as it dropped down and passed underneath. I cautiously flew the helicopter back to base, where it was checked out and, after replacing the tip cap of the affected blade, returned to surface okay. The next day at the morning parade, a Mexican officer on my course formally presented me with the damaged blade tip in a ceremony akin to a successful bullfighter accepting the bull's ears. The light relief was appreciated then, but it was certainly no fun at the time. I still have the tips with the presentation card attached as a memento of this very nasty surprise. After the somewhat relaxed Q course at Walters, we packed our newly acquired 1958 Chevrolet station wagon, hooked up to a U-Haul trailer, and set off to Fort Rucker, Alabama, 1,000 miles away, that was to be our permanent home for the next 18 months. Rucker was to prove a much more attractive assignment for us, with magnificent housing and facilities, though with quite demanding operational challenges awaiting me in the helicopter field. I flew in excess of 700 flight hours in various forms of flight disciplines, involving a wide range of helicopter types during the Rucker assignment. My first course was a qualification course into the rudimentary cargo helicopters in the form of a Sikorsky H-19 single-piston engine helicopter known as the Chickasaw. The H-19 was relatively large, with seating for 9 troops, but invariably carried far less due to the underperforming 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney piston engine. Nevertheless, it was a good training aircraft to initiate pilots into relatively large helicopters, and I quickly developed skills that would stand me in good stead during the 120 hours I flew in the aircraft. The Chickasaw was a quantum leap from the very basic Bell 47 and was the forerunner of a number of more complex and demanding larger helicopters on which I was to qualify. Once I had graduated from the medium H-19, I could qualify on other comparable sized types by completing a dual training period of 15 flight hours and a 5 days ground engineering course to understand the systems and design features of the specific model. The US Army was very professional and thorough with respect to flight training standards, certainly during the times I was involved. My next move was to develop experience on the much larger, more powerful Sikorsky H-34 Choctaw, which by virtue of its 1,525 horsepower Wright Cyclone radial engine could lift 15 troops or 2 tons of external cargo. The H-34 was a frontline helicopter and at that time saw a lot of combat with the French in Algeria and the US in Vietnam. After my initial qualification, I flew the H-34 regularly during my later attachment with the 2 Division at Fort Benning. Sikorsky's H-34 Choctaw was a big brute of a helicopter, technically certified to a maximum of all-up weight of 16,000 pounds, that's 6,350 kilos, though frequently called to perform significantly beyond the limit during contingency circumstances. The single 1525 horsepower Wright radial engine, an improved version of the Doughty World War II era DC-3 power plant, was certainly reliable and arguably the largest piston engine ever installed in operational Western-designed helicopters. Having said that, the engine could be capricious during starting if overprimed in cold temperatures, and disconcerting engine fires were then not unusual. Though of short duration, if handled properly, a fuel fire under the cowling was a spectacular and unnerving sight during night or pre-dawn operations. A Choctaw captain relied heavily on his crew chief during the starting cycle, and it was always reassuring to see his nervous apprehension and furtive glances at the cockpit as the moment for starter engagement approached. A good start was identified by several wheezy turns of the big radial, a cough and a belch of smoke, then a deep, reassuring rumble until the rotors were engaged. Another idiosyncrasy of this helicopter was a 110-octane gasoline-fed cabin heater installed in the main cabin, a source of much alarm to passengers isolated from the flight crew who sat above them on the flight deck. The heater was a very basic design, being little more than a fan-installed drum into which was pumped a mix of outside air and gasoline from the fuel tank. A relatively crude electrical arcing system was supposed to automatically ignite the fuel air mix when it entered the drum, and an internal fan would, or should, then blow heated air into the cabin. Unfortunately, ignition was sometimes less than timely, and a delay of even a few seconds could result in a fiery explosion of combusting gas roaring out of the heater. While the effects were normally short-lived and harmless enough, they were certainly frightening for troops already under tension from a forthcoming airborne exercise. Most experienced passengers would delay boarding in cold weather until the heater had been initiated and proven to be operating normally. Notwithstanding these occasional eccentric characteristics, the Choctaw was a tough and reliable helicopter with a forgiving nature, even in a power-off auto-rotation. This was just as well, as 16,000 pounds non-aerodynamic objects suddenly entering free fall after engine failure required both great trust from the passengers and skill from the flight deck. It was the H-34 that I almost literally lost a passenger. Fortunately, an experience never repeated. I was flying a ferry mission on 9th of May 1963, returning a Sikorsky H-34 cargo helicopter from Fort Riley, Kansas to Fort Benning, Georgia, a 3-day journey. As mentioned, the H-34 was a large single-engine cargo troop carrier and normally flew with a crew chief in the main hold and 2 pilots in the cockpit forward and above the main deck. Communication between the crew chief and pilots was by intercom, since, fortunately in this case, there was no access between the main cabin and the flight deck. On the 3rd leg of this particular day, we had been flying for almost 2 hours, and it was extremely hot and somewhat boring. Without warning, my co-pilot, a Lieutenant Ott, who was also an approved flight instructor, decided to test my reaction skills and rolled off the throttle and yelled, "Practice forced landing." I immediately entered into the spirit of this little test of skill and rolled the helicopter on its side to position into wind for an auto-rotation into a cleared field we had just flown over. Unfortunately, the crew chief below, a specialist Lee according to my logbook, had the main cargo door open for ventilation and had stretched himself out on the adjacent sideways-facing troop seats for a nap. As I dumped the helicopter into auto-rotation and banked it on its side, he fell off his makeshift bed and rolled towards the open doorway. Fortunately, the level of his obscenities overrode the not insignificant helicopter transmission noise, and we immediately realised the cause and levelled the helicopter. We continued the flight as long as possible to give Lee time to recover his equanimity, as I firmly believed he would have killed us both had we landed earlier. In April 1963, my H-34 section was attached to a Ranger training battalion in Florida supporting a team of commandos working in the Everglades National Park. One small party of troopers were 3 days overdue and out of contact, and I was scheduled to fly a search and recovery flight over the swamp training area. The 8-man patrol was duly located and winched aboard from a very thick and smelly reed swamp and flown back to their camp. The patrol leader, a particularly dirty and exhausted captain, poked his head in the cockpit for a word of thanks, and I recognised the accent as a typical Queensland. He introduced himself as Ian McLean, a Duntroon graduate of 1953, on a commando training assignment with the US Army and the only other Australian engaged on the job training in the US at the time. A chance encounter indeed. We drank a beer or 3 that night, after he had cleaned up, and we, wives included, became very good friends during our respective assignments in the US and later on our return to Australia. After 6 months of field flying in the H-19 and H-34, I was sent on a Method of Instruction, MOI, course that qualified me for instructional duties on ab initio and advanced helicopter training. This was a 6 weeks course conducted at Fort Rucker using the old reliable Bell 47, where retired seasoned military veterans would each work with 2 experienced helicopter pilots to teach instructing skills necessary to train and convert inexperienced student pilots into rotary wing operational pilots. Helicopter instructing was exacting work relative to airplane instructing, primarily due to the fact that the margin available for the instructor to recover from the helicopter from a dangerous situation was far less than available in a small trainer fixed wing. Teaching a student to make accurate control judgments regarding rotor RPM settings and auto-rotation skills and working within the restricting power envelope was an extremely stressful time for the student and instructor alike, and the success rate for qualifying through a course was rarely more than 65%. Taking over controls from a student too early limited learning. Taking over too late invariably invited disaster. After the MOI course, I attended a qualifying course on the Bell UH-1 Iroquois, known as the Huey helicopter of Vietnam fame, that entailed mastering theory subjects on the basic jet engine and flying 15 hours of dual instruction. The Huey had just entered service and with its 1100 horsepower turbojet engine and high power to weight ratio quickly became a state-of-art success. It was the best helicopter ever flew, and though powered by just a single engine, was a very reliable and stable platform for a myriad of tasks. It excelled at passenger carrying, external loads, winch rescue, gunnery, medical evacuation, in fact, any role that required high power and the ability to fly vertically into and out of extremely limiting drop zones. I flew over 300 hours during my time at Rucker with the 2 Aviation Battalion and the Bell Production Plant. In later life, well after I departed from the military, I continued to fly civil variants of this helicopter extensively during my career within the resources industry. My last formal course was to complete an instrument training course to qualify me as captain flying suitably equipped helicopters in cloud or under instrument flight conditions, IFR as it's known. This course used a Huey helicopter as the training aircraft, specially equipped with advanced flight instrumentation and a 150-gallon ferry tank for additional fuel installed in the main cabin. It was the first formal course of this nature conducted by the military. Previously, pilots who already had significant fixed-wing instrument experience had only flown under IFR on a special needs arrangement. Following this initial evaluation course, attended by Federal Aviation Agency represented and well-qualified US Army and Air Force pilots, further instrument courses were programmed for routine and ongoing training. The course I attended lasted 9 weeks, from late July to the end of September 1963, and involved extensive ground school, ground simulator, the dreaded Link, and 95 hours of actual flying. The final instrument qualification test was done over 3 days and involved a cross-country flight from Rucker to Daytona Beach, Miami, Pensacola, and back to Rucker. The instructor sat in the left side seat with 2 students alternating between the right-hand pilot seat and the flight deck jump seat behind and between the 2. During the 18 months of courses and on-the-job training, my flying experience were not without occasional irregular and frightening event. On 26th of February 1963, during my attachment with 2 Division, in company with Lieutenant Brackett, we were involved in flying internal freight on a task relocating a regimental headquarters from one field location to another. The published US Army incident report covers the event comprehensively. CH-34A cargo compartment and flight deck filled with smoke during flight. Forced landing accomplished with no damage. Cargo consisted of metal frames, sundry camp stoves and 24-volt batteries. Smoke and fire resulted when one of the frames moved across battery terminals. We landed the helicopter in a forest clearing and unloaded the burning cargo in record time. A lesson learned about transporting 12 or 24-volt live batteries. On another occasion, I was flying as captain in a UH-1 Huey on a flight from Dobbins Air Force Base back to Fort Benning after gunnery practice on the air-to-ground live firing range used primarily by the giant B-47s, kept on permanent readiness by the USAF Strategic Air Command. I agreed to take 6 B-47 crew members and drop them off at Atlanta en route to Benning. My co-pilot was a fellow 2 Aviation Battalion pilot, but, though experienced on the Huey, had little experience in formal instrument flying or procedures under IFR. We flew in poor weather and cloud, and about 15 minutes from Atlanta suffered a major electrical failure that closed down all our primary flight instruments and radio equipment. We were left with a small standby artificial horizon indicator and a compass, although all primary engine instruments and the altimeter, IVSI, continued to function. Unfortunately, the emergency flight instruments that remained functioning were on the co-pilot side, so I had to manage the flight using a diagonally located screen for altitude and heading information. While it had been dark inside the helicopter before the failure, it became even more so as all console lights and cabin illumination disappeared. I found I had the undivided interest of my highly professional US Air Force B-47 pilot passengers as they peered in total silence from the rear cabin barrier, all used to 4 engines, a flight director and autopilot system, radar and flight aid luxuries unknown to us helicopter pilots. Fortunately, the flight remained under control, and after requesting a ground control approach by the FAA radar system, we landed in heavy rain but without incident at Atlanta International Airport. I don't think we made too many converts for helicopters generally, single-engine types specifically from the Air Force team that had hitched a ride with us that night. On the domestic side, and apart from a very early brief attack of homesickness suffered by Helen, we had an absorbing and totally enjoyable 18 months in the States. In those days, there was an immense gulf between US and Australian social customs, living conditions, and material expectations, And both Helen and I matured tremendously from our experiences in the US generally, and the Deep South in particular. Reflecting on our tour of duty, many memories of friendship come to mind, though few that would be of general interest for inclusion in this biography. However, there were two incidents that would probably be of interest to comment on at this point. Up to and during the early 60s, North America was a racially divided nation, with discrimination being a cultural norm in the old southern states, including, of course, Alabama. Coloured and white citizens referred to as such, and local government, private and community institutions followed a strict segregation policy. This was ingrained in all aspects of daily life, including such areas as public facilities, accommodation, restaurant seating, public transport, sporting events, etc. The military, being a federal instrumentality, was radically integrated within the military perimeters, but reverted to a racial divide once outside this boundary. This, of course, led to many problems in the aviation field when crews, both white and black, were in transit between bases, particularly whilst on duty. On many occasions, as a crew member with a detachment of single or multiple transit aircraft, all personnel would spend the night in a Southern Airport passenger lounge as a gesture to any coloured crew member who might be assigned with us, and who would invariably be refused access to motel or similar civil transit white accommodation. As luck would have it, the rising resentment by blacks and many whites came to a head during our stay in the South, and the federal military were directed to assist Federal Marshal FBI personnel in maintaining law and order on racial issues. On two occasions, I found myself in the strange situation of being a foreign officer engaged in USA riot duties in Mississippi, Ole Miss University to be precise, flying helicopter loads of military police one way and injured combatants the other. However, my real appreciation at the seriousness of the situation was when the Governor of Alabama, Governor Wallace, later paralysed by an assassin's bullet, threatened to defy any federal order to mobilise the Alabama National Guard to augment Alabama police in their efforts to maintain law and order and otherwise block US Department of Justice laws relating to desegregation between white and black citizens. As the showdown approached, flashpoint between the real possibility of ordering US regular troops into Alabama cities and towns for an anti-riot duty, the 2nd Aviation Battalion was placed on high alert, and my unit Sikorsky H-34 heavy helicopters had large gas dispensers installed in the cabin. The mission was to fly at low level over designated areas to spray a raw gas that would mix with the surrounding air by the effects of the rotor and drift onto ground personnel below. An onboard team of 3 Chemical Corps troops was to activate the dispenser as operationally required. All crew members, 2 pilots, crew chief, and gas dispensing crew, wore tight-fitting gas masks that presented enormous problems for the crew generally, pilots particularly, when attempting to communicate with each other by voice or by radio transmissions. I was an H-34 captain at the time and was engaged in an actual spray run over a guinea pig 2nd Division Battalion of exposed troops to test the effectiveness of our unit deployment. The troops were not permitted to don gas masks until the spray run commenced, since this was a test for them as well as the equipment. The gas, a new gas type called C5, was developed as a virulent anti-personnel weapon that caused nausea, diarrhea and scalding eye effects simultaneously. It was intended to release this as crowd dispersant technique over large Alabama cities during threatened mass demonstrations and riots. I couldn't help feeling at the time that Australia was innocenti in a violent world, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As it turned out, Wallace ultimately backed away, and Alabama very reluctantly paid grudging lip service to the new federal integration laws. However, it would be many years before any real progress in white coloured integration laws, including local voting rights, became evident. In the region of Alabama where we were based, including the cities of Birmingham, Enterprise and Montgomery, the influence of the Ku Klux Klan, who enjoyed obvious support from the predominantly lower-level white population, was very evident. The second event of great interest during our tour related to the so-called Cuban crisis, which occurred when the US confronted the then USSR on the matter of the Cuban-based Soviet nuclear missiles having an operational radius of action encompassing east coast of the US, including Washington and New York. Much later, in 2001, Hollywood produced a dramatised film version of the subject, The 13 Days, and I would have to say it realistically captured the fear and hysteria of the time exceptionally well. At the time, May 1963, there was little warning of the impending showdown between the United States and Russia, as the press had been denied information indicating that Russia had moved nuclear missiles by sea to Cuba. The first indication I had of serious trouble was when Helen and I visited the unit flight area on a quiet Sunday, intending to practice memory item cockpit checks with Helen monitoring my calls. This was not unusual, as Sundays were generally free of flying and the tarmac area was normally deserted apart from isolated maintenance activities. As we departed, our car moved onto the ramp area. A soldier in full combat kit moved from behind a building with a rifle pointed at me, ordered me to put my hands up. A second soldier came from behind and searched me for my ID, which was always carried, and after some nervous exchanges on both sides, I was ordered to depart the area which had just been designated secure and advised to report to my OC back in Fort Benning. I dropped Helen off home and made my way to the unit headquarters and found that we had all been mobilised. In the frenzy of the mobilisation to readiness status, it was forgotten that I was an alien, foreigner attached status, and was given orders to prepare my section of H-34 helicopters for immediate ferry and standby to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. That night, the news broke publicly that the US had identified Russian missiles in Cuba and that a fleet of Russian ships with troops and additional weapons was streaming for Cuba. President Kennedy ordered a national emergency and placed US forces on full alert. The president went to air advising the American people that he had ordered all foreign vessels sailing to Cuba to be stopped and searched by the US Navy, and if found to be carrying offensive weapons, they would be confiscated. Any vessel refusing to stop when ordered would be engaged. Russia's President Nikita Khrushchev responded by saying that no foreign power would be permitted to stop or board a Russian vessel on the open seas, and that he had ordered the fleet to continue on their operational journey. The fleet was due to reach the interception point less than 40 hours from the news flash. It was a time of high drama, particularly as I wasn't sure what my official status was regarding combat duty with the US Army. Neither did my CO, but as part of his manning establishment, he needed my participation to get all his troop-carrying H-34s to Elgin Air Force Base so he wasn't making inquiries. Helen and Meg stayed in Rucker and I headed off to Fort Benning for mobilisation. The US population reacted in various ways, but it was generally calm enough, though very concerned for the future. There was panic buying of foodstuffs, and community efforts were initiated to dig public shelters, and evacuation areas were gazetted. On my flight to Eglin, I flew over mile after mile of military convoys that had been on the road for days from all over the United States. I recall there were over 10 regular and National Guard divisions on the move involving more than 100,000 line and support troops with equipment. On arrival at Eglin, there was a message from the Australian Embassy for me, and I was ordered to return to Benning and be reassigned to a ranger training camp in the Georgian mountains. Getting Helen and Meg out of the country at the time was out of the question, but the embassy wanted the family brought to Washington. Helen wanted to remain with friends at Rucker, arguing sensibly that Washington DC would be the last place to go if war was declared. As it eventuated, Khrushchev backed down at the last moment, and after a period of several very tense weeks, life in the States slowly returned to normal. Although not being involved directly, my tour coincided with the rise of US involvement in Vietnam, later to develop into the war that ultimately divided American political and social conscience. Although it was common knowledge that military advisors, both from the USA and Australia, had been assigned to assist in the training of the military of democratically elected Roman Catholic Jean-Baptiste Nodin Diem in the early 60s, and the USLA's commitment was not at that stage a significant cause for national concern. There was never a public understanding that regular US troops would engage communist insurgent Viet Cong, who at that time were considered little more than irregular communist terrorists receiving ideological support from North Vietnam. On reflection, I suppose we should have questioned the recent rapid development of the helicopter gunship as a battlefield weapon. particularly as the emphasis was always placed on tropical conditions and jungle terrain rather than a European cold weather environment. It wasn't until I was specifically excluded from attending a restricted and highly sensitive security briefing to my regiment, then 17 Sky Cavalry, later to gain fame as the 17 Air Cavalry Regiment, on military training on Vietnam, I realised that some major change in US foreign relations had occurred. Although under pain of court-martial, some of my brother officers later told me that the briefing was held to alert US officers of an imminent change in combat readiness and advising them of a forthcoming war condition that was not to be communicated to the press, families, or friendly allies. It was then that I realised that whilst the US and Australia were good friends, there were limits to what allies could be entrusted to know. I passed this information to the Australian military attaché in Washington, D.C., even though I was sure that they were fully aware of the situation. During my tour, most of it at Fort Rucker, I was fortunate to be able to also enjoy quite a lot of social flying. The Allied liaison officer, a young aviator captain by the name of Arnie Pleasant, could sign out an aircraft for voluntary weekend flying on the basis of his ground assignment and his need to maintain a minimum number of hours per week to continue to claim flight pay allowance. Arnie and his wife were neighbours and good friends, and he and I would frequently schedule a flight to visit parts of the US not strictly on my assignment. Mexico was a classic example, and we would head off to Nuevo Laredo via New Orleans on the celebrated Bacardi rum run where, by virtue of my quasi-diplomatic official passport, I could bring what alcohol I could carry into the US duty-free. This pleasant though potent rum cost approximately $4 per gallon and formed the basis of many memorable daiquiri parties back in the marriage patch. 4 pilots and 8 one-gallon wicker-bound jars of rum were about the limit for a fully fueled US Army Beaver on the 6-hour sector New Orleans-Laredo. Other flights we would undertake were to New York and the New England region, the Lobster Run. It was during the New York flights that I first visited Times Square and bar-hopped with Arnie to listen to such legends as Woody Herman, Gene Krupa and Satchmo. By today's standards, Times Square, and indeed New Orleans, offered relatively innocent fun. No open drug or XX-rated porn parlours in those days, and I feel fortunate indeed to have participated in the action during the truly memorable halcyon days. 3 weeks before our tour formally came to an end, my mother came over from Australia and spent time with us at Fort Rucker. I had built up about 6 weeks of leave, and we used this after the tour of duty for a road journey from Rucker to Los Angeles via Mexico. The journey through Mexico down to Acapulco was a great experience, though unfortunately Meg was too young to remember much about it. Our ever-reliable 58 Chevrolet met the 9,000-kilometre challenge with aplomb and confirmed me to the superiority of Detroit manufacturing skills of that era. We sailed from Los Angeles on the SS Orcades in late November, arriving back to Australia just in time for a family Christmas 1963. We departed Australia in early 1962, a family of 3, and returned in December 1963, family of 3 3/4. As with her earlier pregnancy, Helen was in very good health and handled intensive travelling during the latter stages without problem. We returned to Amberley RAF base and after a short period in privately rented home, settled into an Army-provided quarter off base. I was appointed senior flying instructor responsible for helicopter conversion training at the training school and, with able assistance from instructors Lieutenants Jim Campbell and Bevan Smith, provided operational conversion courses for pilots newly qualified in fixed-wing aircraft arriving from RAF Point Cook. On the 28th of February 1964, I was away on assignment in Canberra when Ross Child and Number 2, Cameron Chisholm, arrived at Ipswich General Hospital. At the time, I was demonstrating the bell to an assorted group of defence personnel and received news of Cameron's successful arrival via RAF tower frequency, closely followed by a chorus of congratulations from a gaggle of military and civil aircraft in the circuit at the time. The Army showed a rare touch of compassion, and the show and tell session with the Bell was concluded, and I was allowed to return to Amberley, flying the Canberra-Amberley journey in something of a record at that time in 9 hours. Helen was well. Cameron was well. I had a mother-in-law running the house, and all was right in the world. It was meeting a charity request soon after the high-profile but ill-judged altitude flight that once again brought more unwelcome publicity. The unit had been requested to send a helicopter to the Brisbane suburb of Redcliffe to fly a very brief demonstration flight over a lake in front of a large gathering of children, victims of polio. A long rod was attached to and extended horizontally from the front of the helicopter, on which was attached a very heavy line with a large wire hook leading back into the cockpit. The hook was released and deployed when the helicopter appeared on location and hovered over the water. Prior to the helicopter arrival, a large colourful inflatable plastic fish was put into the water with a large ring through its head. The idea was that the helicopter would hover along, hook the fish that had its tail weighted, then rise triumphantly in front of the impressed spectators. Not content with this amazing fish act, someone then decided it would be a good idea to paint the bubble helicopter with a face to provide more impact. Then someone decided to pin the doors open and have them painted as ears. The presentation then captured the mood, if not common sense, of the moment, and so it developed. Someone suggested a plywood bow tied fixed to the lower front bubble, boots to be painted on the floats, and to complete the effect, a large 8-foot diameter plywood boater hat could be mounted on the bubble roof. This latter innovation proved to be a very bad idea. The later Court of Inquiry failed to determine any one individual who took credit for the unauthorised modifications and attachments to this aircraft. I was assigned to do the flight, and with a Private Anderson for company and without fanfare, we took off from Amberley in A1-566 on sunny afternoon of Sunday, the 21st of March, 1964, routing over Ipswich en route to Redcliffe. About 15 minutes into flight at 1,500 feet, and over the centre of Ipswich, there was a very loud and frightening crack, and the entire top section of the boater hat disappeared at the same time the tail rotor controls kicked, then locked up. To stop the helicopter from turning around its axis, I entered auto rotation, called a mayday, and selected the only available forced landing area, the main Ipswich cricket oval, complete with cricketers. I have many memories of that auto rotation. I attempted to explain to Anderson that all would be well. I was lying. I attempted to explain to air traffic control what my problem was. I needed much more time than was available to do that justice. And I attempted to find a solution to perform an auto-rotative running landing in calm wind conditions with a helicopter equipped with rubber floats. But my greatest concern was to determine how I was to warn the cricketers below that I was going to arrive, uncontrolled, among them. As it turned out, the bowler solved the problem. He was the first of the players to see the helicopter as he commenced his run and immediately veered off in a 70 degrees direction, still running hard. The rest of the field looked up and saw this huge face about 300 feet above heading towards the field, and, to a man, they followed the bowler. To my surprise, I touched down fairly slowly and gently and skidded to a halt adjacent to and within grasping distance of the bowler's end wicket. Anderson and I then suffered the humiliating experience of having what appeared to be every Ipswich child and quite a few adults descend on the oval to look at the Army's new secret weapon, complete with grinning face and a shattered motor around the tail rotor system. Again, and with a degree of anger impressive even by RAF standards, a blistering rocket par excellence came hurtling through the system, directed at the Little Army Orphan Maintenance Group for the unlawful completion of aircraft modifications. Miraculously and unfairly, the aircraft captain escaped relatively lightly. I should mention at this point that the RAF had the Army Aviation unit within their organisation by sufferance only. Army control of tactical battlefield aviation in direct support of their field units had been fiercely resisted by the RAF, even though the RAF itself was created from the Army Air Corps following World War I. To the RAF, the formation of Army Aviation was a threat to their exclusive domain, and it was only by direct cabinet intervention in the late 50s that the concept of Army personnel flying Army aircraft in unrestricted combat conditions could be considered by the Joint Services hierarchy. The RAF were ultimately forced to yield ground on the issue, but in the early years were still empowered with the command, training standards and ultimate responsibility of aviation safety and flying techniques. Due to the ongoing RAAF dislike for Army involvement in operations, they considered as their prerogative. They grasped any opportunity to publicly highlight Army inexperience or transgressions with great enthusiasm. For the next 6 months, most of my flying tasks were associated with training new pilots and meeting the occasional operational detachment of civil aid requests. It was during this period that I encountered my first and only attack of in-flight incapacitation. Sometime in May 1964, my logbook shows no details of this particular flight, which lasted less than 5 minutes. I fielded a request to take an observer to the bridge behind the airfield that was normally used by the base personnel to travel between Amberley and Ipswich. It had been a time of heavy rains and local flooding, and the base required updated information on the status of the bridge that had possibly been affected. As it was lunchtime, I ordered sandwiches from the nearby OR mess and commenced a pre-flight of the duty helicopter. The sandwiches arrived about the same time as the photographer/observer, and we ambled out to the helicopter while I ate the food. I briefed the passenger, went through the basic pre-flight checks, and hovered out for takeoff. As I received the tower clearance, I remember experiencing unpleasant salivating effects and slight nausea, very similar to the onset of motion sickness. I performed the takeoff, banked left and set course for the bridge area. As I passed the airfield boundary, the feeling of nausea accompanied by stomach cramps became severe, and I banked the helicopter for a return landing. As I crossed the boundary inbound, I became violently ill, much to the concern of my passenger apparently, but managed to transmit a PAN, emergency alert, and then performed a somewhat uncontrolled landing onto cleared ground just inside the airfield boundary. After landing, I apparently rolled out of the cockpit without shutting down the aircraft and became unconscious. My next recollection was waking up in hospital recovering from a very severe case of food poisoning, later found to have originated from the butter on the sandwich that had been consumed just prior to the flight. Total elapsed time from the consumption to unconsciousness would have been less than 15 minutes. Had I been flying a fixed-wing aircraft involving a relatively longer delay in making return landing, I'm quite sure I would have been unconscious in the air. In my later career as an offshore oil industry pilot manager, I passed on this experience to pilots under my control and prohibited rig food to be consumed during offshore flights unless 2 pilot crew was on board and different meals eaten. Another major occurrence during 1964 was on November 15, when in helicopter Bell 47G2A A1-660, I was assigned to perform a demonstration at an air show held at Toowoomba Airfield. It was to be a large event with a full program of civil and military aircraft participation. My display was to follow an Army Cessna flown by Lieutenant Charles Miller. It was to thrill the crowd, words of the organiser, with a spectacle of low-level manoeuvres in limited space. I had taken off and was hovering about 3,000 feet above the show, ready to launch into my sequence as soon as Charlie had completed his event. Charlie burst onto the scene with a very low level from behind a hedge north of the airfield boundary and completed a pass in front of the crowd, heading into wind and down past another hedge, marking the southern boundary. I was observing all this with the disinterested air of a helicopter pilot watching a fixed-wing pilot trying to excite a crowd through the fairly modest antics of a military Cessna. I saw Charlie do a pull-up and perform a variation of an Immelman stall turn that went terribly wrong as his wing dropped and he made a vertical dive in the descent in preparation for his second fast, slow downward pass. The nose of his aircraft was slow to rise as he commenced the reverse run, and I saw the shadow of the Cessna move closer and closer to the aircraft until finally the two merged and the Cessna impacted the ground at a very high speed. The nose dug into the ground and the aircraft flipped onto its back, continuing to skid backwards along the ground until arrested by a boggy plough field. The aircraft caught fire and smoke and flame enveloped the engine bay and cockpit area. I put my helicopter into a maximum rate autorative descent and landed upwind of the crash. There was no sign of Charlie through the smoke and flame, so I grabbed my fairly modest cockpit fire extinguisher and ran to the wreck. I knew the crashed aircraft carried almost a full tank of high-octane aviation gasoline that was clearly leaking, and I was therefore very concerned, petrified actually, that this would explode at any moment. I threw the extinguisher to one of two farmers that had arrived on the scene and asked them to start spraying me. I crawled into the cockpit, unhooked an unconscious and very bloodied Charlie, and dragged him away from the burning wreck. Charlie was critically disabled from a broken back, an injury certainly not helped by my rough handling. I was later awarded the Queen's Commendation for Valour in the air for this incident. Life proceeded very pleasantly at Amberley, and 1965 arrived with initially no great change to our family lifestyle. In between various courses to prepare me for my promotion to Major, instructional flying duties and operational attachments did little to hinder our close family life. I don't recall that either Helen or I gave much thought about our future, except that life in the Army would follow a predetermined, albeit slow progress through the junior ranks, and I would remain associated with the military aviation. We owned few material assets except for a car, a small 50cc motor scooter, and some basic furniture. We had a very small emergency savings account and couldn't afford a family holiday except to visit parents where accommodation was available at no cost. Nevertheless, we were quite content with our lot and, as far as I recall, had no interest in changing our existing way of life. Then a number of events occurred that were to make very critical changes in our life. As has happened many times previously, it seems major events occur in series with each complementing the other, though without any single action being responsible for the ultimate conclusion. Sometime in mid-1965, I was called before my Corps director, who informed me that the Transportation Corps believed I had spent enough time in aviation and was to return to Service Corps and get on with my career. Effectively, that meant no more flying and the end of the only thing I really managed to do well in the Army. At this time, there were no Specialist Army Aviation Corps, and all aviators still owed allegiance to their original corps posting, though in most cases they were allowed to remain in the field of aviation if they so desired. As I had little or no real understanding of the supply and transportation side of the Army, certainly no interest in it, this decision threw my current career expectations into upheaval. The Corps Director explained that my career had already been mapped out. This would follow a tour with a citizen military force unit as the regular Army representative, then attendance to the Military Staff College at Queenscliff, and finally an immediate period of time at Army Headquarters in Canberra for staff duties. I was shattered. Within weeks of this meeting, an advertisement appeared in the Queensland Courier Mail advising that the Australian Department of Civil Aviation, DCA, was seeking applications for a position of Airways Surveyor, Helicopter, to be based in their head office in Melbourne. I clearly remember lying in bed at Ipswich reading the Sunday paper in which this advertisement appeared and the growing excitement it generated. I realised that it now sounds quite bizarre, but at that very moment I knew that there was going to be a very major change in our family situation. I tried to explain this to Helen, but I suspect she didn't share my strong convictions. I replied to the advertisement, received an acknowledgement and job description in reply, and promptly applied. Since a commissioned officer had signed for the duration of his active working life, one did not just resign from the Army in those days. Any such attempt would normally be refused unless accompanied with evidence of compassionate or possibly religious political backgrounds. I was well aware of this and, even knowing that resignation on the grounds of dissatisfaction of my military career path would be highly unlikely, I nevertheless went ahead and applied for the Department of Civil Aviation, DCA, position. Within a short time I was invited to appear before a visiting DCA selection board at Brisbane Airport. Though I thought I did well in the various meetings, nothing further was heard in the weeks following the completion of the written examination, interview and surprisingly extensive psychology testing. In August 1965, the Australian government committed ground troops to the support of the US in Vietnam, and it was announced that a field force including a small Army fixed and rotary wing aviation reconnaissance unit would move overseas. I remember being profoundly disappointed at the time when my fixed-wing flight training compatriot, Paul Lipscomb, was appointed unit commander of the Aviation group, and I felt that this was a slight on my helicopter expertise. As it became clear later on, it was nothing of the sort, but merely the plans of the Director of the Service Corps rolling inexorably along as earlier announced. 2 days after this major announcement of the Army's Vietnam involvement, that everyone expected to last no more than 6 months, I received a call from DCA advising me that they wished to employ me as the airways surveyor helicopters at a salary of some 50% more than what I was currently being paid. The next day, 1st of September 1965, some 6 days before my 30th birthday, I submitted my resignation to an incredulous and I must say hostile CO who advised that while he had no other option than to forward my resignation through the proper channels, he had no intention of endorsing my request. There was no immediate formal response from military headquarters. A month later, a posting order arrived from Army HQ, promoting me to Major and appointing me as Officer Commanding One Air Dispatch Company, CMF, based at Marrickville, Sydney. Other than a brief acknowledgement from the DCA advising of my successful application and their intention of seeking Department of Army cooperation in transferring me to their organisation, I had received no further information to any employment change of prospects. I flew my last flight in a military aircraft as an Army pilot on the 1st of October 1965 in helicopter Bell 47G2 A1-563. My family departed Amberley early in November, temporarily moving in with my parents at Haberfield while I commenced house hunting, a very unpleasant and morale-destroying task in the inflated residential market of Sydney at that time. I flew some civil fixed-wing aircraft for flight recency purposes to justify my flight pay allowance, took as much leave as I had owing, and generally familiarised myself with the CMF environment with little enthusiasm. Chapter 5. The Department of Civil Aviation. The long-awaited letter from DCA arrived in February 1966, informing me that an agreement between the Department of Army and DCA had been reached and I was clear to commence duties with the department forthwith. This was later followed by a brief and very impersonal note from the military secretary, accepting my resignation and an order to hand back all my military equipment. I later received a cheque from the Army for some £450, approximately $900, being their calculated account of my 12 years contributed pension funds less some £29 as a 5% handling debit. There was no interest component calculated in the savings that were held over the years. On 1st of March 1966, I reported for work at Henty House, a decrepit Dickinson-type building in Flinders Lane, Melbourne, to commence the combined duties of Airways Surveyor Helicopter and Examiner of Airmen Helicopters for the Flight Standards Section of the Flying Operations Branch Head Office, Department of Civil Aviation. I arrived in Melbourne with our essential possessions in the family car some 7 days before Helen, Meg and Cameron arrived by train. In the interval before their arrival, I had found accommodation in a shared but self-contained house at No. 9 North Road, Brighton. The house was a Victorian mansion with the downstairs area occupied by the elderly owner and her divorced pianist daughter and grandson of comparable age to Megan. We occupied the upstairs areas that had been renovated for 2-bedroom, comfortable self-contained living. The accommodation was excellent, and we became very good friends with the downstairs family landlord. It was not until I arrived at Henty House that I fully understood the duties that I was to perform. At that time, a small but elite department headed by Director General, one Sir Donald Anderson, controlled all civil aviation in Australia. Anderson was a World War II RAAF veteran and had staffed the DCA operational organisation with a very competent, albeit conservative, hand-picked team of ex-RAF officers. As helicopters began to arrive on the civil scene in relatively significant numbers in the early 60s, the experienced fixed-wing specialists found themselves unable to provide the regulatory expertise necessary for this new form of aircraft that they so capably could with aeroplanes. Consequently, the new Helicopters Airways Surveyor position had been created, and I'm convinced that it was my good fortune that there were literally no RAF or ex-RAF pilots with the necessary qualifications and experience to apply for the job. My cross to bear for quite a few months pending a thawing of relationships between me and my venerable ex-RAF compatriot pilots was A. I was from the Army. B. I had not been through World War II. C. I flew helicopters. The latter reservation was a real limitation for me, particularly when dealing with the traditionalists and conservative ex-RAF regulators. As one elderly and highly experienced bomber pilot told me, how can it be safe to fly in anything whose wings go faster than the cockpit? As the title Airways Surveyor and Examiner suggests, the position was a combination of bearing written regulatory standards for helicopters and conducting helicopter licence flight tests on applicant pilots. The former responsibility involved drafting all the necessary air navigation orders, aeronautical information publications, and flying operation instructions necessary to regulate helicopter operations in Australia and Papua New Guinea. At this time, PNG was still a mandated territory under administrative control of the Australian government. The examiner role was to flight test applicants applying for the issue of the various helicopter private, commercial, senior commercial, airline transport and agricultural, crop spraying, licences or endorsements. I was somewhat daunted by this enormous responsibility, but with confidence, possibly brashness, of youth set about making my mark. My ex-RAF peers, older and much wiser, accepted me with mixed feelings. On one hand, I was ex-Army and therefore certainly suspect. On the other hand, with the realisation slowly growing that I had been 10 years old at the ending of World War II, I was clearly familiar with helicopters, and that was a great relief to the department generally and my superiors specifically. I worked in the small but very professional flying operations branch headed by Alan Lum, reporting directly to Griff Hughes for surveyor standards and Laurie Bond for examiner duties. My close fellow worker and later friend was Tony Christie, an ex-Beaufighter pilot who was the DCA specialist in general aviation funnies, such as agricultural, crop dusting, gliding, ballooning, parachuting, and other aerial work activities. Tony became a very appreciated mentor and guided me through the politically sensitive minefield of the various branches of the department and my dealings with powerful lobbyists representing the various Australian aviation associations at the time. On first joining DCA, the helicopter inventory of the country was in the order of 26 helicopters, a significant proportion of which were located in PNG. But by the time I departed some 3.5 years later, this figure had increased to 168. I was already in possession of commercial pilot licence helicopter, CPL number 87, in April 1964. But my position now required me to hold senior commercial airline transport pilot licences. Although I had the required flight experience necessary for the issue of this qualification, I also had to pass 3 subjects in advanced flight planning, navigation and meteorology. I studied at night and successfully passed the 3-hour examinations and was granted Senior Commercial Pilot's Licence, SCPL, number 11, helicopters, and number 1080, aeroplanes, in June 1967. At the time, I was tested on instrument flying skills and was awarded by my command instrument rating, originally limited to fixed-wing aircraft, as at the time I had not written the regulations for the issue of helicopter instrument ratings. These were finally drafted and approved by various successors in DCA, and in 1984 I was one of the first in Australia to receive a command instrument rating helicopters. Just a note, up to the 1970s, Australian pilot licences were issued in the numerical order that the licence were issued by the DCA regions. Although my helicopter SCPL was number 11, I was in fact the second pilot to have been issued this class of licence, as preceding numbers were held in blocks, unissued by the various regional officers. Licence number 1 was given to an airplane captain of the DCA flying unit and Eric Reid who cleverly arranged the licence many years earlier on the basis of having 12 hours helicopter time gained somewhere in England. Post-1970, all data records became computerised and licence numbers changed accordingly, with the personal records of individual pilots linked to a much less romantic identification associated with the computer age. My jealously guarded selection of licence numbers changed from being a street-credible historical reference to an impersonal and all-encompassing number 034420. The holding of a current instrument rating to remain valid, 6 monthly recurrent flight check rides were mandatory, was really the essential hallmark of a professional pilot and prerequisite for commanding an aircraft under instrument flight rules, IFR, in all weather day-night conditions. By today's standards, radio navigation aids and approach landing systems available for aircraft flying in instrument conditions were pretty basic and in many cases lacked the reliability and accuracy that satellite navigation systems can provide. Although instrument landing systems, ILS, distant measuring equipment, DME, and visual omnidirectional range, VOR, were available, they were relatively few and essentially limited to high flight utilisation regions within Australia's eastern seaboard or close proximity to the primary international airports. For less travelled airspace, reliance was on the Audio Direction Finder, ADF, a ground beacon that aircraft radio receivers could lock on and by way of cockpit needle indication direct pilots to the medium wave automatic transmitting station. The problem with this system was its susceptibility to atmospheric conditions and relatively limited range for low-altitude aircraft navigating long route distances over Australia. A more accurate system was a World War II development called Visual Aural Radio Range, VAR, which was based on two intersecting beams transmitted from an automatic VHF ground and displayed in the cockpit. The Australian government purchased 32 of these stations through post-war Lend-Lease and established them across the country. Although somewhat confusing and prone to causing pilot disorientation because of its complementary visual and audio indicating systems, this system was the forerunner of the much more accurate and user-friendly VOR or TACAN, still operating today. Both ADF and VAR required Morse code interpretation, and in order to gain an instrument rating, candidates were required to pass a practical test proving Morse skills in excess of 15 words per minute. The priority task that I was given with some degree of urgency in 1966 was to develop some form of control and supervision of the helicopter activities being developed by the two airlines operating in Australia. However, although not in my original job description, I also had frequent association with the aviation accident investigation teams within DCA's Air Accident Investigation Branch. Other than Ansett Sikorsky S-61N tourist helicopter, all helicopters at that time were piston-powered and of single-engine design. With such basic design features and being frequently operated by free-spirited individualistic pilots, the national accident injury rate was high. On all major fatal helicopter accidents occurring during my time with DCA, I found myself seconded by the Air Accident Investigation Branch of the department as a specialist advisor on pilot flight techniques and procedures. At this particular time of aviation development in Australia, the country was blessed with the two-airline policy that lasted until 1980. This was based on the premise that a single airline could have handled Australia's relatively small population, less than 8 million, but would have fostered monopoly excesses. On the other hand, an unrestricted airline industry might result in safety issues due to unsustainable competition that would likely develop. The compromise was a regulated two-airline policy. A government-owned Trans-Australian Airlines, TAA, to set the pace, and a listed public company, Ansett National Airlines, ANA, to provide a market alternative. Both companies were given inviolate government protection on the condition that neither company showed any genuine competitive tendency. This policy resulted in the farcical situation that both airlines ran identically timed flight schedules departing within minutes of each other and with identical aircraft, so no party could gain an unfair competitive advantage over the other. This, in spite of the fact that destinations could frequently barely justify one service, let alone two, and seat utilisation factors of less than 40% were not uncommon. Arising from this policy was one of my primary ongoing problems: the Melbourne City to Essendon Airport helicopter service. This involved the ostensible airline service provided by both TAA and Ansett that had each company operating a small single-engine Bell 47J helicopter between the Melbourne Yarrabank floating helipad and the then primary airport at Essendon. The first Bell 47J was purchased by Sir Reginald Ansett, chairman of Ansett Airlines, for his personal use to ply between his Mount Eliza property and the city. In order to justify this not inconsiderable cost to the shareholders, Ansett initiated a commercially unsound schedule service for passengers wanting a connection service between the Melbourne CBT and Melbourne Essendon Airport. Under the two-airline policy, TAA was forced to follow suit, even though both airlines lost significant money on the arrangement. The problem was that the Bell 47 was single-engine, without meaningful performance charts and totally unsuited for airline use. On hot days, particularly when a northerly wind was blowing, it was not unusual for a pilot to attempt to take off from the Yarra River heliport, only to realise as he crossed the edge of the pontoon that he had insufficient power to clear the Melbourne King Street Bridge. This necessitated an aborted takeoff and unquestionably non-standard wallowing as the helicopter alighted on the river and embarrassingly made its way back downwind to the safety of the pontoon. I wrote several file notes to my superiors concerning this unacceptable state of this service and the potential dangers to the passengers. But such was the political power of Sir Reginald, never received a response. My other airline-associated high priority was the oversight of an Ansett helicopter passenger service that had been commissioned between Proserpine and Hayman Island in Queensland. Ansett owned the Hayman Island resort and had purchased a Sikorsky S61N 28 passenger helicopter to provide the connecting sector from the mainland to the island. With the passenger loads that were being carried in the ambient tropical heat, the S61 had very marginal performance, even with all systems functioning effectively. In the event of an engine failure, the helicopter was multi-engine, the performance quickly deteriorated and the aircraft was forced into a drift-down descent somewhere in the order of 250 feet per minute, about 6 minutes from cruise to ditching in the event of an engine failure at the normal cruise height of 1,500 feet. Hayman Island was approximately 40 kilometres off the mainland, and Ansett had attempted to minimise the risk by nominating sheltered coral atolls along the route for emergency landing sites. Notwithstanding this, the service did not meet international passenger service standards, a situation of which both Ansett and the DCA were acutely aware. My job was to officially approve the Ansett pilot performance, my examiner hat, and the overall service performance safety standards, my Airways surveyor hat. After completing a full Ansett Airlines aircraft endorsement, I had little qualms about the former, and the pilots were unquestionably skilled. However, the performance question was never resolved. Until the time I left the department, this Ansett service never met International Civil Aviation Organisation requirements. Once again, had there ever been an injury or fatality on this operation due to an aircraft systems failure, the liability issues faced by both the government and Ansett Airlines would have resulted in a courtroom liability smorgasbord. Notwithstanding the above service limitations, direct supervision of the Ansett Hayman Island service was certainly an attractive assignment, and one that I was happy to schedule every 6 months. Since Ansett owned the Hayman Island tourist resort in the Coral Reef Whitsunday Passage and had no fixed-wing landing strip was available, TAA was unable to compete. I believe this was one of the very few, if any, cases where the two-airline policy did not demand identical services from the two airlines. TAA later subsidised a fixed-wing airstrip on nearby Hamilton Island and introduced a fixed-wing Twin Otter service, so honour was eventually evenly served to both parties. There was no question in my mind that the airlines and DCA would be an indefensible position should a helicopter accident occur during commercial, fare-paying passenger operations. This was surprising, as the regular public transport, fixed-wing services in Australia, was extremely professional as far as operational standards were concerned, and I can only believe that the lack of similar helicopter standards were due to ignorance from the senior level of ex-RAF World War II pilots involved in both the government bureaucracy and airline management. As will be discussed, Ansett later made a disastrous foray into non-airline commercial helicopter activities, known as charter operations, which subsequently resulted in the demise of both TAA and Ansett's helicopter involvement. Apart from my concerns with the indifferent attitude demonstrated by the airlines towards their helicopter standards, the rest of my job alternated between the very boring drafting of aviation legislation and the very interesting, albeit occasionally frightening, flight operations. This latter task refers in particular to my licence testing responsibilities with pilots of very limited skills applying for the issue of a private, commercial or instructor helicopter licence. The helicopter was, generally speaking, a very robust aircraft and properly flown could offer a safe landing to the occupants even after total engine failure. However, it did require a high standard of manipulative skills, and this only came from pilots having significant hours of experience. When I flew with and tested Army, Navy or RAF trained pilots, I knew that they came from an ordered and disciplined background and had been regularly checked during progress through their various training segments. This was not usually the case in the civil system when a prospective pilot licence applicant and I would meet for the first time on the day of this first test. When I commenced my RAF flight training, my hair was a rich, dark brown, luxurious in density. When I left the Army after 5 years of operational flying, the colour was tinged with an unfortunate mix of grey. After 3 years of flight testing students with less than 50 helicopter hours to their logbook, my hair had lost all the attractive brown and was rapidly changing from grey to white. It has stayed to this colour to this day. As the sole helicopter specialist in DCA, I was assigned to head office, which, whilst normally the policy-making centre of the department, was also the source of the various aviation specialists. I liked Melbourne, and my small family were happy there, but the location necessitated frequent interstate and PNG travel. After gaining my aeroplane first-class instrument rating and multi-engine endorsement, DCA gave me access to their twin-engine Aero Commander fleet in order to facilitate field visits to the various helicopter activities across Australia and PNG. These unannounced visits to the more remote outback regions of Australia and PNG were not always welcomed by many of them nomadic helicopter pilots operating without supervision, and frequently irresponsibly with respect to professionally safe standards. Through constant association with regional officers, assisting them in their dealings with helicopter operations, I was gradually accepted into the elite departmental fraternity. This acceptance was put to the test during late 1966 when I was asked to flight test a New South Wales examiner, a fellow by the name of Bob Jarvis, for a basic helicopter licence. Jarvis had been sporadically training on helicopters for over a year from the New South Wales regional budget and had at last reached the required number of hours for the issue of commercial standard helicopter licence. He asked for me to test him at Mascot, Sydney Airport, and without the benefit of any training reports from his instructor, I arrived at the appointed hour for what I expected to be a routine test of a highly experienced ex-World War II fighter pilot. The flight test was one of the first I conducted for the department, and I watched with horror as Jarvis attempted to fly and manoeuvre the little bell around Mascot. We didn't reach a stage where I could ask for emergencies to be demonstrated. In truth, the whole flight was an emergency, and I decided to curtail the test and return to the hangar. I advised Jarvis that I could not sign a pass and suggested he undertake more training. When I returned to Melbourne, I faced a very unhappy office. Apparently, Jarvis was the first DCA specialist pilot ever to have failed any form of flight test within the DCA. I had to face Lum and explain the sequence of events that had taken place, and, to his credit, he endorsed my actions. However, until I finally left the department, the New South Wales regional office was a cold destination for my thankfully occasional official visits. I say occasional, since New South Wales, of all the states, had the least helicopter operating numbers. Most helicopter activities of the operational nature were in resources-associated field activities located in PNG, Queensland, WA, SA and the Northern Territory. My next and final exposure to DCA old and bold examiner pilot skills was with the SANT region. The regional director, Jim Schofield, whom I knew quite well, offered to provide the multi-engine conversion training I needed on the Aero Commander 680 aircraft. In return, I was to spend some time in Adelaide to endorse one of their examiners, an Eric Edebuck, for the issue of a commercial helicopter licence. I arrived at Adelaide on the 17th of April 1966, some 2 months after joining the department, and commenced the dual assignment. My Aero Commander conversion went well, and under tutorage from an ex-RAF Vulcan pilot, Tony Jones, I had little trouble with the 10 hours flying that was involved. However, in keeping with most very experienced but mature-aged aeroplane pilots, Eberbuck had real difficulties in mastering the helicopter. I managed to get him solo after 12 hours. Then he had to return to Melbourne, leaving him with, fortunately, written instructions to continue his basic circuit flight training until I returned. Under no circumstances was he to attempt any of the emergency manoeuvres we had done together, particularly auto-rotation landings. The day after I arrived back in Melbourne, I received a series of phone calls, the initial one being from the operator who had chartered the helicopter to DCA, advising that Eberbuck had crashed and his helicopter was no more. I recall the man was so angry that he couldn't tell me if Eberbuck was injured or not. He was, but in a minor way. After the experience, Lum decided that all helicopter flight operations would be restricted to the head office specialist. No further attempts to convert and qualify existing examiners to this type of aircraft. My work in DCA kept me very busy as the sole specialist covering Australia and PNG, involving a lot of travel. Additionally, I had joined the Army Active Reserve in order to help the family finances and had military duties at Puckapunyal Army Base about every 5 weeks. In February 1967, I was scheduled for a weekend camp, some 2 days before baby number 3 was due. True to form, Helen was early, and by the time I had made an emergency return, Bronwyn Jane had arrived at Brighton Private Hospital. Bonce, as she was known by me, proved to be as placid as a mother, and she seemed to spend her first months or so with us quietly analysing the family and coming to terms with her rowdy siblings. With few alternatives available, she apparently accepted her lot and within a few years assumed the role of family oracle and the source of valuable advice for a grateful dad down through the years. Again, true to form, Helen resumed control of the house and me with benign matriarchal authority, and the increased assembly of 3 small children were managed with ongoing happy calm. It was on one of my occasional flights to Puckapunyal that Cameron excelled himself in a social faux pas extraordinaire, an event of such visual magnitude that it remains to this day indelibly imprinted in my mind. Cam was exposed to flying at an early stage. My first recorded occasion of him sharing the cockpit with me was 11th December 1965, at less than 2 years of age, when I took a Mooney light aeroplane from Bankstown Airport to practice some training manoeuvres during my limbo period between regular military flying and my engagement with DCA. Considering his age at the time, I can only think now that his mother had insisted he go with me for some peace and quiet. He flew quite regularly with me after that, both in aeroplanes and helicopters, and with one exception proved to be a very stable passenger co-pilot, never prone to air sickness. On this particular occasion, on the 3rd of March 1968, I had planned to do some continuation flying from my DCA-approved budget and fly to my Army Reserve Battalion, currently training at Puckapunyal. As it was a weekend, I decided to take Cam along for company, and so he joined me as co-pilot in the Hughes 300 helicopter for a 3-hour round trip. He had turned 4 5 days previously. We landed in the field headquarters of the battalion late one morning, and I gave a short familiarisation lecture to the assembled officers on the characteristics of the helicopter. This was followed by lunch, and Cam, somewhat of a novelty to the troops by virtue of his age, was commandeered by the RSM and taken to the sergeant's mess for a typical army banquet. I dined with the commanding officer, and to my later regret, thought little about Cam, his prodigious appetite, and the effects of several large helpings of ubiquitous army stew on his 4-year-old stomach. I planned to depart the camp after lunch and collected Cam and readied the helicopter. Just before takeoff, a signal arrived from the Puckapunyal camp commandant, who had heard that there was a helicopter in the area and asked if he could be routed via his residence, the original heritage homestead of the 10,000-hectare Puckapunyal property. Despite being anxious to return to Melbourne, I agreed as a courtesy to the Brigadier when it was explained that he was hosting a garden luncheon for senior officers and their ladies, and it would be quite a novelty if I could land on the croquet lawn and enliven the post-luncheon activities. The landing accomplished, I was immediately taken to meet the collection of senior officers, and I saw Cam taken by hand by the hostess too, as I later discovered, had more food pressed upon him. That was a very serious mistake. Within minutes, and while I was running through my standard pro-army aviation spiel, I heard a loud chorus of feminine screams from within the homestead. I entered the dining room in time to see Cam, for an encore as I later found out, eject a colourful mess of regurgitated stew of positively Australian proportions. Carpet, rugs, lounge, lady stockings, nothing seemed to escape the mess. And I can still see Cam look at me as I entered the room, a happy smile as if to say, "Ah, that's better, Dad. Can we go now?" During May 1967, I was required to visit Cairns to assist the Queensland region for some reason, and they arranged for me to fly with their senior examiner, a Clary Hibbett, who also had some duties to attend there. The aircraft was the Regional Aero Commander 680 VHCAX. All department aircraft were prefixed CA, Commonwealth of Australia. Clary was a very vinegary and senior ex-World War II RAAF pilot, known by the industry as the Abominable No Man, by virtue of his predictable refusal to approve or issue dispensations for anything even slightly deviating from the regulations. Clary distrusted helicopters, disliked young pilots generally, Army ones particularly, and consequently we had little in common. Clary flew the northbound sector, but somewhat to my surprise allowed me to fly as captain the return southern leg, including a brief stop at Shute Harbour, a remote airstrip about to be commissioned by TAA as a light, fixed-wing transport option to serve Whitsunday Islands in competition with Ansett Hayman Island. By DCA pilot standards, I was still inexperienced on fixed-wing generally, twin-engine aero commanders in particular, and Clary was nothing if not forthcoming in making frequent caustic comments on my techniques. After our short inspection of the deserted Shute Harbour Strip, I commenced taxiing CAX for takeoff along a very narrow taxiway that led to the takeoff threshold. Just as Clary started to remind me to ensure the aircraft kept a central path, I let the port wheel drift off the narrow bitumen and quickly bog into the soft sand. Clary was apoplectic and had no reservation informing me of my piloting shortcomings. We had no digging equipment on board the aircraft, and as the Shute Harbour airfield was remote and completely deserted, I volunteered, happily, to walk the 1,500 metres to the small phoneless terminal building to see if I could find some suitable digging tool. A small price to pay indeed to get away from Clary. The sun was low in the horizon when I arrived at the building, and in spite of a feverish search, all I could find was a dessert spoon that had been inadvertently thrown in the garbage can. When I trotted back to the aircraft carrying the spoon, Clary's face will remain in my memory forever. Nevertheless, with about 60 minutes of daylight left, the strip had no lighting at that time and a night takeoff would have not been legal. I set to digging a narrow trench from the port wheel to the sealed taxiway with some enthusiasm. Now a dessert spoon, no matter how large, is not the best tool for prolonged digging, but with the right incentive, it can be made to work. Faced with a night sharing the cockpit with Clary, I had the necessary incentive, and the work was completed about 15 minutes before last light. Clary subsequently mounted the spoon above his desk with some suitable notation about the skills of Army pilots, and I understand that the Queensland ex-RAAF examiners dined out on the story for quite some time. I had another somewhat memorable experience in an Aero Commander, this time in the Head Office Aero Commander VHCAU. I had scheduled the aircraft to carry out an instrument flight training run, planning to fly Moorabbin to Flinders Island and return. The Melbourne Air Traffic Controller fellows picked up on this when I filed my flight plan and contacted me with an informal request. They asked whether I'd mind bringing back 2 100-pound sacks of live crayfish that their Flinders Island-based air services en route flight service radio operator would purchase from the local fishermen at mates' rates. Of course, I agreed and increased the purchase by a few pounds for myself. Although in deteriorating weather, the outward sector of the flight was carried out without incident, and the 2 large sacks, each containing approximately 30 live and very active crayfish, were loaded on board. I chose to put them in the cabin aisle rather than the baggage compartment to keep the load well within the centre of gravity envelope. On the return flight, I discovered the weather had got much worse, with light icing, thick dark cloud and continuous heavy rain. Since I was a single pilot crew without the benefit of co-pilot to assist with the cockpit workload, I had my hands full performing basic navigation and radio calls, as well as the manipulative demands of the controls. Somewhere around the point of no return, I started to hear some strange clacking noises and almost immediately felt something hard brush past my calf. I looked down and back, and in the aisle of the cabin saw an army of green and very mobile crayfish crawling towards the cockpit. There was no door or partition to close, so I spent the remaining flight alternately handling the controls and throwing increasingly agitated crayfish back to the rear galley. After performing a challenging non-precision instrument approach into Moorabbin, it was discovered that the string securing one sack had come adrift when it fell on its side from the effects of the turbulence, and the crayfish decided to make one last effort for freedom. As my exposure to single-pilot operations of the Twin Engineer Commander increased, I became very familiar with West Australia, South Australia and Northern Territory outback operations. A frequent run I would make was from Adelaide through to Darwin, a long 1,530 nautical mile, that's 2,850 kilometres, haul via Lee Creek, Oodnadatta, Tennant Creek and Katherine. I was a familiar visitor to missions and vast outback stations and frequently would overnight at remote locations such as Milingimbi Mission, Culvert Hills, Elcho Island, Malapunya, Nubola and MacArthur River. Down the west coast, it was the perspective of working mining locations, Wittenoon, Exmouth, Dampier, Exmouth, Hammersley, Tom Price. They were all pretty rough and ready frontier towns or camps in those days, and where anything could and often did happen. Generally, I would fly alone, and when engaged in the helicopter reviews through flights with DCA airport inspectors or surveyors, engaged on airstrip inspection or design was not uncommon if my schedules could be utilised. During 1967, interest in offshore oil exploration occurred in the Gippsland and Otway basins of Bass Strait offshore of southeast Australia. The Gippsland-based oil company Burma Oil, later becoming Woolside Petroleum, was one of the very early explorers, concentrating relatively close inshore off Golden Beach, Sale. Although helicopters were being increasingly utilised for limited offshore flights around Australia, DCA was not unduly interested due to the short distances and the restricted private nature of the passengers involved. Up to this time, any large offshore crew change complement of workers was almost universally moved by crew boat. However, in April of that year, we had a visit from Alan Bristow, CEO of Bristow Helicopters Limited from the UK, who advised DCA that his company had contracted to Burma to transport freight and approximately 140 passengers a month to an offshore oil rig located at Ashmore Reef, Western Australia. This would involve flight sectors totalling some 900 kilometres from a Broome land base. Bristow had come to inquire what rules DCA intended to impose on the planned flight operation. This was very much a wake-up call to DCA that offshore helicopter operations had made a quantum leap from the isolated short-range 1 to 2 passenger activities carried out to date. At that time, DCA had no rules involving medium to long-range overwater helicopter operations. Indeed, other than airline operations involving large multi-engine aeroplanes, they had only limited legislation applying to fixed-wing offshore operations such as ferry flights, fish spotting, etc. The Director-General met with Bristow and agreed that appropriate basic and practical safe rules would be drafted and promulgated, but only after a formal study could be made on current international best practices. On this basis, it was therefore decided that I should visit Norway and the UK's recent North Sea helicopter operations supporting the oil exploration and production industry that had developed over the past 2 years. Apart from Ansett S61N flights that were restricted to day visual flight conditions in the Whitsunday Passage, Australia had no civil or military helicopter experience involving long-range transport helicopter operations over land or water. It was also decided that I should attend a Bristow Flight and Engineering course for endorsement on the helicopter type to be imported to Australia for the Burma contract, the twin-engined Westland Wessex 60. I departed Australia in July 1967 on the Qantas Boeing 707 for London with an en route assignment in Tokyo to assess some rooftop helicopters located in the central business district. I was away approximately 6 weeks qualifying on the Wessex and gaining invaluable flight experience over the North Sea flying from Great Yarmouth and Aberdeen bases. I arrived back in Australia better equipped to write the initial orders and instructions to guide Australia's offshore aviation standards through the formative years leading into the 1970s. On my return to Australia, I spent significant time at Broome supervising the initial Burma air transport system. The oil company had a camp close to Cable Beach. Tourism had not yet to discover Broome, and based 2 Wessex 60 helicopters at the very rudimentary Broome airstrip. The initial Bristow manager was Ian Clark, an ex-RN pilot who did an excellent job of commissioning and running this exacting flight service from the land base to the offshore rig sites via transit, remote and unmanned refuelling points, hand-pumped drummed fuel at Cape Leveque, Adele Island and Browse Island. As the rig was variously located within an area of 15 nautical miles around Ashmore Reef, the flight took over 6 hours elapsed time, including en route fuel stops, about 12 hours for the total journey. Flight time and duty time for a pilot on this run was at least 9 hours and 12 hours respectively, depending on winds, slightly in excess of mandated work hours specified in the air navigation orders. In the heat of northern Australia, it was an exhausting day for the crews, though not more so than for the offshore drillers who rotated out of Perth. These workers would board a chartered DC-3 from Perth at 2300 hours, invariably in various stages of intoxication, arriving at Broome some 950 nautical miles distance around 0500 hours for a quick breakfast, then onto the chopper for the 6-hour flight to the rig, then straight onto a 12-hour working shift. The returning workers would follow a reverse schedule to arrive in Perth around midnight. At the time, it was believed that the Burma operation between Broome and the Ashmore Reef locality was the world's longest offshore helicopter service. The flight operations ran for approximately 18 months without personal injury, though one Wessex was completely destroyed on the drill rig. Apparently a pilot had dropped a still smouldering cigarette in the cockpit. Bristow Burma permitted smoking on this long-range service that started a fire approximately 30 minutes after landing. By the time smoke was noticed and the crew alerted, the fire had taken hold and destroyed the helicopter before fire services could be deployed. The Wessex 60 became obsolete before the turn of the millennium, and unlikely that worldwide there would be any still airworthy. The airframe was derived from the Sikorsky H-34-H-58 design, but built by the British Westland Company under a licence agreement with Sikorsky and powered by twin British Rolls-Royce Gnome turbine engines. It was quite a powerful aircraft for its time, but slow, and with a complicated British electronic system for power matching between engines. After several high publicly fatal accidents in the 1970s-80s, and coincidentally the introduction of more efficient and technologically approved USA and French models, the Wessex was gradually retired from international oil company service. The helicopter normally carried 14 passengers, who on the Broome operation in the summer months had the choice of extreme heat due to poor cabin ventilation or polluting turbine fumes, but good ventilation if the door was pinned open. The starboard turbine exhaust was located just forward of the single cabin access door. 1967 was a very busy year for me. Besides ongoing flight crew license testing throughout Australia and New Guinea, I carried out over 96 initial private commercial or instructor rating tests during my 3 years with DCA. There are a number of unique demands involving helicopters. One of the more interesting tasks involved RAAF operations at Woomera, where there was a requirement to do high-altitude rocket capsule recovery by helicopter. The RAAF leased 3 French aerospatial Alouette 3 helicopters, a model that had a very good high-altitude performance. As these helicopters were civil registered, I was required to visit and test the pilots, much to the Air Force pilots' chagrin when they discovered I was ex-Army, for a civil commercial licence issue. The squadron leader in charge was a fellow by the name of Vic Barkell, a good pilot who subsequently had a long and successful civil flying career. The operation involved climbing to 12,000 feet and then being radar vectored to an air sample capsule attached to a parachute that had been jettisoned from a rocket at the upper edge of the troposphere. The capsule weighed approximately 5 kilograms, and the recovery called for the helicopter to hover over the drifting parachute high enough so that the rotor downdraft didn't affect the canopy, but low enough that a crewman leaning outside the cabin could hook the chute with a grapple and haul it into the aircraft. Apparently, once below 10,000 feet, radar contact with the chute and small capsule will be lost, and a recovery could not be guaranteed. No GPS in those days. The operation was not without hazard, as the billowing parachute tended to flap as it was dragged into the cockpit, an obvious danger to both tail and main rotors. Another unique experience was in December 1967, when the then Prime Minister, Harold Holt, was lost off Cheviot Beach at Portsea, Victoria. Due to the shortage of experienced helicopter pilots, I was pressed into service and flew 16 hours during the 20th and 21st of December in both Hughes and Bristol Sycamore helicopters. I had the police diving team on board the Sycamore, and it was our assignment to patrol just off the coast looking for any sight of a body. To my frustration, the police spent the time playing cards in the back, so during our first refuel stop, I expressed my displeasure to the sergeant in charge. He was a pretty laconic character, and I can remember clearly his patient explanation of what happens to a deathly cold, wet-suited clad body in the coastal Portsea waters after 24 hours. Apparently, sea lice infiltrate between the rubber suit and the victim and quickly make a meal of the meat, very much as maggots would do on land. According to the police, a lead-weighted, wet-suited skeleton will be impossible to find among the kelp, and they saw no reason to waste time on any form of active search. I had to agree, and from that time, we really just went through the motions of a search. In October 1967, Laurie Crowley, owner of Crowley Helicopters in Papua New Guinea, inquired whether I would be interested in ferrying a new helicopter he had purchased from Brisbane to Lae. I was owed leave from DCA, and Laurie was offering good money. I said I would do the job free in return for all expenses and 2 return first-class tickets from Port Moresby, as I wanted to take a passenger on the delivery flight. As there was an acute shortage of helicopter pilots at the time, Crowley readily agreed, so I offered Dad the opportunity of revisiting Lae, where he had been based during World War II. We headed off in a brand new Bell 47G 3BI VHCSM on the 24th of October, routing Cairns, Cooktown, Cone, Iron Range, Thursday Island, Daru, Baimaru, Kerama, Miamaya, and finally Lae on our 4-day journey. My grandmother, Dad's late mother, had been born in Cooktown and had her early schooling there, so Dad was very excited at the opportunity of visiting this remote town for the first time, remembering the childhood stories he had heard from her a lifetime earlier. Unfortunately, Dad suffered quite severe depression when he started to visit the old areas of Cooktown, virtually a ghost town at that time, and he asked that we move on. It was a strange situation. There he was at a place he had always dreamed of visiting, but when the opportunity occurred, he found he couldn't face the memories of his childhood dreams. We had several days in PNG, and Crowley was very good to Dad, laying on a light aircraft to take him around his old digs in the Lae-Finschhafen region. Notwithstanding Dad's experience at Cooktown and the fact that the bad case of malaria caught up with him on his return to Sydney, he had a marvellous and unique experience, and I was forever grateful I had the opportunity to have this time with him. For those that have an interest in the type of navigation information that was available to helicopters in the 60s, a copy of the briefing sheet information Crowley gave me for the flight Cairns to Lae is somewhere in my personal files. Instructions such as turn left to a heading of 270 degrees at the 3 lone coconut trees in the front of the church, or, if low cloud is encountered, maintain contact with the treetops and hover slowly up the valley until you see the waterfall, then follow the stream until you break out and see the Markham Valley below. It was not for the faint-hearted, but that's how chopper flying in New Guinea was in those days. After a year living in rented accommodation at Brighton, and together with a loan from my mother, Helen and I had saved enough money to purchase a block of land at Kringle, Frankston. With that as collateral, we then took out mortgage and had a Jennings standard 3 bedrooms designed house built, our first owner-occupied home. The land was purchased for $5,000 and the basic house built for occupancy for $17,000. Kringle was a medium average middle class area about 7 kilometres from Frankston Station, and Helen would drive me to the train around 0700 hours so I could take the 70-minute train journey to Melbourne and again meet me around 1900 hours the same evening to take me home. Both trips accompanied with 3 little kids in dressing gowns to farewell and greet me, as the case may be. At our stage of life, our house was a dream come true, though in retrospect, pretty cold. Spartan in facilities and lacking features taken to be given in today's expectations. Still, it was ours, and we knew we were achieving something that an army life could not have provided at the same stage of life. Then, on 29th of July 1968, the 6th and final member of the Ross family arrived when Emma Christine was born at Frankston General Hospital. This time I was home and, with much-needed assistance of a council aide for 5 days, managed to hold the family together until Helen returned to the family and took over the reins. Helen did not handle the birth of Em as easily as she had done with the previous 3, and the first month was hard going for her. The difficulty of feeding and caring for little Em was aggravated by the lack of on-site assistance from either parent who, for one reason or another, had difficulty in coming down to provide early support. However, after initially indicating to us all very volubly how unimpressed she was with both life outside her 9 months comfort zone and her new family, Emma quickly settled down and became a unique member of the now complete family team. Although a tiring time for Helen with 4 small children to mother, predictably she retained her calming influence and the quiet routine of the family was soon re-established. Apart from my operational duties in DCA, I was also available to the then Accident Investigation Safety Branch, now the Independent Bureau of Air Safety Investigation, for technical input for major helicopter accident investigation when required. This happened regularly in those days of helicopter development, and fatal helicopter accidents were disproportionately frequent compared with their fixed-wing counterpart. In addition to a number of low-profile remote area fatal accidents, I was part of the investigation team that worked on the crash of a Media Bell 47 into Goldfields House in the Sydney CBD. In-flight tail rotor failure, 3 fatalities. And then in May 1968, a Bell 204 Huey crashed onto the Bass Strait gas platform Barracuda, tail rotor failure during landing, 4 fatalities. It was the latter accident that proved to be another major career catalyst in my aviation working life. In early 1968, SO Australia was involved both in fuel marketing, downstream, and oil exploration production activities, upstream, as an affiliate to the US oil company Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, later renamed as Exxon. Late in 1967, I had a visit from a Standard NJ executive to seek guidance on the offshore standards that would be required by the Australian regulators. The name of this person was Charlie Scholes, Aviation Manager for Standard New Jersey and the Corporate Aviation Advisor for all of Standard's international upstream activities. Over the next year, Charlie and I developed a good working relationship due, in no small part, to my exposure to American operations during my time in the US Army. The fact that the Australian civil aviation bureaucracy was proving to be far more professional and above board than some of his recent experiences within South America and Asian countries was another reason for Charlie to be comfortable working in this country. Although in the 60s, Norway, UK and the US had developed some local guidance for specialised offshore passenger helicopter operations in the North Sea and the Gulf of Mexico regions, there was surprisingly little internationally recognised procedures regarding general standards and limitations. Certainly nothing had been developed to the same level as applied to international fixed-wing standards at the time. Many critical areas involving helicopter safety and passenger survival had not been addressed by regulators, and it was left to individual helicopter operators in conjunction with their client oil companies to set localised standards. Considerations such as minimum pilot visibility, wind and wave limitations, offshore navigation aids, night operations, minimum heli-deck sizes and obstructions, crash response and firefighting protection, passenger safety briefings, fuel reserves, minimum pilot qualifications and experience, use of single and multi-engine helicopters, fixed or emergency flotation requirements, search and rescue requirements, and the use of immersion survival suits were just some of the regulatory standards lacking. Consequently, and with due recognition of my experience with industry leaders such as Shell, Statoil and Bristow Helicopters during my North Sea assignment, I put together practical standard operating procedures that form the basis of the initial Australian offshore helicopter industry. In May 1968, an 11-seat Airfast Proprietary Limited, also registered and trading as Helicopter Utilities Proprietary Limited, HUPL, Bell 204 helicopter, the ubiquitous Huey, under charter to Esso Australia in the Bass Strait, crashed onto the helideck of the Barracuda, Australia's first offshore oil gas production facility. The helicopter had been involved in ferrying a group of some 30 media representatives to the platform as part of an Esso public relations exercise. Although none of the passengers on board the helicopter were seriously injured, as it spun onto the deck and rolled onto its side, there were 4 fatalities plus 5 seriously injured among the observing press group. The deaths and injuries were all due to the main rotor blades of the helicopter disintegrating as they struck the deck with high rotational velocity. As can be imagined, Esso got their publicity, albeit not of the nature expected, and I found myself immediately seconded to the DCA Accident Investigation Team as a specialist Bell 204 member. Esso arranged for Shoals to come to Australia without delay, a decision that benefited us both. Through Shoals, I had easy access to key Esso personalities, and in return, I was able to keep Esso informed of investigation developments, including likely aspects that would come out from the inevitable coroner's inquiry. Although not necessarily a major factor, one of the key weaknesses soon evident in Esso's offshore helicopter operation was the lack of an effective on-site aviation manager, or any single person responsible for the conduct, discipline and organisation of the flight and maintenance standards. Airfast, the company recently contracted to provide helicopters to the Esso BHP consortium, had a large but somewhat fragmented helicopter company with extensive interests in Australia and Southeast Asia. Airfast had been awarded the contract after the previous contractor, Ansett Airways, had disbanded its helicopter flight division after a well-publicised offshore helicopter accident also near Barracuda. Apparently, the press photos of an Ansett-marked helicopter being salvaged by a workboat had significantly reduced the Ansett image in the eyes of the general public, and Ansett decided the adverse publicity generally did not justify continued involvement in the helicopter industry. Although I was unaware of it at the time, by December 1968, HUPL had been put on notice that unless they appointed a suitable permanent resident aviation manager for their Esso BHP Bass Strait helicopter operations, they would have their contract terminated. It was only the fact that no suitable alternative Australian company was readily available that had enabled them to stay in business to that point. In early 1969, I had a visit from Bryce Killen, chairman and owner of the Airfast HUPL group that operated over 75 helicopters and some aeroplanes throughout Australia and Southeast Asia. Notwithstanding the size of the company, it was fragmented and poorly disciplined organisation having an unsatisfactory safety record and unenviable reputation within the international industry. The point of this visit, as I later discovered, was for Bryce to meet me one-on-one and assess my potential for managing the SOBHP sail-based operation. Over the following weeks, Bryce made a number of visits, both to the office and to our home, cultivating a friendship with Helen and me. In February, he made me an offer to come and work for him as manager of the SOBHP operations. Though remuneratively attractive, I had little confidence in Airfast as a professional body and politely refused. Coincidentally, I was promoted to senior examiner within the DCA and put in charge of flight and register responsibility for non-aeroplane activities such as gliding, helicopters, parachuting, etc. It seemed that my public service career was taking off. However, Bryce was not to be denied and kept increasing his offer to me until it reached a ridiculous, to me, figure that even impressed Helen. Finally, and not without some misgivings, I accepted the position offered. I agreed to sign a personal contract with Bryce for a 5 years employment as the Helicopter Utilities Proprietary Limited Bass Strait Aviation Manager, solely responsible for all SO Aviation charter operations. My decision had been made somewhat easier by the head of DCA, Sir Donald Anderson, who accepted my resignation with professed reluctance but gave an undertaking to accept me back in the department after the 5 years contractual period. His reasoning, so he told me, was he appreciated my efforts within the department to that time, and it was in his interest to encourage HUPL to take on board a well-qualified manager that would assist in raising the very poor helicopter track record it currently had in the Australian aviation industry. On the 28th of May 1969, I flew my final flight from DCA in a chartered Bell 47J VH DMR, a flight carrying a photographer to Tullamarine Airport in its final stages of completion before commissioning. I suppose it would not be drawing too long a bow to say I captained the first aircraft to land at Melbourne's new international airport. 3 days after this flight, I came on board as contract aviation manager, reporting both to Bryce Killen of HUPL and to SO's Australia's logistic manager, Bill Keinschutz, responsible for safety, efficiency and standards associated with the helicopter transportation services serving the fledgling Bass Strait oil and gas development. Chapter 6. Bass Strait. On the 1st of June 1969, I arrived in Sale to establish a new order in a fragmented and unhappy team of pilots and mechanics currently operating the helicopter fleet supporting SOBHP's offshore development. After my initial introduction to the operation, I returned to Frankston to collect the family, and on the 21st of June, we all packed into the family Holden and departed our Frankston home of 2 years. Sale was to be the family seat for the next 18 years. When I assumed the position as manager, Bass Strait Operations, on 1st of June 1969, I became responsible for 11 helicopters of mixed manufacture, 14 pilots of mixed nationalities and professionalism, and 15 maintenance staff of mixed capabilities and skills. I recall that of the helicopter fleet there were 4 Bell 47Js, 4 Bell 206As, and 1 Sikorsky 62, 1 Bell 204, and 1 Alouette 3. A total seat capability of approximately 50 occupants depending on the wind conditions and the routing of the flight. The fleet helicopters were all single-engine, and as most of their work was carried out offshore, with one exception, they were fitted with fixed pontoon-type inflated fabric floats. The exception was the S-62, having a boat hull designed fuselage and 2 metal pontoon stabilisers on the sides. Later modifications for the fleet that decreased weight and improved speed and manoeuvrability were packed emergency floats inserted into the fuselage that could be quickly inflated by means of a pilot-activated high-pressure nitrogen bottle. At that time, there were 2 completed offshore platforms, Barracuda and Marlin, and 1 under construction, Halibut. There was a mixture of other installations working offshore, 2 crane derrick barges, 1 pipe-laying barge, 2 drill rigs, and up to 5 ocean-going workboats. This collection of offshore facilities involved a total offshore manning level of approximately 700 personnel. The Bass Strait waters of southeast Gippsland in Victoria had been tentatively assessed as possible oil and gas opportunity, and in 1962, Australia's largest resource company, Broken Hill Proprietary Limited, BHP, was granting mining leases in designated areas. Due to the lack of the in-house expertise, BHP engaged a US geologist consultant, Lewis Weeks, to assess the field's viability on a negotiated arrangement, whereby Weeks would make no charge for his services other than claiming 2.5% of any return if the mining venture proved successful. Weeks' report was optimistic, and in 1964 BHP negotiated a 50% partnership arrangement with sooo Exploration and Production Australia, a subsidiary of Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, later becoming Exxon Corporation, to develop the field's resources. Due to Exxon's obvious expertise, they were nominated as the partnership operator of the venture. In 1965, exploration drilling commenced on the seabed that led to gas and oil condensate being piped to shore in 1969, and within a few years would develop into Australia's most profitable mining venture. Since those early days to date, 2009, the field had produced over 4 billion barrels of high-quality light crude and over 7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, consequently ensuring Mr. 2.5% Lewis Weeks would emerge as an extremely wealthy individual in the process. Following the initial offshore exploration drilling success in 1964, the first commercial production was identified in the Barracuda field 1 year later. Then followed a number of further very encouraging oil and gas discoveries, extensive offshore platform construction, the laying of subsea pipelines, and the first production flowing through an undersea pipeline in mid-1969. When I arrived in Sale, housing was at a premium due to the huge influx of key management and technical personnel, the majority being of US origin. sooo was extremely helpful and allocated one of their staff quarters in Patton Street to me for an initial 6 to 12 month period until I could arrange a more permanent residence. With the domestic situation under control and Helen able to organise the house and schooling for Meg and Cam, I was free to address the challenges ahead. From a somewhat unreal world of military inflexibility and public service bureaucracy, I now moved to a volatile union-dominated industry to learn a more flexible management style, somewhat different to the hitherto authoritative environment with which I was familiar. The helicopter air transport group that I inherited was in a state of chaos, with little effort to organise and manage flight bookings, passenger priorities, or other efficient flight scheduling service. The maintenance system was ineffective, with crisis management the norm to address frequent aircraft unserviceability. The logistic arrangement between the operation and HUPL's Sydney base to maintain a ready stream of spare parts for scheduled and unscheduled maintenance was unreliable, with few critical spare parts available for immediate use. No effective aircraft planning was followed, and both maintenance and aircrew personnel suffered from poor morale and generally lacked motivation. Of the normal 30 or so workforce at the heliport, all but 5 were assigned from HUPL's Sydney office on recurring 6-week assignments and expected to work 6 days on, 1 day off work schedule. Salaries paid to the Airfast group were very poor relative to the inflated wages and conditions demanded and received by the oilfield workforce, and consequently housing and cost of living costs made the Sale tour of duty very unattractive for the Aviation group. The helicopter fleet was mixed, with 5 different models within the 11 aircraft inventory. This not only made flight standards and pilot-type training difficult, but also placed enormous pressure on the maintenance organisation to have multi-licensed engineers readily available and a comprehensive inventory of spare parts. Destinations offshore could be up to 60 nautical miles from the heliport based at Longford that limited the slow Bell 47 types to a maximum of 3 offshore flights per day, as takeoff could only be made in daylight and the last landing made 45 minutes before darkness. In the case of the Bell 47J piston engine helicopter, it was not unusual to experience a ground speed of less than 15 knots if flying in severe frontal weather and strong western gales. Many were the times when we had to dispatch the company utility vehicle to Golden Beach with a 44-gallon drum of aviation gasoline on board to refuel an inbound helicopter running dangerously low on fuel. My first priorities were to develop a basic system of planned maintenance for the helicopter fleet and to formalise passenger schedules to optimise load carrying efficiency. This required putting systems in place that involved staff training and employee cooperation hitherto unknown. In other words, order had to replace confusion. sooo were very supportive and the heliport complex was significantly modified to segregate pilots, engineers, flight following services, freight handling, administration and passengers. Procedures to improve passenger documentation, authorisation, control and processing had to be implemented both at the Longford base and on the offshore installations. On operational matters, flight planning, radio flight following and pilot mechanic training had to be addressed. To improve safety, weather limitations, effective search and rescue drills, passenger briefing systems, crew ditching drills and medical emergency procedures were developed. The FFARS personnel, hitherto unsupervised to any real degree, reacted in various ways. Some resented the discipline necessary to develop the operation to one of a professionally high standard and refused to conform. In most cases, such personnel were moved out. Others accepted the need to restructure the operation and gave enthusiastic support, being rewarded with more satisfying work style and sense of achievement. Within 3 months, much of the chaos had been addressed, and the operation showed signs of functioning along the lines of being developed for similar operations in the North Sea. The need to restructure the helicopter inventory to a more standardised number of types was quickly identified, and over the coming months, the inefficient piston engine Bell 47Js were all replaced by the faster and more efficient turbine-powered Bell 206 jet Rangers. This was not without problems, as the early jet Rangers were powered by a relatively unreliable Allison 18 engine, which resulted in a disproportionate number of accidents worldwide. The Longford operation was not untouched by this, and there were 3 ditchings in Bass Strait during the first 18 months of my reign. Fortunately, we had introduced a training system that required monthly engine failure practice for all pilots to demonstrate their ability to carry out power-off landing onto the nearby Poddy Bay. I believe it was the skills that the pilots developed in their ability to perform auto-rotations that resulted in all 3 engine failure landings being successful without aircraft damage or injury to occupants. Gradually, the engine problems were resolved and the service settled down to a fleet of Bell 206, now refitted with Allison 20 engines, Bell 204, Bell 205, and 1 solitary Sikorsky S-62 helicopters. This fleet numbered from 8 to 10, depending on the ever-changing cyclic workloads of the oil field as exploration continued and platform construction commenced on the Heliport, Kingfish A and Kingfish 2 production fields. The fleet seat capacity rose from 50 to 70, though helicopter numbers actually fell. While the helicopter fleet was efficient and modern for that area, it was rudimentary by modern standards. A single crew flew all machines unless pilots were under training or when night operations were undertaken. At that time, helicopters in Australia were not cleared for instrument flying, and therefore pilot instrument ratings were not issued and the aircraft lacked sophisticated flight instrumentation, including radar or effective navigational aids. There was no automatic pilot except for a very basic stabilisation trimming system to assist with maintaining control settings. Since the relevant Australian air regulations expressly prohibited helicopter flight instrument conditions, any such flight was technically illegal. In life or death circumstances, such as a major injury or illness, a pilot could elect to attempt a flight under mercy flight conditions. In such an event, the authorities had to be advised and the flight later justified in writing within 24 hours to avoid prosecution. In the oil field, with personnel rostered into 2 shifts working 24/7, accidents were relatively frequent during the early years and at times were averaged around 1 mercy flight, night or weather call every 2 months during the first 3 years. I can't remember one instance where a request for a medical evacuation was refused, even though in many cases weather conditions were extreme, often involving frontal storms and extreme winds. As a current fixed-wing pilot holding a formal instrument rating and with relatively recent military helicopter experience, I was judged by the DCA to be the best qualified pilot to respond to any such flight request that might occur in instrument or night conditions. For this reason, I carried out most, if not all, such flights during my time as manager of the operation. Other pilots having extensive night military experience acted as a second crew member during such occasions. Notwithstanding the challenges posed by night conditions, probably the most demanding flight I ever undertook during my entire aviation career occurred during daylight hours of the 31st of October 1969. The Longford heliport, the nearby East Sail RAF base, and all the offshore fields had been experiencing thick sea fog for 2 days, with zero visibility between ground sea level to a height of some 400 to 500 feet. Consequently, no flying had been possible, even though there had been an emergency call during the first day to evacuate a worker on the drill semi-submersible Ocean Digger for a suspected case of appendicitis. In the early hours of the following day, Ocean Digger made a second call, this time to request evacuation of a rig worker sustaining severe injury and blood loss from an almost severed arm. Again, it was determined that no flight was possible until the fog cleared to a more acceptable level. Around mid-morning, and after discussing the condition of the injured roustabout, the local centre responsible for providing medical support to SO called the helipod to stress the urgency of bringing the patient to shore. This unusual step was made due to the gravity of the situation, since signs of incipient gangrene were evident according to the paramedic on board. Although an offshore workboat could transport a patient, the 10 hours voyage to the shore beach supply base, followed by the road journey to the hospital, was considered impractical. Against better judgment, and more for a gesture to support the morale offshore rather than expectation that the flight could be completed, I elected to make an attempt for a landing offshore. There was no phone system offshore for land communication in those days, so it enabled all radio communication between Ocean Digger and the medical services to be monitored by the other offshore installations. This was done with great interest, as the offshore workforce had come to expect a guaranteed all-weather recovery for any injured worker, and the outcome of this incident had long-term implications for SO union workplace relationships. Notwithstanding this, the decision to make an offshore landing in fog offshore in an aircraft lacking any acceptable level of navigation aids or flight instrumentation was foolish, and in my later years I would have been highly critical of any similar attempt in such conditions. Justification would be difficult, regardless of the patient welfare, as the helicopter crew and possibly patient would be placed in unacceptable jeopardy. I called for a volunteer co-pilot, and a Captain Colin Pritchard, a South African ex-RN and ANSEP pilot, agreed to accompany me. We parted in Bell 204 VHUTW shortly after the decision had been made, and requested RAF assistance for a radar vector once we emerged from the fog over Longford. At 1,500 feet, we set course for the rig position in clear blue sky, with an impenetrable blanket of dazzling white fog below, extending to the mountains some 80 nautical miles to the west of Sail, and as far as the eye could see to the east. Initially, the RAAF directed us to the approximate location of the drill ship, but we lost contact with them some 30 nautical miles still to run. We flew on time and compass heading for the remainder of the flight, and of course saw nothing but the white fog below. We discussed the situation and agreed that we had at least made an effort, but with little precision guidance, accepted that there would be no alternative other than to return to base. However, just as we were arriving at this sensible conclusion, the drill ship called us and advised us that their standby workboat had identified us on the ship's radar and gave our position as some 10 nautical miles east-southeast of the rig location. This was a remarkable achievement for the vessel operator, as a workboat radar is designed only for large surface contacts, and in most cases the operator has little or no experience working with aircraft. Compounding this unique situation, the workboat had no direct contact with the helicopter due to incompatible radios, and any communication would need to be routed through the Ocean Digger radio operator acting as an intermediate. After some discussion between Ocean Digger, workboat and ourselves, we decided to make a cautious letdown through the fog, using a very basic combination of airspeed indication, vertical descent speed indication, compass heading, and basic altimeter information for guidance. With an approximate visibility of 30 feet in the sea fog, it was imperative to maintain a reduced airspeed just above the capability of the airspeed indicator, approximately 25 knots, and a very, very slow rate of vertical descent speed, approximately 50 feet per minute. With Cole maintaining observations of the fog ahead, and with the rig relaying updated heading directions from the workboat operator, we entered the fog. It was a very tense situation, and one without precedent for either of us, for that matter anyone with whom I later shared the experience. After about 20 minutes of very stressful descent to the point where the altimeter indicated that we were virtually at sea level, Pritchard shouted that he had the surface in sight. I looked ahead and saw foam churning up the rotor wash about 15 feet below the helicopter pontoons. We now had visual contact with the surface, but still could not see more than 30 feet in a lateral plane beyond the rotor disc. The workboat continued to pass our position by the ocean digger until finally reported we were on location, meaning as far as radar could determine, we were at the drill site. We saw nothing and, as we had to keep the airspeed indicator alive to ensure we had positional control, we now became seriously concerned about our proximity to the huge rig. We both realised that we were very close to obstructions, either workboats or the rig, and I was about to abort the mission by climbing away through the fog to clear air. However, at that very moment, the eerie sight of a huge thick cable came into view rising from the sea at an angle from the helicopter before disappearing into fog a short distance away. It took us several seconds to identify this as one of the 12 giant hawsers holding the massive floating ocean digger on location, and that we had now some visual direction to follow. Both Col and I were under a great deal of stress at this point, but I managed to slowly follow the cable up, keeping it in sight within about 15 feet, until the huge mass of a drill ship structure appeared out of the mist about 20 feet in front of the rotor disc. I hovered the helicopter vertically past the various cellar, sea and living decks until we orientated ourselves to enable a sideways hover onto the helipad. We landed without further problems, shut down, and were handed up 2 cups of very strong coffee by Lacey Darby, the SO drilling supervisor on board, who was well known to us both. The patients and medical attendants were loaded and the return journey made without incident. A vertical flight climb through the fog into bright sunshine and unlimited visibility. Then a radar-vectored ground-controlled approach, GCA, to the RAAF base at East Sale, and a precision approach well below limits was carried out without aid. Whenever possible, casualty evacuations, CAS-evacs, were normally handled during daylight hours, with the patient stabilised offshore by the onboard paramedic if the event occurred during the hours of darkness. Notwithstanding this, some medical problems were of serious enough nature that an immediate response was justified, some in very demanding Bass Strait storm conditions. In my time as manager of the operation, I logged 15 night CAS-evacs, most of which were categorised as critical and in several cases fatal by the time we had arrived. Although we were a non-unionised organisation in a work environment where in those days a no-ticket, no-job policy was sacrosanct, we were held in pretty high regard by the offshore workforce. Mainly this was due to the reliability and efficiency of the helicopter service that had now developed out of the ashes of the early HUPL days. In addition to our primary role that consisted of providing routine and emergency transport for offshore personnel, our operation was regularly called upon to assist state civil emergencies. At that time, SOBHP HUPL organisation was the only practical helicopter service in the state of Victoria, since there were no dedicated military, police or EMS helicopters available. Apart from several 2-seat light training helicopters based at Moorabbin, the nearest guaranteed helicopter support was a small RN anti-submarine squadron at Nowra, some 450 nautical miles to the north, and unable to offer any timely emergency response. In December 1970, the Victorian Police requested assistance to retrieve a badly injured sculler who had smashed his kayak trying to navigate through Thompson River Rapids in remote and inhospitable mountainous terrain north of Sale. A companion kayaker also lost his craft, but had managed to climb out and seek help after a 2-day hike. SO released a helicopter and with Roger Colclough as co-pilot, a doctor and 2 winch crewmen, I took off in winch-equipped Bell 205 VH-UHN to locate and retrieve the injured man. We found remnants of the 2 kayaks some 30 nautical miles downstream of the Thompson and soon after located the injured sculler on a sandbank near a very fast-flowing rapid in dense bush. Due to the tall timber surrounding the area, we had no chance to perform a normal landing, so made a vertical descent through the tall eucalyptus growing on either side of the river. The Bell 205 has a rotor diameter of 48 feet, 14.6 metres, and with the tail rotor extending some 2 metres behind the disc, had insufficient clearance for landing onto the sandbar. As the casualty, a broken pelvis, leg and wrist was later established, had been lying there for 2 days, the doctor was keen to attempt a retrieval. So he gently lowered the helicopter into the foliage of the trees until we were at a height that the winch cable reached the ground. We had 5 pairs of anxious eyes watching the foliage being stripped from the trees as the heavy blades descended into the top branches. I had complete confidence that the blades, handling the leaves and light top branches, but was very concerned about the tail rotor and took maximum advantage of slim gaps between the primary trees. One winch crewman and the doctor were lowered to the casualty, where he was stabilised and brought up in a specially designed vertical rescue stretcher. The ground team were then brought up and the retrieval successfully completed, with a landing on the sail oval about 30 minutes later. All pilots were trained in the use of the rescue winch, but operationally this was generally only used as a last resort operation. In those days, the helicopter fleet were all single engine, and a power failure occurring during a winching retrieval would likely result in a catastrophic accident involving the aircraft, crew and winch occupant. There was an explosive charge installed in the winch drum for an immediate cable jettison, but was seldom considered as practical benefit unless serious and irreversible ground fouling of the cable occurred. During early February 1971, and after a period of heavy rain from a stationary low-pressure system around the far south New South Wales coast, serious flooding took place around Victoria's Orbost and Snowy River coastal regions. Several deaths occurred, roads became impassable, and approximately 3 miles of the Melbourne-Orbost railway line was undermined or completely washed away. Through the State Emergency Service, SES, the state government requested helicopter support from ESSO, and I was directed to make one of the large helicopters available for flood relief. On the 6th of February, Alan Adams and I departed Longford in Bell 205 VHUHN to assist local emergency services as required, primarily to pick up personnel trapped by rising waters in the outlying countryside. Senior Sergeant Gemmell of the local police was on board as an observer and operator of the installed police radio equipment. Although the use of the winch was not initially expected, the helicopter was equipped with a complete winch system. George French, a leading hand engineer, followed by Rode with a truck loaded with drums of aviation fuel. Our first assignment was to retrieve the crew of a steam locomotive, one of the last running from Victorian Railways, freight train stranded on a section of line that had been isolated by the floods. We located the train and the crew were happily brewing a pot of tea inside the engine cabin, about 10 miles southwest of Orbost. The flood level had covered the rail and the crew were exceedingly pleased to see us, so much so the driver promised me a ride in his engine any time I was interested if we'd take him and his mate back to Orbost. This section of the track, adjacent to a low-lying bridge in construction, was permanently destroyed and the line to Orbost from Bairnsdale never rebuilt. By midday, it was apparent that the winch would be required to recover a number of families now forced onto the farm rooftops by the rapidly rising floodwaters that were sweeping the countryside. After several successful retrievals, a call came through that a person had been seen climbing a tree to escape the swift-flowing flood but had made a poor choice for his chance of survival. It appeared that what he had climbed was little more than a sapling, and as the water level rose and he climbed higher, the trunk slowly bent under his weight and he was reaching a position of facing downwards instead of climbing higher. We flew to the directed location and later a brief search found the person who was certainly in a precarious situation. Adams and Gemmell had by this time taken over as winch crew and they directed me over the victim, lowered the horse collar, rescue strop with life jacket attached and gestured to him the method of fitting the retrieval collar. It soon became apparent that the person to be rescued was an extremely frightened young boy, approximately 13 years of age and understandably none too keen to release the hold of his bending tree. Our concern was that he may lose his grip of the tree during the retrieval and the chance of picking him up from the fast-flowing floodwaters would be slight at best. Finally, and as the tree trunk bent lower to the waters, the lad was enticed to don the collar, albeit in an incorrect manner, and still clutching the life jacket was hoisted into the helicopter. He crouched speechless and sodden on the floor of the main cabin until we landed at the Marlow Sports Ground. As the helicopter touched down, he bolted through the open door, shot past a welcoming group of police, SES and press personnel, and was never heard from again. No one got his name or the circumstances of his entrapment, but it was clear from his point of view being rescued by helicopter was only marginally preferable to drowning in the flooded countryside. Another offshore winch retrieval was carried out when the police requested the recovery of a seaman suspected of a critical heart problem on a Russian freighter sailing past Malakuta, some 100 nautical miles distance northeast of Longford. It was clear weather, though with gale-force winds and very heavy sea. We located the freighter about 40 minutes out of Longford, but we had to rely on our locally fitted police radio to relay communication through to the vessel. On board were Alan Adams as co-pilot, 2 winch crewmen, and Dr. Peter Lethlin from the Sail Medical Group. Although not trained in winch procedure, the doctor advised us before takeoff that he should be lowered onto the deck to examine and stabilise the patient before retrieval, as this would be essential if the patient was as critical as reported. I remember at the time thinking that this was very courageous of him. We arrived over the relatively small freighter that was heaving and rolling considerably in what appeared to be 20 to 30 foot sea, and we could see the patient laid out on a cleared area of decking between a number of ventilation and hatch obstacles. Peter was told to don the horse collar, winch harness. Even though we were well experienced in working with floater drill ships in Bass Strait, the situation as existed would have been considered out of limits for normal operation, and the helicopter was certainly moving around in both the vertical and lateral planes to hold station over the freighter deck. The winch operator assumed control of the arm and cable controls and opened the starboard door while I did my best to judge the rise and fall of the vessel. Once this was established, I could then concentrate on keeping a safe distance from the series of masts along the length of the ship. I gave the OK for winching to commence and expected Peter to be lowered down the full extent of the winch limit. There was quite a delay before I received advice from the winch operator that the doctor has been lying over the cabin floor watching the vessel pitch around and has reconsidered the situation and now thinks the patient is less serious than originally believed. I can't say I blamed him, and I'm sure I would have been reluctant to be lowered 120 feet in gale force winds onto a relatively small deck. The stretcher pack was then lowered to the vessel, and with much pantomime directions from the crew, the unconscious patient was secured into the straps and brought aboard. We thankfully returned to the Sail Oval, where the patient was transported by ambulance for further treatment. The epilogue to this little incident was that it was discovered that the Russian seaman's condition was due to a paralytic state from overconsumption of vodka, and that the emergency flight should never have been authorised in the first place. On 19th May 1971 at around 0900 hours, the morning run of helicopters was spread throughout the oil field, and I was relaxing with a mug of coffee when a Mayday distress call from the Marlin gas platform was heard on the heliport primary radio frequency calling, "Mayday, Mayday, Marlin's blown, we're on fire and evacuating." This was my first experience with a major offshore installation emergency, and it quickly became apparent that the platform, with 30 workers on board, was in serious danger. The Marlin operator stayed at his post long enough to pass further information that a gas blowout and ignition had occurred during a test procedure involving the subsea pipeline, and that the order had been given to evacuate the facility. He advised that some platform rafts had been activated, but a number of employees had jumped the 50 feet height direct into the water. He then appealed for immediate rescue and signed off. Within a minute, I had a call from the SO manager, Lindsay Lipscomb, requesting information on the immediate availability of standby aircraft. I had already ordered the 7 flying helicopters to drop their passengers onto nearby platforms and head for the Marlin to pick up what survivors could be seen in the water. The Longford control room had similarly ordered the 3 field workboats to make for the Marlin at top speed for rescue duty if required, and then to commence firefighting with their onboard water cannon. Fortunately, the weather and sea state was unusually calm and visibility unlimited, and the offshore helicopters carried out rescue pickup with great professionalism, landing their fixed floats on the water and lifting all 30 workers safely from the water. Lindsay then asked for the 2 standby helicopters at Longford to be placed on immediate readiness to take him and other executives to the burning platform to evaluate the situation. I crewed 1 helicopter and Alan Adams the other, both Bell 205s. I took off first with 4 passengers on the 20 minutes flight to Marlin. Lipscomb, Joe Beale, Supervising Drilling Manager, Police Sergeant Gemmell, and Peter Spurge, SOPA Manager, and commenced circling the stricken platform at 500 feet. 2 workboats had already arrived and were hosing the main structure with high-pressure water cannon, but having little effect on the fire-enveloped platform and the 200 feet flare from the escaping gas. Even at 500 feet altitude and 500 metres laterally away from the platform, the scream of the escaping high-pressure gas was incredible, easily overriding the usual turbine engine and transmission howl usually heard inside the helicopter. After some consultation between Lipscomb and Beale, I was asked if I could get both men onto one of the workboats. Now, the Bass Strait workboats were relatively small, little more than 20 metres in length, and without any form of helicopter access. I decided I would make an unusual approach and land at the hover along one of the boats, then lean my starboard float against the open deck of the vessel. After a short brief to Lindsay, I relayed my intentions to the chosen workboat via the SO control room and set up the approach with the helicopter starboard door pinned open. I terminated at the hover alongside the vessel and drifted right, pressing with some force against the side to allow both men to jump onto the deck. The workboat then took both men to the sea deck of Marlin, where by nature of the violent updraft of air feeding the flame of escaping gas from the gas wellhead on the cellar deck above, both men surprisingly escaped any serious burns. Neither man had time to don suitable work gear, and both were wearing business suits that had been thoroughly soaked by spray from the water cannon before boarding. They had also wrapped wet towels around their heads and donned both earmuffs and cotton ear stuffing as protection against the deafening roar of the escaping gas. The workboat brought them under the structure and, after climbing the steel stairs to the wellhead area, both men closed down the crown and master valve wheels to shut off the escaping gas and snuff the flaming column of fire. Notwithstanding the violent updraft of cool air, the heat was so intense that holes were burned in the soles of Beale's shoes and his business suit momentarily caught fire. The Marlin remained out of service for 6 months due to major fire damage throughout the structure and building complex. The heat had been so intense from the main deck up that the steel helideck had melted and met 90 degrees towards the water level. The accident cost SOBHB over $100 million in lost revenue and reconstruction costs. On the 10th of May 1975, I was woken in the early hours of the morning by the DCA Melbourne Rescue Coordinator Centre, RCC, who advised that an IPEC Airlines twin-engine Bristol freighter cargo plane was preparing to ditch in Bass Strait, very close to the beach at Cape Liptrap, northeast of Wilson's Promontory. As it was still some hours before daylight, we couldn't land on the remote beach where the aircraft was heading, as there were no lights or guidance other than some police vehicles driving to the scene. We undertook to take off in darkness from Longford, planning to arrive at the beach site by first light. The subsequent ditching of the Bristol VHSJQ was a sad and very unique accident. The aircraft, with a crew of a captain and first officer radio operator, was on a night flight from Melbourne's Essendon Airport to Hobart Airport in Tasmania with a full load of boxed electrical appliances and shoes. At about the critical point, equitime between the departure and destination options of 250 nautical mile flight over Bass Strait, an engine failure occurred and, with the remaining engine unable to maintain cruise altitude, the heavily laden aircraft commenced a slow descent at some 100 feet per minute. At an approximate altitude of 4,000 feet, therefore, the captain realised he had about 40 minutes of airborne time available. At a reduced speed of something like 120 knots and approximately 100 nautical miles from either Tasmania or Victoria coastline, the captain elected to return to Victoria, hoping his descent rate would reduce as the aircraft weight diminished due to fuel burnout. This proved a fatal mistake, as a light westerly wind had sprung up, and consequently he unwittingly turned to a direction disadvantaged by a headwind component. As the flight continued and his plight became apparent, the captain realised that his only hope was to reduce weight further in an attempt to slow or arrest the descent rate. With the impossibility of opening the front clamshell doors of the Bristol in flight, he instructed the FO to move to the rear of the aircraft and commence jettisoning as much freight as possible. The FO removed his headset, thereby losing communication with the pilot, and clambered to the rear of the aircraft to commence unloading through the small rear access door. Unfortunately, the freight position to the rear was the heaviest, and as the FO started to lighten the rear of the cabin, so did the aircraft's centre of gravity change, with the nose becoming progressively heavy. The captain realised what was happening, but without communication with his FO and unable to vacate the controls, was powerless to halt the ejection of the load. As the aircraft approached the coast, and at a height that in a normal circumstances a beach landing could perhaps have been made, the aircraft stalled, the nose pitched down, and the Bristol crashed about 3 miles from the shore. The air traffic controllers were powerless to assist, but continuous transmissions from the captain advising of his predicament were captured on tape. Both crew of the Bristol were killed. With Alan Adams as his co-pilot and son Cameron as a supernumerary, we departed Longford in darkness in Bell 205 VHUHN and arrived at the site just as first light appeared. Other than a small number of police and their vehicles, the beach was deserted. There was no sign of the ditch aircraft, but all along the shoreline were hundreds of shoes being washed up as a grim testimony to the efforts of the first officer of the doomed aircraft. We returned the following day for further offshore search, and the body of the FO was found. However, it was not until almost 2 years later that the Bristol was located by a Navy hydro research vehicle. The body of the captain was never recovered. Although fully occupied managing the Longford operation and performing helicopter line flying, I also managed to fly sufficient fixed-wing hours to stay current and maintain a command instrument rating. During the May of 1971, I was asked by SO production manager Lindsay Lipscomb whether I would consider taking some weeks of vacation and fly a privately funded round Australia trip for him and some selected mutual friends. The concept for me was to rent a suitable aircraft that would be paid for by the passengers and all accommodation expenses would be equally shared. It was sort of a boys' time out affair. With Helen's blessing, I threw my hat in the ring. We settled on a small but well-equipped 6-seater Beach Baron VHCFS, and a personable group of mixed sail businessmen and SO executives made the final cut from quite a large group of applicants. Besides Lindsay and me, Paul Nort from SO, Operations Manager, and 3 local businessmen, John Leslie, Ted Pearce and Alan Jackson, made up the complement of 6, 2 North Americans and 4 Australians. We departed sail on the 26th of June 1971 with an initial flight plan for an overnight at Wilpena Pound, 430 kilometres north of Adelaide. Although now controlled by the National Parks Authority of South Australia, in those days the Pound was a remote pastoral property of some 9,000 hectares under a lease arrangement with the SA government. Apart from one narrow canyon permitting access, the Pound is otherwise a fully enclosed amphitheatre with spot heights of the surrounding formations of 3,500 feet. Under a commercial agreement with the property owners, a small but comfortable lodge had been established for tourists who mostly arrived by surface means from Adelaide. There was a small airstrip just outside the Pound, available for itinerant tourists and medical emergencies. When making the accommodation reservations, I had checked with the lodge management about the specifications of the strip and was told that it met regulatory airstrip requirements. Regularly had large aircraft flying in and was about 3,000 feet in length. Being a private authorised landing field only, there were no documents available for me to otherwise establish the strip landing length or width information. To my shame, I made no further inquiries other than checking that there were no outstanding issues of the airstrip listed in the current NOTAMs, Notice to Airmen, and on the 25th of June made the sail take off, blissfully unaware of what lay ahead. Due to the fact that our little Baron was fully laden with people and baggage, I carried just enough fuel for each sector to be flown, plus the mandatory reserve of 30 minutes for visual flight. The forecast weather for the Pound was ideal. No cloud and still air conditions. I arrived over the airstrip on schedule just before last light and quickly assessed that the deserted landing area seemed very confined and that the landing length short, though I dismissed this as an optical illusion due to the heavy timber surrounding it. On short finals, it quickly became obvious that the strip was indeed short, very short, and that the available distance was well under the flight manual requirements. I also realised that with, at best, only 30 minutes of fuel still on board, I was unsure whether, or indeed whether, a suitable alternate landing point existed. I gritted my teeth and continued with the approach and made one of the shortest landing runs I think a Baron has ever made. The passengers were delighted and they found the first landing to be a most thrilling experience. I had to agree. My problems, of course, had just started, particularly as I measured the strip length and found it to be just marginally over 2,000 feet or some 1,000 feet below normal requirements for the Baron. I spent a worrying night at the lodge, marginally assuaged by several well-earned beers, trying to convince myself that a safe takeoff could be made. I revisited the strip by myself and determined that I could gain several hundred feet by backing off from the normal takeoff point, reduced my planned fuel uplift by putting just enough to land at a nearby station strip where the owner promised more fuel, and moved our departure time forward to take advantage of the cooler, denser air. Notwithstanding grumbles from my hungover passengers, who were awakened sometime just after 0400 hours, we arrived at the strip before 0600 hours, and after a brief but thorough pre-flight inspection, I made a successful departure, again to the encouragement of my passengers who thought I had purposely held the aircraft down low over the trees during the initial takeoff just to give them a wake-up dose of excitement. Ignorance is bliss. Thankfully, the remainder of the trip was less exciting, though very enjoyable. Over 50 hours of flying covered Wilpena, Alice Springs, Mount Newman Mining Camp, Mount Tom Price Mining Camp, Whitnoon Gorge, Broome, Kununurra, Willaroo Station, Catherine, Gove Mining Camp, Groot Island, Cooktown, Gladstone and Heron Island via helicopter. Between these overnight destinations, there were many interesting transient stops. Through the SA connections, we were well looked after at the mining camps and at Willaroo. This latter destination was a very large, approximately 500,000 acres, cattle station owned by Bryce Killen, my boss and owner of Airfast. Bryce, of course, opened all doors on Willaroo for us and gave me the station helicopter, used for cattle mustering, to take the guests on sightseeing flights. In spite of the cramped travel conditions, it was a fascinating trip and one that we all enjoyed. The group got on well with each other, so much so that it was planned to do a similar exercise, wives permitting, the following year and include Papua New Guinea in the itinerary. We arrived safely back at Sale 18 days after departure in a well-worn and slightly overweight Baron. True enough, interest for a second boys' own trip remained high, and the following year toured to encompass the east coast of Australia, PNG, and back through Darwin, and the top end was planned. The flight was scheduled in VHCFJ, a Beach Baron stablemate of VHCFS, and we departed Sale on the 29th of April 1972 for an overnight in Brisbane. The routing after Brisbane was for overnight at Cairns, Thursday Island, Karawina, that's Trebian Island, Kieta, Wakani, Raboul, Mount Hagen, Grove, Milingimbi Mission, Darwin, Kununurra, Willaroo Station, Alice Springs, Lee Creek and back to Sale. The journey took 18 days and, if anything, was more enjoyable and interesting than the first, albeit also not without excitement. During the last sector, about halfway into the journey's final flight sector from Mangalore, the starboard engine commenced to shudder and ran erratically. A quick visual check revealed a fuel-oil mix running across the cowling, which was certainly attention-getting from the inside of a heavily laden aircraft flying at some 8,000 feet, and feathered the propeller, confirmed at a reduced speed altitude could be maintained. Declared an emergency and stayed on track for Sale. The landing was made without incident, but because of the asymmetric thrust being delivered on the port engine, the nose wheel steering was ineffective and the aircraft wanted to turn in circles. Alan Jackson volunteered to disembark and hook up a nose wheel steering arm, and from the front of the taxiing aircraft guide it from the end of the landing run to the terminal, about a 1-mile canter. Alan never forgave me for what he claimed to be an excessively high taxi speed back to the parking area, with an active propeller within a metre of his back spurring him on. Of the many thousands of helicopter hours I flew during my career, most by far were logged whilst I was engaged on offshore flights, either as captain on Bass Strait operations or as a supernumerary crew on contractors' foreign-registered helicopters during international assignments. Though I certainly recognised the potential dangers, at no time did I ever fear a ditching or its consequences, although I frequently flew in very marginal weather and over sea conditions that would present huge challenges for survival. Having said that, the only time I encountered a potential drowning situation was during training activities in what should have been a routine and benign supervised environment. In the early 1970s, the offshore oil and gas industry were instrumental in developing a training system in Scotland known as Helicopter Underwater Emergency Trainer, HUET. As the Bass Strait offshore program matured, HUET was purchased and commissioned at Sale Airfield in the early 1970s, primarily for SOBHP use, though also available for the Australian Defence Forces and other offshore interests. The system consisted of a full-size medium transport helicopter cockpit and cabin mock-up fitted with basic standard seating and jettison-capable doors and windows. The unit was suspended over a heated 4-metre deep pool, having an area slightly smaller than a tennis court. A hydraulic system would electrically drop the mock-up into the water at varying speeds, and by a steel ring around the body could rapidly rotate the entire structure through 180 degrees. When activated during training, this would result in occupants strapped into their seats upside down, facing significant disorientation challenges to address as they made their underwater evacuation. HUET training classes were offered for pilots who sat in the cockpit compartment and passengers who sat in the main cabin. In my time, there was never a mix between these two groups under instruction, as both faced different problems during the evacuation procedure, and discrete training skills were developed accordingly. Having said that, on the particular day of my incident, the HUET operator had requested that one of the non-pilot staff psychologists attend an aircrew course to better understand the specific challenges and considerations facing aircrew command responsibilities. I was introduced to my fellow pilot partner with whom I would share the cockpit, and we sat together during the preceding 4 hours of lecture sessions. In hindsight, I did recall that the fellow seemed unusually tense and fidgety, quite unlike the average pilot who had been exposed to considerable hours in an offshore environment. The practical session started normally, with me occupying the right seat and my fellow student the left. First, we experienced several fast but benign water landings and carried out routine evacuation. Then we moved to the more demanding and unusual situations of sinking immediately after water impact, followed by cockpit reversal, rollover. At that stage, I became concerned with my partner's behaviour, particularly his obvious disorientation during his efforts to extricate himself from the crew seat belt and shoulder straps and activating his door jettison controls. However, I had my own problems to face, and there were safety scuba divers on hand monitoring proceedings. The final scenario was to simulate a door jettison failure, necessitating an understanding between both pilots that the trainee with the jam door would reverse his direction of evacuation and swim across the cockpit to make his escape behind his partner. Obviously, this would delay the exit for the pilot experience the jam door somewhat, but we were fully briefed about the scenario and satisfactorily questioned on our expected conduct. We were then strapped in. The HUET was dropped onto and into the water and immediately rotated 180 degrees, causing significant water turbulence and reducing visibility markedly. Since it was my door that had to jam, I manoeuvred to turn left and evacuate through the portside door using my co-pilot for guidance. However, to my alarm, I met him head-on, reacting in an aggressive manner, trying to force me back under the console as he attempted to reach my disabled door. I suppose we were wrestling with each other for less than 10 seconds, but the effort and mounting adrenaline rush was certainly taking toll on my lungs. I could sense a scuba diver coming from the passenger cabin trying to haul my co-pilot out backwards through the passenger cabin, and another diver trying to enter the portside doorway to assist me. It all worked well in the end, though my partner was clearly distressed and was immediately taken from the class. In a sense, it was a good object lesson for me, and I certainly now better appreciate how little time is available to resolve the debilitating effects of panic and disorientation in a life-threatening underwater situation. Arguably, I suppose, the experience should have made me a little more gun-shy in my future dealings with psychologists during my later life. The Longford operation had by now settled into a very professional passenger service for SOBHP, with the fleet flight utilisation approaching 1,000 hours per month. The crews were essentially all resident in Sale, and their local knowledge of the Bass Strait field and ever-changing weather conditions made for an efficient and generally trouble-free offshore helicopter contract. Although the flying tasks themselves were very predictable, it would have been foolish to allow complacencies to set in. Extreme and violent weather, occasional aircraft emergencies, and the need for flexibility with respect to flight demands meant a constant need to maintain professional currency and standards and manipulative skills. As an example, in November 1974, BHP requested a helicopter to come to Melbourne to lift a large 2-ton steel pole with a meteorological metering unit on top and lower it into a prepared hole on the rooftop of their new 20-storey main office located on the corner of William and Burke Streets in the Melbourne CBD. Alan Adams and I visited the building site where the external load was to be positioned and assessed that the job could be accomplished safely, providing that the City of Melbourne gave approval for low-level helicopter operations in the centre of the city. The task was scheduled for daybreak on Sunday the 1st of December. Melbourne Police had agreed to close down all pedestrian and vehicle traffic along the route from the Yarra River to Spencer Street and then up William Street to Burke Road and to the city block bordered by Queen, Burke, William and Collins Streets. In Bell 205, VH-UHQ, we hooked up the steel pole at Fisherman's Bend at Port Melbourne and flew the predetermined route dangling the 15-metre load below the helicopter attached to the external hook. I did the flying and Alan acted as loadmaster, leading out of the cabin door and verbally guiding me to manoeuvre accurately over the drop zone and gently lower the end of the pole into a small recess constructed into the roof surface. It was exacting work, though not all that difficult, but it was an eerie experience flying almost at hover speed at rooftop level up the various deserted streets of normally busy Melbourne CBD. It reminded both of us of a scene from some futuristic disaster movie showing a city after post-apocalyptic disaster. During my time managing the Longford helicopter service, I became increasingly involved as a de facto technical advisor on general aviation matters associated with SOBHP's joint venture activities. Sometimes this would involve supplementary aviation needs for the existing Bass Strait installations, and other times working on aviation services for exploration projects further afield. It was on one of these latter assignments that I encountered a most unusual sight that typified the somewhat flexible nature of the Australian bush aviation industry of those times. To position workers on Flinders Island, a Bass Strait island located some 100 nautical miles from the mainland, a fixed-wing service was required as a link for the onward 70 nautical mile helicopter journey to an exploration drilling rig. To meet this need, ESSO asked me to visit a small local fixed-wing service, Flinders Island Airways, FIA, located at Welshpool, an attractive mainland location to Flinders Island. Amongst their predominantly single-engine fleet, FIA had one 11-passenger twin-engine Piper Chieftain that had the potential to meet ESSO's need. However, since FIA had not previously been under contract, an evaluation of their safety and professional standards was required. I made a call to FIA's owner-manager chief pilot and arranged for an inspection visit and general review of the company. I arrived around mid-morning at the small and isolated Welshpool airstrip to discover meagre facilities of little more than a windsock, a corrugated iron hangar, a small office displaying the Flinders Island Airways sign, and a Chieftain aircraft designated for the ESSO contract elect on the tarmac. I made my way to the buildings that proved to be deserted. Whilst I was in no way uneasy at the time, I later recalled the disconcerting feeling that I was being watched as I wandered round the small facility. With a view of saving some time while awaiting the FIA representatives, I walked to the Chieftain to look it over and assess its condition for passenger service. Approaching from the front, it was evident that the flight deck was unoccupied, but as I moved around the port side of the aircraft, I was astonished to see a line of bizarre faces peering through the aircraft windows following my progress. I was not expecting any boarded passengers, let alone the strange creatures that confronted me. After a moment of complete confusion, I recognised that the occupants giving me their undivided attention were in fact sheep sitting in the passenger seats, perfectly restrained by both seat belts and shoulder harnesses. At that moment, the FIA representative arrived and ran out to greet me. He was somewhat embarrassed to see me surveying his passengers, but explained that they were in fact valuable rams. Each season he had a charter to fly a small breeding mob to various island properties in the strait, and, without having appropriate pens for the animals, just laid canvas covering in the cabin and belted the sheep into the passenger seats. Once the door had been opened, there was much braying and barring, but the animals seemed docile enough with their little legs poking out from their seats. It was explained that a cabin attendant would sit with their sheep just in case any got loose during the fairly quick flights that were involved. The only way the experience could have been more unique would have been if the sheep were attired with tweed hats and wearing sunglasses. Although SOBHP held a full-time and exclusive contract for the fleet of HUPL helicopters based at Longford, they agreed that one of the small single-engine Bell 206s could be released on an ad hoc basis to the Australian Federal Government's Department of Shipping and Transport, DST. This was usually required about every 6 weeks or so for lighthouse maintenance transportation or urgently needed stores to the manned and unmanned lighthouses on the southern coast of Victoria and coastal Tasmania and adjacent Bass Strait Islands. This arrangement was certainly not commercially viable, but more an SOBHP public relations gesture, since local helicopters fitted for offshore operations and appropriately experienced crews were not usually available in Victorian or Tasmanian regions. As many of the light stations were located in geographically hostile and remote locations, the helicopter was the only reliable form of transportation for urgent or emergency contact. The normal assignment involved taking a technician, small parts mail and lightweight critical stores to the stations, and when warranted, ferry lighthouse staff dependents out to the closest land transportation point. The assignment was popular with the pilots as it was a 10-day break from the routine oil rig flights, and many of the locations visited were among the most scenic and historically interesting to be found in Australia. In April 1974, I rostered myself on my first DST resupply task, scheduled to carry a DST Assistant Director, Captain John Nicholson, and a technician for an 8 days assignment to the Bass Strait and Tasmanian lighthouses. In my whole career and all my flights undertaken, I would rank this particular one of the most interesting and enjoyable. We departed from Longford on the 24th of April 1974 and over the next week or so landed at the following locations. A. South East Point, Wilson's Promontory, manned, constructed 1859. B. Goose Island, unmanned, constructed 1846. C. Swan Island, manned, demanned 1986, constructed 1886. D. Chicken Point, Shelton Island, unmanned, constructed 1970. E. Tasman Island, manned, demanned 1977, constructed 1906. F. Matsukia Island, manned, demanned 1996, constructed 1891. G. Low Rocky Point, details unknown, a remote unmanned weather reporting station. H. Cape Sorel, unmanned, constructed 1899. I. Sandy Cape, unmanned, constructed 1953. J. Cape Wickham, King Island, unmanned, constructed 1861. K. Cape Otway, manned, demanned 1994, constructed 1848. L. Citadel Island, unmanned, constructed 1913. M. Cliffy Island, unmanned, constructed 1884. Just a note on that. I had previously visited Cliffy Island during the demanning process in 1972 when Airfast sent a relatively large twin-engine helicopter, an S-58T, to work for the DST, salvaging lighthouse equipment and heritage material by underslung nets from the island to shore. The historical and geographic interests of the journey generally, and the light station specifically, certainly far exceeded my expectations. Without exception, the station keepers and their wives were a most personable and hospitable group and proved to be a fount of knowledge on early Australian historical maritime facts and the characteristics of the invariably unique flora, fauna and piscine found throughout the coastal topography. Of the journey, my visits to Tasman Island and Matsuka Island were the most fascinating and deserve special mention. Of all the lighthouses, the Tasman Beacon was unquestionably the most spectacular. The 30-metre stone tower sits on a flat plateau, rising vertically 252 metres from the ocean. Access from the sea is via a flying fox system strung between the island high water rocks and a small rock outcrop some 35 metres distant in the ocean. A vessel unloading would place the personnel or stores into a small container carriage with a fixed upright hook, then sail slowly between the rock and the island with the intention of catching the hook on the flying fox cable strung across its line of travel. Once hooked, the container would slip back off the deck and be hauled along the cable into a small landing cove at the base of the cliff. A technically difficult manoeuvre and certainly only possible in benign sea conditions. To complete their journey to the lighthouse settlement, the passengers stood facing out to sea on a timber ledge mounted against a vertically mounted pallet-type structure. The pallet was then hauled up a rail running against the vertical cliff face by an engine-driven winch installed on the cliff top. As the pallet reached the cliff top, it rolled back to a horizontal position and the passenger was suddenly looking skyward. I was treated to a trip down and up on the vertical rail and have the greatest respect for the keepers and families that had travelled by this system during the 19th and 20th centuries. I was relieved to know that there was a ratchet arrestor incorporated into the pallet and rail system should the engine fail or the cable break during the vertical journey. As an example of the grandeur and harshness of Bass Strait, I believe Matsuka Island encompasses the complete package, named by the Dutch East Indies Company after receiving Abel Tasman's voyage report in 1642 and measuring 2.4 kilometres by 1.2 kilometres at the maximum extremities. Matsuka is the most southern point of the Australian continent, lying 5.5 kilometres due south of the southern point of the Tasmanian mainland. The beauty of the island in fine weather belies its harshness, with wind gusts of 174 kilometres per hour and an annual rainfall of 1,950 millimetres being recorded. The station log records that when the first keeper and his family arrived in 1891, they brought with them a coop of domestic fowl, all of which were immediately blown into the ocean on their first day of free-range development. Matsuka is the breeding ground of a huge colony of short-tailed shearwater ocean birds, commonly known as the mutton bird. The mutton birds mate for life and breed in short burrows during the season before heading north, as far distant as Siberia to feed until returning to the same burrow and meeting with the same mate some 5 to 6 months later. During their migratory travel, the birds travel distances in excess of 30,000 kilometres, and mutton birds branded in Tasmania have been found as far north as the Aleutians, Russia and Alaska. The lightkeeper's wife, who, typically, was a very keen environmentalist and ardent wildlife supporter, took me for a walk around the island whilst the DST people did their business. She explained to me that before the birds depart for their migratory flight after breeding, they force-feed their sole chick with krill to the stage where it weighs twice the individual parent weight, even though at this stage the chick is unable to fly. After the parents depart, the chick has approximately 8 days of food on board, reflecting the life or death period that flight must be mastered in order to survive. As we walked between the stunted windswept trees, we came across several of these chicks totally engrossed in their pursuit of flight, running along the track, flapping little wings as if their life depended on it, which in fact it did. They had no fear of us, probably because Matsuka sustains no natural predators for the small birds. I was told that many of the chicks failed to attain flight before their food reserve gave out, and the occasional distressed chick we passed along our walk visibly affected the keeper's wife. She said she used to try and provide assistance, but gave up because her efforts seemed to just cause injury. To demonstrate, she picked up a small chick and flung it into the air to try and kickstart nature. Now, on the best days, there's always a pretty cool breeze crossing the island, and that day was no exception. To my surprise, possibly horror, as I now recall, the poor little chick was flung not into the wind, but downwind, thereby presenting it with the impossible task of learning to take off with a 30-kilometre-hour tailwind. Notwithstanding the predictable result, to its credit, the chick picked itself up after the crash and continued trotting along, flapping its wings, preparing for another attempt. After some discussion, it appeared that though the lady had admirable intentions, she definitely lacked aerodynamic knowledge. I assured her that throwing the bird downwind unquestionably offered no assistance whatsoever. We then had a short and informal discussion on the principles of flight and the advantage of headwind relative to ground speed during takeoff, and tried again. She picked up another chick, somewhat reluctantly threw it into the wind, and lo, away the little fellow went as if born to it. We spent the next 10 minutes finding little muttonbird chicks and throwing them into the breeze, with a success rate approaching about 90%. I believe I did more for the muttonbird community on Matsuka Island that day than any of the Tasmanian environmentalists would ever know. My contract for Airfast was for 5 years and had commenced June 1969. I had left the Department of Civil Aviation in good standing, and the Director General, Sir Donald Anderson, had offered to have me back within the operations branch of the department. I had enjoyed my time as a contractor for SOBHP, and we learned a lot both in management style and all-weather, day-night offshore helicopter flying operations. However, it had been a demanding time, and though still not yet 40 years of age, I was not prepared for another 5 years of what had been, at times, quite stressful periods. Notwithstanding 4 offshore helicopter ditchings, my 5 years managing the operation had been injury-free and without significant aircraft damage. I had built up a very good industry reputation and enjoyed close rapport with SOBHP management and field staff. So I believed it was in my interest to complete my contract and then depart in high regard and in good grace. Helen and I discussed the options, and, with her support, we decided the family would return to Melbourne and I would resume life in line with the DCA offer. I advised Bryce Killen and SO of my decision, and in May 1974, allowing them 2 months to arrange my replacement. On the 1st of June, the Exxon Corporation, through SO Australia, offered me an Australian-based position with the title Aviation's Operations Advisor. The arrangement would see me administer as a direct employee within SO Australia, but reporting to and working directly for Exxon Corporation through their aviation department located in Houston, USA. The benefits of the offer was an Australian $30,000 per annum, a car with full running costs, and all the standard benefits common to a senior employee of a large international organisation. To take this into perspective, my salary when I left the Army as a major in 1964 was approximately $6,800 per annum with no significant benefits. When I left the DCA in 1969, it was $12,000 and reasonable public service benefits. From Airfast in June 1974, it was approximately $19,000 with generally good benefits. The increase from the time of my military departure to joining SO, a period of 8 years, was a 5 times increase in salary plus a quantum leap in perquisites. The package offered by SO was just too attractive to refuse. With no misgivings and with Helen's support, I accepted the offer effective 1st of July 1974. Now page 106. Chapter 7, The Corporate Life. The position offered was quite unique in that it was the first of such created in the Exxon system. The title was Aviation Advisor, and the job description somewhat loose, as there had been a little time to prepare a formal expectation of duties to perform. In fact, it was not until I had been in the job some 5 years that Exxon, through SO, finally prepared a formal job description setting out my duties and reporting system. Basically, the system was to act as an aviation operations advisor to the many Exxon International affiliates. The task was to provide technical input for setting and monitoring aviation safety, efficiency and economic standards, in that priority, dealing with the International Charter fixed and rotary wing operations as required by Exxon worldwide. Essentially, this involved geological survey, seismic evaluation, exploration activities including drilling, and production operations. These tasks were collectively known as upstream activities, as opposed to the marketing and commercial side of the business known as downstream activities. There was a huge expansion and development of the international offshore oil and gas industry when I joined Exxon in 1974. Extensive production programs were coming in line, the emerging North Sea region, Indonesia, Australian discoveries and the Gulf of Mexico as examples. and new explanation programs underway throughout Southeast Asia, the Middle East and Africa. All this at a time when there was a marked development in the established offshore fields of the world as advanced technologies fostered offshore expansion in increasingly deeper waters further offshore. At the time of my employment with Exxon, the provision of an in-house advisor was a very recent innovation, with only the Royal Dutch Shell Company having a small number of specialist aviators other than line pilots within their organisation. Most oil industry majors such as Mobil, Chevron, Elf, Total, Marathon, etc. did as Exxon had done, relied on advice from their in-house corporate fixed-wing fleet managers on an ad hoc and cursory basis. I was the first such specialist employed by Exxon, and though augmented by the services of the fleet manager from time to time, to all intent and purposes became the de facto authority for aviation charter standards with respect to safety of operations, efficient use of aircraft, and the cost-effective manner the aircraft were utilised. As I write this record, it is now normal for these major companies to employ consultant or employee advisors to oversee their respective worldwide operations. Though aircraft supporting the oil industry today are somewhat larger, technically more advanced and complex than they were in the early 1970s, they are also better designed and engineered to meet higher safety standards. I would also hazard a guess that aircraft numbers today would be numerically similar to those engaged in the early 1960 to 70 years. In 1974, a survey made in the justification for my position showed that at a peak period in 1973, approximately 100 fixed and rotary wing aircraft of significantly differing capabilities, sizes and design were under Exxon contract in widely varying, though universally unhospitable, locations of the globe. My first assignment was to spend some months at Houston with Bob Grant, the manager of the aviation department. Bob was a lovely Texan with an airline background, but too nice to be working for Exxon and too vague to be a manager of anything. Hitherto, he had been responsible for travelling around the world giving aviation-related advice to the regional affiliates, and soon became apparent why he had been pushing for a full-time advisor position to be created within his organisation. Bob distrusted and had little knowledge of helicopters, which was unfortunate, as most of the corporation's remote area aviation operations relied primarily on helicopters. After about a month in Houston, without doing anything constructive, by mutual consent it was decided that I would do one supervised joint assignment with Bob, then return to Australia and set up a regional advisory office. As far as the advisory and general audit function the job went, I had few qualms, for it seemed to me to be no less than an extension of the fieldwork that I had undertaken some years earlier with the Australian DCA. So, after about a month in Houston, Bob and I set out to Venezuela and Colombia to audit flight operations for SO Venezuela Incorporated and SO Eastern Exploration, respectively. This was programmed to take a little over 2 weeks, and I passed on my itinerary to Helen with the good news that my original overall assignment had been shortened by some 3 months. I was more than happy to leave the small service department Exxon had arranged for me in downtown Houston. Our first task was to audit Helicol, a small South American helicopter company located in the mountain city of Bucaramanga, Colombia. Helicol was engaged in seismic operations for SO exploration in regional jungle mountain areas using single-engine Bell helicopters, a task that required both local knowledge and a high degree of flying skill. Our itinerary from Houston took us to Bogota, then the following morning to Bucaramanga, 120 nautical miles to the north, by a regional air carrier. Time has clouded my memory, but I believe the aircraft for this domestic flight was an aged Vickers Viscount 700 turboprop running a daily milk run service to a number of regional airports. Although the elevation was not high by Colombian standards, Bucaramanga is nevertheless some 4,000 feet above sea level, which, coupled with its equatorial proximity and subsequent high-density altitude, was a challenge for the relatively underpowered but invariably overloaded aircraft that plied the route on a once-daily frequency. The airport at the time was called Gomez Niño, a typical and somewhat run-down provincial South American facility. It was made up of a control tower, small terminal building with adjacent hangars, and a single narrow runway with one threshold on the edge of a high plateau overlooking the Rio de Oro Valley 1,000 feet below. I don't recall the runway length, but I do remember the alarming braking of the aircraft immediately we touched down on landing, and the lack of any spare runway when the aircraft stopped. I thought then that the later takeoff run would be interesting, even exciting. I spoke with one of the Helicold pilots during our stay, and he explained that due to the limited runway length, the return flight was carried out in the evening when some benefit would be gained from the cooler night air. The regional airport was later relocated to Pelanegro, approximately 30 kilometres from Bucaramanga, and no doubt far more suited the modern aircraft performance. The operational audit involved observing a selection of operational flights in the field, examining standard operating procedures with respect to fuel loads and visibility, and reviewing the mountain helipad standards in place. Due to the fact that there were two of us now sharing the workload, the audit was completed in 4 days instead of the 5 that Bob had originally planned. We arranged to present our findings in the audit review to Helicold management a day earlier than scheduled. Happy that our time in Bucaramanga could be shortened accordingly. However, when attempting to rearrange our flights, we found that there were no seats available on the earlier Friday flight, and it appeared that we would still have to follow the original Saturday itinerary. Bob sought the assistance of the Helicold Presidente, and though his contact with the airline's local manager, a special arrangement was made that 2 reservations would be made available on the Friday flight, providing that we would accept non-standard seating. Not realising the implications, we happily agreed. The revised flight was duly boarded on the Friday night, and we quickly understood how lucky we were to have been allocated seating when we saw the passengers and baggage loaded. However, it was only once the aircraft commenced taxiing that we realised that the 2 seats assigned to us were the cabin staff jump seats, and consequently the flight attendants would be standing, strap hanging, for the takeoff and landing. Well aware of our aviation safety role, we were both surprised and embarrassed with the arrangement. Nonetheless, after a couple of quick cold in-flight zavasses, we managed to assuage our guilt and rode the night flight back to Bogota. We enjoyed our 2 flights in Bogota and made our way to El Dorado International Airport the following Sunday morning in line with our original itinerary. On arriving for check-in, a message from Helicold awaited us advising that our original Saturday flight had crashed after takeoff from Gomez Nino Airport, killing all 48 passengers and crew on board. It was my first encounter with third world airline operations and a chilling realisation that professional government oversight of high airline standards could no longer be taken for granted. Over the coming 20 years during my Exxon assignments in countries of the Middle East, Asia, South Americas and Africa, incidents, inefficiencies and safety violations became relatively frequent and unpleasant inevitabilities. From Colombia, Bob and I travelled to Maracaibo via Caracas in Venezuela to audit further helicopter operations supporting Esso oil production activities. This involved flying in small Bell piston engine helicopters to various unmanned platforms, each with a tiny helipad constructed in Lake Maracaibo. There were literally hundreds of these platforms in the huge lake, marshalled in blocks, then rows, then numbered, so that the pilots could easily locate the platform in question. For example, a technician might be required to check an output level on platform 33 in row Kilo, located in block 23. Coming from the Australian field that claimed just 5 production platforms at the time, this was quite a revelation to me, even allowing that the production rate of each Lake Maracaibo platform was minuscule compared to those in Bass Strait. At the time of my visit, I remember a local parasite weed, lemna, being pointed out as a pest that was affecting marine transport and platform construction. Efforts to eradicate this noxious weed were ineffectual in the latter part of the 20th century, and now the lake is contaminated with 150 million cubic metres of the plant covering over 25% of the entire lake. Research has shown that the plant doubles in size every 48 hours during growth, and the Venezuelan government is now spending $20 million per month in an effort to control the weed. Although Lake Maracaibo remains Venezuela's primary oil production area, and during its high points in 1970 was producing over 23 million barrels per day, it is now an environmental disaster. A telling lesson on the lack of interest, care and understanding displayed by both the government and industry involved during the past 5 decades. And so I completed my introduction to the position of Exxon's sole specialist aviation advisor. Bob quickly relinquished any claims he had unwillingly assumed in this role, and I became the focal point of Exxon's international family of upstream affiliates working under the broad organisation of Esso Exploration, Esso Eastern, Esso Middle East, Esso Europe and Exxon Marine. It was a unique situation for me, located in a small Australian country town, fielding requests and calls for advice from over 100 companies worldwide. In an era long before emails, fax machines and cell phones, PC and the rest of today's accepted information technology. It was a laborious and time-consuming effort, and much international travel was involved. A week before I returned to Australia from this inaugural assignment, the HUPL operation of Sale suffered a serious helicopter accident when a Bell 205 helicopter experienced an engine failure after takeoff from Longford and made a very heavy landing from the ensuing auto-rotation. The captain, Don Hutton, suffered serious back injuries, but there were no injuries occurred by the 9 passengers on board. As a result of the accident, the use of a single-engine helicopter again came under review by Esso management, and I was immediately directed to undertake a study on the subject for the company management. During the past 2 years, Bell had developed a twin-engine version of the 15-seat Bell 205, known as the Bell 212, and I had been an enthusiastic proponent for its acquisition by Esso Australia. However, I had no support from the aviation department in Houston in my endeavours, as the Exxon USA affiliate in the US were concerned that this would reflect badly on their extensive single-engine helicopter fleet working in the Gulf of Mexico. Nevertheless, I wrote a report for Esso Australia again expressing my view and recommending the change to multi-engine aircraft. Within a week, my recommendation was approved and the decision made to progressively retire all single-engine helicopters working Bass Strait and for 5 Bell 212 helicopters ordered. Several months after this decision had been made, Exxon USA experienced a fatal accident when one of their single-engine Sikorsky S-62 helicopters lost power on takeoff from the Gulf of Mexico offshore platform and crashed inverted onto a nearby workboat. All 6 occupants were killed. Within a month, Exxon USA similarly placed an order with Bell for 212s, and so commenced the era of Exxon's multi-engine helicopter policy. My first unsupervised assignment was for the Singapore-based Esso Exploration Asia Limited affiliate, who were evaluating a drilling program in the waters of the Andaman Sea offshore the west coast of Burma, now Myanmar. My first trip was to accompany the Vice President-elect of Esso Exploration Burma Incorporated, Pete Gillard, to review possible helicopter-based sites from Rangoon down to the town of Palau. From Burma, we took a flight to Tavoy, and from there were given an army escort to take us to Palau, due to security concerns of rebel activity against the central Burmese military government under President Ne Win. There was a lot of unrest in the countryside, exemplified by food riots, armed insurrection in outlying regions, and kidnapping of foreign advisors. The only marginally acceptable location we considered was at Tavoy, and we spent 2 nights there having discussions with the military regimental commander responsible for controlling the local province. We were assured that there was no danger, but it was somewhat disconcerting to be driven round in a very old Bentley sedan within a platoon of Burmese soldiers deployed in the old World War II GMC trucks. I was not convinced that there was no cause for concern when I examined the neat line of holes running from the mudguard, windscreen and across the passenger door on one of the GMCs. When I mentioned to our interpreter that these holes seemed similar to those made by 7.62mm bullets, he said it was possible, but a long time ago. Both Pete and I were unconvinced, particularly as the same platoon took up defensive positions all night around our government guest house. SO's Burma program lasted for approximately 18 months, and a series of wells, all dry, were drilled in 7 offshore locations. We operated helicopters from only 2 bases, Rangoon and Tavoy, the latter involving a coastal refuelling stop from 44-gallon drums at Labuta, 120 nautical miles east of Rangoon. Tavoy was considered to be in hostile territory, and our helicopter contractors, initially Bristow, then Okanagan, operated from blast-proof quarters and followed different flight routes to the coast daily as a protection from air-to-ground attack. Burma was an interesting assignment and was my first taste of a beautiful but authoritarian country whose citizens certainly suffered under the yoke of a socialist military dictatorship. The economy was in ruins, with an unusable local currency and complete absence of any Western imports other than that available on the black market. SO was permitted to operate under sufferance, and only because the military junta was desperate for hard currency. But the limitations placed on the operation by the security system was a huge hindrance to efficient operations. All SO telephones were secretly monitored, though the effectiveness of this practice was doubtful. There was a case of our logistics manager trying to understand a boat captain at the wharf who was seeking confirmation on the freight priority for his imminent trip to the drilling rig. After a lot of frustrating shouting between the 2 parties on either end of a very bad line trying to make sense of each other, the line suddenly cleared and a new third-party voice in very good English helpfully said, "He wants to know the freight priority for the trip." Obviously, some intelligence gatherer got sick and tired of listening to the repeated time-wasting shouting. There was one hotel still operating from the pre-war days, the British-built Strand Hotel, a magnificent construction, but a shadow of its former self. The other hotel was the relatively recently constructed Inya Lake, a gift from Russia to the fledgling socialist country after the war. Very little electrical equipment worked in either hotel. The meals were abominable and the rodents held sway during the evening hours. During summer months, the heat was intense, and the sole swimming pool, owned by the Inya Lake, was a pit of algae-covered tepid water, a product of long-failed filtering system. On one occasion, a helicopter pilot working for the Reading and Bates Drill Company arrived back at the hotel completely exhausted and dehydrated after a day's flying. Contrary to all the rules issued to expatriate guests, he donned some shorts and dived into the pool. As he swam back to the pool edge, a large rat emerged from a drain hole and took a huge bite into his arm. As the only acceptable medical facility was run by the American Embassy, he was taken there, put onto anti-rabies program and stabilised until an evacuation flight could be arranged from Thailand. The direct flight path from the SO helicopters ran from the Rangoon airport over the presidential palace of Ne Win and the adjacent Shwedagon Pagoda, then across a mix of rural paddy fields and rainforest jungle. Although flight fuel was stretched to the limit, we were ordered to fly a 10 nautical mile dogleg before heading for the coast under pain of being shot down by an anti-aircraft unit emplaced around the palace. The perceived threat was not to the Shwedagon, one of the world's greatest antiquities, but to Ne Win from possible assassinations. The aviation support was excellent, even if the drilling proved a disappointment, and notwithstanding the ongoing security frustrations, I was sorry when the assignment was concluded. The average Burmese citizen was gentle and well educated, and as a result of their exposure to English education and training, very reliable and friendly. It was sad to see such misuse of power and the terrible consequences it had on the local population. One interesting side effect associated with trips to Burma was the exposure to a small parasite locally known as the cane mite. It was easily picked up by sitting in untreated cane furniture, such as found in the lounge at the airport terminal building, and caused many a nasty surprise for outgoing oil field workers. The mite was invisible and could transfer from the cane furniture through clothing and burrow unnoticed into the skin of the unsuspecting carrier. The mite would lay eggs almost immediately, which would then hatch under the skin within 48 hours, resulting in very itchy and angry-looking raised wheals spread across the affected area, usually the buttocks. A nice thing to take home to the wife. The other problem was cockroaches, a perennial problem encountered in the tropics generally, Burma specifically. The country had one airline at the time, the Union of Burma Airways, UBA, which met the country's needs for all domestic and international travel. A small fleet of aged F-27s proved the former, and the latter one Boeing 727 leased from a mysterious Florida-based company in the USA, and which flew 3 flights a week from Rangoon to Bangkok or Kathmandu. Consistent with its age, the Boeing was kept in reasonable airworthy condition, though exposure to the heat and humidity of Burma certainly took its toll on its cosmetic presentation, particularly cabin presentation. It was always entertaining to watch the faces of our first-time passengers when the aircraft had taxied to the runway and prepared for the take-off run. Due to the relatively short runway by 727 needs, the pilot would always hold at the end of the runway and apply maximum power before releasing the brakes, thereby creating intense noise and significant aircraft vibration. As soon as this procedure commenced, hundreds, if not thousands, of small cockroaches would appear from behind the cabin lining and crawl or hop in frenzied excitement around the cabin until the aircraft lifted off and the vibration ceased. And at that point, just as miraculously, the creatures would scuttle back behind the cabin lining, and everything was as it had been. In spite of constant fumigation, the expatriate engineer maintaining the Boeing insisted he was unable to eradicate the swarm. I've often wondered whether the Australian health and quarantine officials are aware of such freeloaders when the Southeast Asian carriers bring their aircraft into Australia. By the end of 1975, and still the contractor providing SO's Australian helicopter service, HUPL was in serious financial difficulties. Primarily, this was due to some bad judgment calls Bryce had made with his rural interests and helicopter operations in Asia. Under a complicated payback system, SO had already financed the Bell 212 purchase, but HUPL was now having difficulty in meeting repayments towards the remaining contracted fleet. To stave off the foreclosure of HUPL, and consequently an immediate grounding of the HUPL-owned helicopters, SO purchased the remaining helicopters from Bryce and paid him to operate the fleet under the HUPL operating licence. This proved to be only temporary relief, however, and within a few months the company was again in difficulty, this time with the payment of wages to their Longford staff. Finally, and with great reluctance, SO cancelled the HUPL contract, offered direct employment to the 40 staff of pilots and ground support personnel, and took responsibility for running their own aviation service. This was a high workload period for me, as I was closely involved in the planning and evaluating of the various options open to SO in their efforts to keep the helicopters operating. At this time, the Bass Strait oil field production was approaching 500,000 barrels of oil a day that, at $25 US a day, represented not only a huge profit to the two partners, but also to the Australian government in tax and royalties. To have to shut the field down for just one day in the event of the helicopters being grounded would have been a very costly business. For a year, SO Australia operated the helicopter service under one of their shelf companies, SO Standard, before finally incorporating the entire staff and aircraft into SO Australia Proprietary Limited. It was decided that I would remain as an advisor reporting to the corporation in Houston, but with the added responsibility of providing on-site technical advice to SO Australia in the running of their new acquisition. Once the SO Australia problem had been addressed, for the next 3 years I worked in both field and headquarter locations for affiliates throughout the world: Canada, Scotland, Norway, Singapore, Burma, Malaysia, Spain, PNG, Indonesia, Denmark, Japan, Thailand, Colombia and Venezuela assignments involved a total of 300 days outside Australia. Some of the trips were relatively short, maybe 3 days on site. Others were relatively long, involving 2 weeks or more working with an affiliate organisation. This level of commitment and travel, particularly when it involved remote field operations in third world regions, was not sustainable, and this was ultimately recognised by Exxon. In spite of remunerative benefits such as tax-free salary during time overseas and a fully paid trip for Helen each year on any assignment we chose, the level of travel had to be modified. During subsequent years, my time involving travel and overseas work seldom exceeded 100 days per year that, in several cases, would include part travel with Helen when friends or grandparents could be cajoled into babysitting duties. In July 1977, I was requested to visit an Exxon Chemical Pakistan (ECP) operation in Dhaka, located in the upper Sindh province of Pakistan, 300 nautical miles north-northeast of Karachi. The purpose of the visit was to review the Karachi-based fixed-wing service under charter for transporting technical and management staff between the Karachi centre and the field plant-producing feedstock, primarily urea. It was the start of many assignments in Pakistan, and I found them interesting and challenging. The tribal village of Dhaka was primitive, but an enjoyable experience, with the local inhabitants friendly and hospitable. The Esso plant, which had its own airstrip, provided accommodation and messing facilities and offered basic accommodation and food to good Pakistani standards. In summer, the very dry heat was extreme, with temperatures up to 50 degrees C in the middle of the day not uncommon. For recreational use by staff, plant management had constructed an open-roof squash court, having rendered mud walls and a stone floor, so smooth that it proved a perfectly true surface for accurate play. On my first visit, I was encouraged to bring my squash racket on subsequent trips, and I did so with some degree of genial overconfidence, as I thought myself a pretty fair pennant player in Australia in those days. My first exposure to the court and against a couple of young Pakistani engineers almost killed me. The heat was exhausting, and my Pakistani opponents of incredibly high squash standard. It was a reverse form of racial injustice, and two fit young engineers, each about 25% of my body weight, took subtle enjoyment alternatively flogging me from one side of the court to another. Notwithstanding, I enjoyed visiting the country in the operation, and believe I provided a good service in developing the company's airstrip, emergency response facilities, and raising the standard of the small twin-engine Piper Seneca 2 service. Unfortunately, I was inflicted by a case of amoebic-type dysentery during a visit in 1978 that, although not diminishing my regard for the friends I had developed there, certainly made me more cautious when it came to local eating. The sickness became apparent on my departure from Karachi, and I spent a very stressful day en route to my next assignment in Norway. Fortunately, Oslo was the European Centre for Tropical Medicine, and I received very good treatment on my arrival. The dysentery was an affliction I never want to encounter again, though the apparent benefit of the experience appears to have given my intestines a healthy immunity to standard travel problems of this nature. This in itself is remarkable, as hygiene conditions in many of the third world countries in which I worked would shock most Westerners. In China, it was certainly not unusual to visit a restaurant, even so-called westernized ones in cities like Beijing, and to see large rats calmly grazing under the table between the legs of the unsuspecting diners. I recall dining in Zhuhai Hotel restaurant with a very large Texan driller by the name of Dale Morneau, who had that day come in from the rig and was en route back to the States. I noticed a very, very large rat nibbling food scraps from the carpet under the vacant table next to us, and remarked to Dale that considering the rat infestation around food sources in China, it was a wonder that there weren't greater health problems encountered. I remember Morneau dismissing my remark lightly, saying he'd heard of rodent problems and thought it an old traveller myth. Well, of course he would, since nearly all of his time in China was on a Western oil rig. When I pointed to old Rattus, calmly eating off the floor not 1 metre away, I guess Dale's American sanitised background took over, and he jumped to his feet and in the process knocked over our table loaded with beer, rice and wonton soup. It caused a major incident in the restaurant, not due to the rats, but to our Western intolerance of such things natural. Major rat infestation around food areas was not uncommon anywhere in Asia, but particularly prevalent in ports of China, Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. During the relatively early years with my children, I ensured that I had at least 1 week of time with each of them independent of the others. In Emma and Cam's case, It was a week-long gliding course at the Victorian Gliding Centre in Benalla, respectively, and in Bronwyn's case, we arranged to meet in Warsaw to spend 2 weeks touring Poland during her time as a student in Frankfurt when I was en route to Russia on a work assignment. In Meg's case, and coinciding with her 21st birthday year, I had been considering spending some vacation time in the northern areas of Pakistan into the Himalayan mountain ranges and considered it would be an interesting present to give her if she was interested. As a result of my activities in the Dahaki operation, I had become very friendly with the Vice President of SO Pakistan, Jal Divesha, a Pakistani of Parsi religion and a highly respected businessman. Jal seemed gratified by my interest in his country and suggested I consider a tour along the Karakoram Highway through the Chinese border. Although at the time this region was restricted to authorised designated access only, Jal indicated that he could facilitate the necessary security passes for travel and arrange accommodation at various government border quarters en route. Through his contacts, he could also arrange the necessary approvals to hire a small van with an Islamabad driver and a guide from a tribe in the unique Gilgit region close to the Afghanistan border. This latter individual was quite a famous local identity, as he was the guide that led the first mountaineers to climb K2, a mountain second only to Mount Everest in height, though it seems not necessarily in difficulty. I talked it over with Helen, and she fully supported the idea of a tour, and consequently we asked Meg if she would join us as her 21st birthday gift. We also invited her good friend of the same age, Anne Henderson, who was the daughter of best man Bill. Both girls accepted our invitation, so it was to be a small party of 4 to experience quite a unique wilderness trip. We all met up in London during 1982, from where I had just completed assignments out of Aberdeen on the North Sea operations, followed by 3 days in London evaluating a British Aerospace HS-125 corporate jet for SO Australia. I decided that I would take a 4 weeks break at the end of the London assignment to commence our planned vacation. British Aerospace kindly flew the 4 of us in the HS-125 to Shannon Airport after my business with them, and we spent the first week of vacation motoring around Ireland. This little detour possibly stretched SO's business ethics policy somewhat, though in mitigation I must say it was Lear that ultimately won the corporate jet order. After Ireland, we flew to Karachi to commence a unique tour of the northern Pakistan region. The route we were to travel over during this vacation was incredibly interesting and deserves a short background explanation. Construction of the Karakoram Highway running from Islamabad to the Chinese border commenced in 1958 and was completed 20 years later. Though not officially opened to foreigners until 1986, the design and building of the road resulted from a People's Republic of China initiative proclaiming that it was to be symbol of Pakistan-Chinese friendship and cooperation, and intended to bring remote and isolated mountain ethnic tribes into mainstream Pakistan governance. While this may have been the altruistic reason, the more pragmatic driver was undoubtedly to give China a southern route to the Bay of Bengal and thence Indian Ocean, a strategic advantage for both Pakistan and China against their common adversary, India. The highway commenced in Islamabad in Pakistan and tracked through some of the most inhospitable geographic challenges in the world, through to Kashgar, Kashi, in the Xinjiang region of China, a total direct distance of 1,300 kilometres. During the 20 years of construction, accidents claimed over 500 Chinese and Pakistani lives, and tens of thousands more suffered from injury and sickness. Commencing at near sea level, the highway winds through the Himalayan range, peaking at an altitude of 15,600 feet at the Kunjarab Pass on the Pakistani-China border. En route, it snakes along Nanga Parbat and Rakaposhi Mountains, both of which are in excess of 25,000 feet. From the small primitive village of Gilgit, K2 Mountain, the second highest in the world after Everest, is clearly visible. The routing of the highway is through the wild frontiers of the fundamental Islamic tribes, close to the Afghan borders to the west and the Indian border to the east, until reaching the Kunjarab Pass. It then reaches Kashgar in China via Kunjarab Pass, literal Urdu translation for Veil of Blood, so named due to the violent history of caravan sackings by local bandits. This point was the main geographical obstacle along the ancient Silk Route before it descended into the sandy Taklamakan Desert past Kashgar. The final section of the highway is close to the junction of the world's 5 highest mountain ranges: Himalayas, Kakarams, Hindu Kush, Kunlan Shan and Tien Shan, and also the borders of 6 countries: China, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. The highway consists of 2-lane sealed road that climbed and snaked between a series of 20 mountain peaks, with 10 kilometres of the route all being over 20,000 feet in height. Scenery was spectacular, albeit subject to unpredictable weather and frequent poor visibility. The local Islamic tribal people, though primitive, were generally polite and friendly, though my 3 ladies in their western dress were the centre of much attention when we stopped at the few isolated settlements along the route. We stayed at pre-arranged government guest houses designed for official visitors, which, while adequate in comfort and much appreciated, offered little in culinary appeal. On one occasion, we were delayed by a mudslide and found overnight shelter in a roadside truck stop and settled down on pallets around a brazier in one large room occupied by 15 Muslim truck drivers. I was informed later that only one person in the room slept. The drivers were awake watching every move made by the ladies. The ladies were awake watching every move made by the truckers. As an escort, I justified my conduct on the basis that I needed all the sleep I could get. We were 10 days on the road, and it was a fascinating experience. The scenery was magnificent, ranging from glacial snouts, barren tundra, and spectacular snow-covered mountains, and, particularly in the Hunza region, lush orchards and crystal-clear rivers. We stayed in shelters of dubious sanitation and ate food of even more dubious hygiene. We passed some horrifying vehicle accidents, one in particular that had skidded off the road and dropped some 1,000 feet down a mountain to the Indus River that coursed below. In such desolate and hostile topography, it would be a miracle if such incidents could ever be checked and recovery made in the unlikely event occupant survived. After such an interesting and challenging tour, it was somewhat of an anticlimax to return home and address the office demands that had built up in my absence. More travel awaited me, and new projects in Yemen, the Canary Islands, Taiwan and the Ivory Coast kept me very busy. I seemed to be either on prolonged travel to meet on-site needs for the field work or engaged in working with overseas contractors to develop relevant operational procedures and plan the ground facilities required for the new aviation services. Since I was more or less wholly involved in field aviation activities, it was unavoidable that the Exxon advisory position left little time to access hands-on fixed and rotary wing flying, and my opportunities in the cockpit became less frequent compared to my early aviation career. Although I'd never depended wholly on active flying per se for my livelihood, my military postings, DCA examiner duties, and position as a relief pilot whilst HUPL manager in Bass Strait did result in significant direct aircrew command time. My position with Exxon, however, pretty much relied on my past experience rather than my current hands-on flying skills. Consequently, my time as a pilot commenced to slowly decline, even though it was 20 years before I finally capitulated and allowed my airline transport licenses to lapse. In my final years, I was barely managing to attain 80 hours a year compared to the 800 hours I'd averaged during my time in Bass Strait. It was frustrating to be aware of the loss of my cockpit skill, and the efforts that had been made to remain current with ever-changing ATC procedures and regulations were very demanding. Notwithstanding my time management difficulty in arranging access to the cockpit for continuation flying, I did manage to take advantage of the few opportunities that arose on the job and during recreational times. I joined the Victorian Gliding Federation and spent some time developing very basic soaring skills. This started when I took Cam to join with me in attending a one-week gliding course in May 1980. We lived on Benalla Airport in very basic unheated World War II barrack-type huts, a somewhat Spartan existence during the winter season. As well as my gliding, I was also scheduled on the club's fixed-wing glider tug, an ex-crop duster Piper Pawnee. Cam was 16 years old at the time, not licensed to drive, and we didn't expect he would go beyond dual instruction. However, he quickly adapted to the flying, achieving a standard suitable to be cleared solo on the final day of our course. I had the proud honour of tugging him into the air and getting his signal cast off at 3,000 feet above the field. I side-slipped down for a quick landing so I could watch his landing, which I have to say was well judged and very smooth. In 1984, I enjoyed a similar experience with Emma when the two of us attended a week of gliding. Em has very good motor skills and, according to instructor, managed the flying sequences exceptionally well. However, her midweek flying time was badly disrupted through bad weather and she never reached the required experience to go solo. During the early 1970s, Exxon had been negotiating with the Malaysian government through the National Oil Authority, Petronas, to explore and develop any offshore oil reserves located in the Malaysian waters within the South China Sea. In 1972, a small discovery offshore from Kota Kinabalu in East Malaysia, known as the Tembungo Field, was developed under a profit-sharing arrangement between Petronas and Esso. At the same time, Petronas issued Exxon a licence to explore for hydrocarbons offshore the east coast of West Malaysia. After a number of very successful discoveries and protracted commercial negotiations on the profit-sharing ratio between both parties, Exxon committed to begin production 60 to 130 nautical miles offshore the state of Terengganu in West Malaysia. During the early Temuco days, I was involved in setting up a small helicopter service operating from Kota Kinabalu, a simple enough mission, but a political minefield when dealing with the local aviation interest. The challenge was sweetened by the fact that I was able to renew acquaintances with some good expatriate friends who had moved from Bass Strait to develop in the new Malaysian discoveries. Of particular note were two senior US managers, Lindsay Lipscomb and Bob Ritter, who not only helped my efforts in developing aviation standards, but also became lifetime personal friends throughout my time with Exxon and beyond. In particular, Bob taught me much about Exxon philosophy and ethics, and I owe him a great deal for what success I enjoyed during my years with the company. Bob was an aviation enthusiast and had been a pilot in his early years. He could be relied upon to support me in any position I took to raise the aviation standards of safety and efficiency, in spite of any short-term economic attraction there might be in taking a less professional option. It was employees such as Bob and Lindsay that developed Exxon's reputation for superlative technical skills and unrivaled track record in oil industry safety. Once the future of the South China Sea development in offshore West Malaysia was confirmed, it became clear that significant fixed and rotary wing involvement would be essential. The planned offshore base of operations of Kota had no service infrastructure or facilities at the time, being little more than a region of jungle and palm oil farming. Initially, the transportation of large numbers of expatriate and national workers needed for the mix of exploration, drilling, construction, production and base logistics facilities was mostly come from or through Kuala Lumpur, 300 kilometres to the west and across the harsh 7,200 feet jungle rainforest of the Malaysian peninsula. Although the majority of the unskilled labour force would make the journey by an arduous bus trip to Kota, all specialists and expatriate management supervisory staff would travel by fixed wing. The entire offshore workforce, at time numbering over 1,500 personnel, would travel by helicopter between Kota and the offshore locations. It was calculated that initially the fixed-wing service must provide 60 seats each way per day between Kuala Lumpur and Kota, and the helicopters 150 seats each way per day between Kota and the offshore locations. EPMI approached Exxon Aviation and requested my temporary but continuous presence to work with them on the initial planning for and supervision of the aviation services. It was subsequently agreed that I would be attached for up to 1 year on a permanent assignment with EPMI, residing in KL, but involving extensive operational visits to the helicopter base initially set up at the KT Provincial Airport. With some misgivings, Helen agreed to relocate, though without Meg and Cam, who were to remain in Sale as they were well advanced into their secondary school education, and a year out of the Australian system was considered too disruptive. This was particularly so for Meg, who was approaching her matriculation challenge. Bronwyn and Emma would move to KL with us and attend the so-called diplomatic school that had been established during the colonial era for UK expatriates and other nominated diplomatic staff dependents. This school was of a very high standard, and in retrospect, I believe that both the girls benefited significantly from their attendance in terms of educational grounding and international cultural awareness. EPMI proved to be a good company to work for, and due regard was given for the disruption of my family life. In addition to quality housing and conditions over the 10 months we lived in Malaysia, Meg and Cam had 2 school breaks with us, and Helen, Bron and Emma returned to Sale immediately the 2 girls completed their final term for the year in KL. Consequently, cumulative separation time of the family as a group was less than 6 months. The start of my EPMI program was intensive, and a big demand was placed on both fixed and rotary wing aircraft. The former contract was awarded to Wiracrest China WKS, a local subsidiary of Schreiner Airways, who were an experienced Dutch company specialised in international oil and gas in-charter operations. The helicopter contract was awarded to Bristow Helicopters Malaysia, BHL, a subsidiary of British Helicopters from the UK, arguably the most experienced international long-range civil helicopter operator available. Initially, the exclusive fleet contracted by EPMI was 2 18-seat twin-otter DHC-6 aeroplanes and 5 26-seat Sikorsky S-61N helicopters. Flight utilisation was relatively high, though the Twin Otters had it easier than the S-61s. The route KL to KT was approximately 100 nautical miles, usually taking 40 minutes, weather permitting. 2 or 3 round trips per aircraft per day, subject to weather. However, although a very rugged turboprop, the Twin Otter was unpressurised and limited to a ceiling of 11,000 feet above mean sea level. The lowest flying altitude to maintain safe clearance from obstacles en route was 9,000 feet, so there was very limited level of altitude deviation available during the frequent bad weather flights. The direct flight sector between KL and KT was over extremely hostile jungle mountain ranges, and for the passengers, the experience could be the flight from hell. This was particularly so during the monsoon season, when turbulence from the frequent afternoon cumulus nimbus cells made flight operations exceedingly unpleasant. The helicopter fleet had a problem of its own. Although fitted with 26 passenger seats, rarely could more than 18 be utilised due to poor performance of the S-61 in the hot and humid conditions of the South China Sea. Both the turbine engines and the aerodynamic performance of the rotor blades suffered significantly in the tropical hot and humid climate. Since level flight had to be maintained in the event of one engine becoming inoperative for any reason, payload was normally reduced to approximately 66% of what could be expected in the colder operating conditions of Europe. To mitigate somewhat against this weight penalty, BHL had patented a fuel dump system that enabled fuel from the central tank to be jettisoned 1,600 pounds in 16 seconds if weight became a liability, such as after an engine failure, and this helped loading efficiency immeasurably. Indeed, it was this Bristow painted design modification offering such a payload advantage over their competitors that won the EPMI contract for them. Another problem faced during the early days of the EPMI operation was the slow 105 knot, that's 190 km per hour, airspeed of the helicopters during the up to 150 nautical mile flight offshore. As fuel to an offshore base landing alternative had to be carried in the event of a power loss or encountering bad weather offshore, many flights required maximum fuel. More fuel weight meant less payload passengers, and consequently seat utilisation could drop to 12 or 15 depending on the mix of nationalities. Planning weight for Westerners and baggage was 100 kilograms, for Asians and baggage 65 kilograms. To ensure that the adequate maintenance time was available for the aircraft, EPMI had set a benchmark of 140 hours per month per aircraft flying time for the contracted fleet. While this was rarely a problem for the Otters, EPMI struggled to keep the Sikorskis within this limit due to the load demands from offshore activities. Refuelling facilities were established offshore to enable helicopters to operate between platforms or other installations without returning to land. Although an asset for intra-field efficiency, this extended time offshore seldom allowed a helicopter to be able to make more than 2 offshore flights from KT per day. However, during monsoon conditions, when boats were unable to shuttle workers between installations, it was often necessary to schedule helicopters to shuttle passengers between offshore construction sites, and 30 or more offshore landings during one flight period was not unusual. Even with 5 S-61s online during the day, at 2 flight schedules each helicopter per day would limit total passenger uplift ex-KT to approximately 150. In order to move occasional peak loads during the week, 3 offshore flights per aircraft per day will be required, which meant early takeoff at last light and last flights crossing the coast inbound at dusk. The resultant high flight intensity of the 7 days per week schedule required high crew numbers in order to stay within individual pilot flight and duty hour limits. Crews had to meet not only revenue line flying needs, but also recency flight training, night emergency standby for crew sickness, and time off considerations. As a result, BHM had a mix of 60 Malaysian and expatriate pilots assigned to their initial SO contract. I recall that there were also over 120 maintenance personnel assigned to the KT base, licensed engineers, mechanics, labourers and apprentices. So the helicopter service required a workforce in the order of 180 personnel for the 750 flight hours per month involved. The Malaysian pilots employed by Bristow were all ex-Royal Malaysian Air Force pilots and without exception were fine individuals and very professional in their flying skills. Whether this was a general quality displayed by all RMAF pilots or more due to the employment screening of Bristow, I can't say. But there was no question about the Malaysian piloting ability or dedication to the SO contract. However, with a few Malay-Chinese exceptions, they were all Bumiputera citizens, ethnic Malays, and literally sons of the soil, and therefore strict Muslims. This presented some problems during the months of Ramadan, when Muslims were required to fast during daylight hours. Neither food nor drink to be taken. Food was not an issue, but the lack of adequate water during the very enervating cockpit duties in extremely hot and humid conditions became a real safety concern. After the first year that the Ramadan limitations were experienced, a religious dispensation was granted enabling on-duty pilots to drink water if considered essential for their health and safety reasons. Notwithstanding this, many of the pilots refused this concession and crew scheduling was introduced to ensure no crew will be made up of 2 Muslims. I had been endorsed on the Sikorsky S61N during my time with the DCA monitoring the Ansett operations to Hayman Island and was familiar with the performance limitations and capabilities of the helicopter type. BHM encouraged me to renew my recency on their aircraft, and EPMI agreed to pay the cost of the required flight training. The rationale behind this was that I would be more informed and better qualified to assess operational problems that frequently occurred during the initial startup of the offshore program. As the South China Sea operation developed and more offshore activities occurred, it became clear that the current 5-aircraft fleet was inadequate to meet the passenger and freight demands, and a 6th aircraft would be required. Consequently, an additional S-61 was ordered from BHL on an urgency basis and became available for delivery ex the UK in July 1978. To accelerate delivery, it was decided to ferry the helicopter from the main Bristow base in Redhill, England, a planned elapsed time of 12 days, anticipated 80 hours flight time, against a sea freight delivery time of an in excess of 50 days, including dismantling and crating. Due to the shortage of line crews both in England and in Malaysia, BHM invited me to augment the BHL crew as a 3rd pilot, which would allow a quicker flight with the resultant reduced duty and flight times per pilot. EPMI agreed to this request, and I flew to Red Hill on the 30th of June 1978. After a period of flight testing and modifying the additional S61, UK registered G, BBHN, the 3 captains and 1 licensed engineer crew complement departed Red Hill on the 7th of July. The aircraft was fitted with 2,000 pounds fuel capacity, internal ferry tank and approximately 2,000 pounds of spare parts and associated freight for the KT base, all of which resulted in an approved overload to 20,500 pounds maximum gross weight. The routing of the flight was originally planned to go through France, then track east through Yugoslavia, the Middle East, India, Burma, Thailand and Malaysia. However, very severe and extensive summer rainstorms encountered on the first day indicated that this routing would result in long delays for the heavily laden and altitude-restricted S61. And so, after a very late and unplanned lonely arrival in Strasbourg, the flight plan was reworked over a wheel of excellent brie, some crusty bread, and 1 or 2 bottles of vin rouge ordinaire. Our revised routing was then planned as Nice, Naples, Corfu, Crete, Cairo, Luxor, Jeddah, Riyadh, Dubai, Basni, Karachi, Nagpur, Calcutta, Rangoon, Megui, Phuket, Kuala Lumpur, and finally Kuala Terengganu. The flight was carried out in the hottest month of the Northern Hemisphere, which, coupled with the heavy weight of the aircraft, resulted in slow airspeed at minimum altitude. Rarely did the aircraft fly over 1,000 feet above ground level, much less when over open countryside, and conditions were hot, turbulent, and unpleasant for all crew on board. The extreme heat encountered during our flight over the Middle East particularly was very demanding, and the invariable 13 hours day duty, 10 hours flight time days were difficult. Notwithstanding, the entire flight journey was intensely interesting, and the low-level, slow-speed journey over such a mix of geographical countryside was quite a unique experience. Even in 1978, the S-61 was a somewhat obsolete transport helicopter and lacked many of the navigation systems that would be expected today. Unless relatively short-range ground-based radio aids were available, basic navigation was by map reading and time-distance calculations. Civil-use GPS or VLF had not been introduced, and the early inertial systems were cumbersome and impractical for most helicopter users. Standard radio-based aids were UHF, VHF or MF-based transmission systems, and at the low altitude we flew, radio contact was totally unreliable except in high-traffic areas or when approaching major aviation centres. Air traffic control, ATC, radar cover was mostly unavailable, and the flight plan submitted on the completion of the day usually relied on a firm departure time given to a local ATC tower and then a rescue SAR time that had to be cancelled by telephone within 30 minutes of arrival at a specified destination. If any emergency or flight interruption occurred to us during the day, it could not be assumed that any responsible authority would be aware of our situation unless some visual sighting had been witnessed and reported. The routing we had to follow to minimise distance between refuelling points resulted in the flight frequently being over remote and uninhabited territory, particularly after we departed Greece airspace. An example of the problems this caused was our routing from Dubai through to Pakistan. In July 1978, Iran was in chaos with significant security unrest. The time of our ferry was just weeks before the national revolution under Ayatollah Khomeini, and Western flights were prohibited under the threat of impoundment at best. Our track from Dubai, therefore, had to skirt Iranian airspace and enter Pakistan through Balochistan, well to the east of the Iranian border. It was a lengthy sector, and one that stretched the endurance of the S-61's capability. Bristow's agents had arranged drums of jet fuel to be made available in Balochistan at the village of Pasni, located some 90 nautical miles east of the Iranian-Pakistan border. In 1978, Pasni certainly had no recognised airfield, and an appropriate refuelling point was nominated by the local agent some 10 nautical miles outside the village. As it happened, there was considerable dust haze over the desert terrain on the day of our arrival, and we wasted valuable flight time before Pasni was located, and even more time before the desert track northeast of the village could be followed. It was with enormous relief that we spotted the inevitable traditional garish blue and chrome truck waiting in the desert for our arrival. Our joy somewhat tempered when we found the truck, laden not with standard 44-gallon drums as anticipated, but 4-gallon capacity round tin cans. The agents had arranged 4,000 pounds of aviation turbine fuel, close to 550 imperial gallons or 130 cans, to be manually poured through a standard funnel into the side of the helicopter in a cockpit shade temperature of 51 degrees C. Still, we were grateful as the alternative was being stranded indefinitely at the primitive and definitely inhospitable Pasni. As would be expected, the ferry flight was not without incidents. At that particular time, there was a major international fuel shortage, and for a flight of our nature, non-airline, fuel payments were expected to be cash only. Consequently, the three pilots were each given $8,000 in small denomination cash, a considerable sum in those times, in a large manila envelope to meet fuel costs in those refuelling locations without a Bristow agent representative. In India, we made an unscheduled overnight stop at Nanjpur, an industrial city certainly not noted for high-standard Western facilities. We managed to get 2 large rooms for our overnight stay, each room furnished with just one large pallet-type bed, arriving late and departing early. Each room was basic to the extreme: open windows without glass, a spigot pipe emerging from the wall for ablution needs, located directly over an open hole in the floor that doubled both for sewerage and sewage drainage. A very primitive and pungent arrangement, certainly less than mandated by most Western authorities vested with hygiene standards. Although the room doors seemed secure and the truncheon-bearing guard slept outside, the open window in each of the ground floor rooms did not rise to security concerns. We departed Nanjpur early in the morning and made the very long flight through to Calcutta, thence to Rangoon. I paid for the fuel at Calcutta with the last of my US dollars cachet, and it was then up to Dick Metcalf, one of the other pilots, to take over payments until we reached our destination. When Dick rifled through his briefcase to pay the refueler on our arrival at Rangoon, he discovered the envelope was missing. A major search of the aircraft was made, including all briefcases, embarrassing for me as I was the non-flying pilot for the day and had all the personal bags surrounding me, but no envelope was located. After some time had elapsed and following some increasingly quiet reflection by very worried Metcalf, he announced that, contrary to his usual procedure of sleeping beside his briefcase the previous night with the open window in mind, he took his manila envelope out of the case and slipped it under the mattress, and there it remained during our hasty departure. In those days, an overfly transit approval into and through Burmese airspace required 30 days lead time, so a return to Nanjpur was out of the question, nor did it seem particularly useful to try and get a message to the local Nanjpur hotel or police to check under the mattress in question to see if a package containing $8,000 in negotiable, untraceable cash could be located. Subsequently, Dick had a quiet evening in Rangoon. Though there was a happy ending, Bristow accepted the unusual circumstances and he cleared the shortfall in expenses through no doubt EPMI, knowingly or unknowingly, ultimately made up the loss. One can only speculate on the future of the $8,000 in relatively small bills, but was the money exchanged or even the discovery kept quiet in a city racked by poverty, severe even by Indian standards, and where the local wage at the time was little more than 20 cents a day? Another revelation for me was the petty corruption faced in rudimentary travel procedures once we left the European continent. An Egyptian Department of Health doctor confiscated our smallpox certificates in Luxor after announcing that there appeared to be some irregularities and the documents would have to be posted to Cairo to be authenticated. This would result in a delay of at least 14 days, assuming the postal service and subsequent department examination was halfway efficient. Since the contract cost of the helicopter was running around $10,000 per day, this presented a major problem, as evidence of smallpox inoculation was essential in all countries during these days of international travel. Of course, a small tax, unfortunately no receipts available, of Egyptian pounds 20 each settled the matter. In Calcutta, the immigration official withheld our passports for review, to be returned at the customs check with the comment that it was expected that a donation of our duty-free entitlement would speed the procedures. And indeed it did. On arrival in Rangoon, the customs team advised us that the duty-free liquor could be purchased, which, if offered to them as a gift, would significantly speed the paperwork. When we protested that the duty-free shop was closed, it was early Sunday morning and we were the sole travellers, a customs official immediately unlocked and raised the shutter. It was business as usual and the necessary purchases efficiently completed. Of course, all such incidents wrangled, but, galling though it was to meekly succumb to petty corruption, in practical terms, the patently false bonhomie and ease of process was certainly preferable to the alternative, hours or days of obfuscation and bureaucratic frustration. Apart from the initial bad weather in Europe and the exhausting extreme temperatures of the Middle East, flight conditions were essentially good throughout the flight, and the S-61 performed superbly. It was a rare experience to circumnavigate one-third of the globe, approximately 7,200 nautical miles, at low altitude and over essentially remote and inhospitable terrain. It was an opportunity for which I was thankful. We arrived in Kuala Lumpur without serious incident on the evening of the 17th of July 1978, after a flight lasting 12 days and some 87 flight hours. Exxon has always had significant interest in Indonesia, and in the 1970s were a particularly demanding time for aviation operations. Apart from operating the 50% shared interest subsidiary national company of Stanvac with Mobil, Exxon's Esso Exploration Incorporated carried out a number of exploration projects in Sumatra, Java and Irian Jaya. One of the most interesting sites in that country that I visited during the setting up of a heli-rig drilling campaign was at Babo, a jungle region on the southern coast of the Maclure Bay in Irian Jaya. The Dutch constructed Babo airfield in the early 1930s for the KLM airline use when the country, known then as Dutch New Guinea, was a mandated territory of Holland. The airfield was occupied by the Japanese Air Force and Navy in 1942 during World War II and was commissioned as a base for Japanese attacks on Port Moresby and Darwin. In 1943, Babo came within range of medium bombers from the US 5th Army Air Force, and after one particularly concerted 30-day bombing campaign, almost the entire Japanese aircraft strength of 60 aircraft were destroyed. The surviving aircraft were temporarily withdrawn, but returned again in June 1944 to make desultory attacks on Allied land and sea targets in the New Guinea region. Babo was again subject to punishing raids and all aircraft effectively destroyed by September 1944. The luckless Japanese ground troops remained on site, subjected to incessant bombing raids, but were forsaken by their command structure and remained on ineffectual duty for the remainder of the war. Esso carried out the first significant survey of the site since World War II, and over 40 damaged fighters and bomber aircraft were found throughout the overgrown kunai grass surrounding the old strips. During my assignments in the region, I inspected many of the wrecked Japanese Betty and Tony combat aircraft in various stages of damage. Although itinerant looters had removed most instrumentation and serviceable weapons from the aircraft, the airframe and engine components were still in surprisingly good condition. Further south of Babo in the region of Bombeira, Marathon Oil and BP attempted to recommission another disused World War II Japanese base for oil field use, but discontinued bulldozing the old airstrip after more than 20 live parafrag bombs had been located along the runway. On behalf of Exxon's interest in Yemen Hunt Petroleum, I made 3 operational visits to Yemen, travelling from Sana'a to inland desert camps and down the Al Hudaydah mountain range to Al Jazeera on the Red Sea coast. By helicopter, I visited Bedouin camps, landed beside the ruins of the Queen of Sheba's palace, and flew up ravines below small primitive mountain villages perched above our flight path. Amazing experiences and invaluable opportunities to work with and relate to the fascinating cultural mix of nomadic foreign pilots involved. I made several visits to Ras Al Khaimah, a tiny UAR state strategically positioned at the mouth of the then Gulf of Oman, to assess a helicopter providing shorter ship services to Exxon tankers as they pass through the politically sensitive narrow gateway between Iran and Oman en route from Saudi Arabia. During January 1977, I spent 3 weeks in Iran, Ahvaz, Isfahan and Qom, on an operational assignment of China helicopters to assess their suitability as prospective helicopter provider for critical Exxon services. To visit the Masjid Shah, Blue Mosque, and the snow-covered city of Tehran just months before the overthrow of the Shah was yet another opportunity to understand a little of the country before the more fundamentalist Muslim government came to power. During the years 1977 to 79, I made a number of operational and safety assignments to Saudi Arabia to review the extensive helicopter fleet owned and operated by the Arabian American Oil Company, ARAMCO, at that time was owned by affiliated companies of the old Standard Oil Company of New Jersey and consisted of Exxon, Mobil, Chevron and Texaco. Due to the US support for Israel during the Yom Kippur War of 1973, the Saudi government progressively nationalised the company and by 1980 held 100% and renamed the company Saudi Arabian Oil Company. ARAMCO controls the world's largest oil reserves, producing 3.4 billion barrels of oil per year and a total reserve holding value estimated in 2010 of $7 trillion US. At the time of my visits, the joint ARAMCO management requested their partners to provide aviation expertise to review and recommend on the diverse services provided by their helicopters operating from the coastal regions of Ras Tanura, Khobar and El Jubayal across the vast desert regions of the west of Dhahran. My experiences in Saudi Arabia at that time could justify a book within their own right. The country was, to my mind, oppressively fundamental as far as Muslim standards were concerned, and it was my first experience of male-dominated, chauvinistic regime, blessed with unimaginable wealth, yet lacking the civility and democratic fairness that I knew from my hitherto sheltered Australian heritage. I found my assignments in Saudi Arabia interesting, but by no means enjoyable. Within hours of my arrival there would count the days before I sat in the air-conditioned comfort of a BOAC Boeing sipping my first cold beer as we taxied for Singapore. In 1982, Exxon signed an agreement with the People's Republic of China, PRC, to carry out Pearl River Delta exploration activities to an offshore lease extending some 240 nautical miles south-southwest of Zhuhai and 100 nautical miles east of Hainan Island. In October that year, I travelled to Hong Kong and met with Murray Hudson, Vice President-elect of Esso Exploration China Incorporated, EEC, for our onward escorted journey to the cities of Zhuhai, Guangzhou and Beijing. This trip was the first of many operational tours into the PRC and involved many varied visits to the northern, southern and far western provinces of the country through the years 1982 to 2001. At the time of this first visit, China was tentatively and somewhat reluctantly emerging from behind the bamboo curtain. The PRC Communist Politburo, whilst anxious to gain Western technology and assistance in redeveloping their diminishing oil reserves, the PRC was moving from a net oil exporter to net importer, viewed all Westerners with great deal of suspicion, if not resentment. Somewhat surprisingly, however, the general population accepted the very limited numbers of Westerners, Willows, that began to appear post-1980 without malice, though their reaction ranged widely from curiosity to indifference. Prior to 1980, the general PRC population had been exposed to intensely committed anti-West propaganda of the post-World War II Korean War communist manner, and there was an obvious ignorance of Western habits, customs, and most certainly business expectations. The 1980s were an interesting time to experience life in the PRC. There were two Western-style hotels in Guangzhou, the White Swan and the Holiday Inn, both restricted to non-communist bloc foreign currency. These hotels had been originally approved for construction to contain foreign business guests attending the annual Canton Trade Fair, a massive industry showcase of PRC products for international business purposes. Consequently, there were sole accommodation facilities meeting Western standards in Guangzhou and pretty much mirrored the restricted facilities available in Beijing and Shanghai. It was my understanding no other PRC city boasted anything but typically communist Spartan facilities. Such Western standard hotels were closely monitored by government security, and only politically approved bilingual Hong Kong specialists provided the highly professional management expertise. Internal travel within China for Westerners was a unique experience. The PRC airline system was just starting to rationalise and form regional carriers very similar to the Russian development. Like Russia, the PRC had hitherto relied on one state-owned airline organisation, the Civil Aviation Administration of China, CAAC, to provide all civil air transportation within China. At the time of my first exposure to the PRC, this was slowly changing, with CAAC aircraft equipment and staff being located and allocated to provincial government-owned airlines. These new companies were still regionally controlled, but with significantly more commercial competitive incentive being offered. CAAC was removed from marketing interest and became the PRC regulatory body responsible for aviation-related policy, standards, regulations and safety. Travel in these early days, particularly without an authoritative PRC national interpreter escort, was not for the faint-hearted. Nor was it desirable for one who was touted as an aviation safety specialist expected to lead by example. In contrast with Western standards, travel within China in those days was very much a risky, at times even unsafe business. Consequently, as an Exxon specialist on aviation's safety standards, it was very much a case of do as I say, not do as I do when I travelled on the CAA system, or perhaps non-system. In those early days, it would be disingenuous for me to say I followed the standards that I was preparing to dictate for future company travellers. However, unless I could review China's aviation industry firsthand, my involvement would be pointless and Exxon's expectations unfulfilled. The majority of the various aircraft fleets were of Russian design and origin, with only the international and primary internal routes blessed with those of US or European manufacture. My early travel required a number of visits to Beijing, Hong Kong, Shenzhen and Hakai, and the aircraft servicing these latter two destinations were the less than desirable Antonov 24 types of indeterminate age. Seat belts were the exception rather than the rule. Cabin service was non-existent. Seat allocation was by the code, the devil take the hindmost, and check-in procedures were not for the infirm or hesitant. Cabin baggage was restricted to what each passenger could actually carry and fit on the floor and in the aisles, and small livestock demanded no excess fare provided they could be handheld throughout the flight. As domestic refrigeration appliances did not extend to the proletariat, most fish, fowl or beast were kept live until the last possible moment before consumption. I travelled on flights where live ducks were carried in Hessian sacks, small to medium pigs inserted in open-weave bamboo cylinders with their legs tucked into their body, and slowly expiring freshwater carp carried by string noose around the gills, taking hours to die as they made occasional flaps beneath the airline seat and their owner. Probably the hardest to accept was the practice of keeping animals such as small goats, deer or dogs, destined as food alive, but immobilised during journeys by having two of their four legs snapped. The Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals was not a widely recognised organisation within the PRC at the time. Without exception, the entire population, approaching 1 billion at the time, dressed in regimental unisex Mao dark blue jackets over similar coloured trousers. Road transport consisted of very few official cars, but many buses and heavy trucks. And bicycles, millions and millions of regulation-built black bicycles. The rule of the road was dictated by size, which of course meant that the truck was omnipotent. Then in priority came the bus, the van, and finally the taxi, though sometimes I didn't realise this. For vehicles, China followed a right-hand drive system, though this frequently appeared optional, refer to the preceding rule of the road. The general public was controlled by the communist system which managed and directed life in its entirety. Citizen control commenced from birth and progressed through the crèche. All levels of schooling, job allocation, marriage approval, family life, accommodation and all travel approval outside a restricted defined living and employment block boundary. The one child per family policy was very much policed, which gave rise to the frequent practice of parents abandoning newly born or young daughters in the hope of bearing a son in a future pregnancy. After a period of some 18 months during which offshore seismic activities were undertaken, Exxon was ready to commit to a drilling program expected to involve a minimum of up to 8 offshore wells, each of about a 90-day duration. To do this, they had to bid for lease sub-blocks designated by the PRC Oil Authority, aka Chinese National Offshore Oil Company, CNOOC, based on the data derived from the seismic work collated. The seismic was carried out in the Pearl River Delta region, divided into 5 distinct blocks under a system very favourable to the PRC. Essentially, 5 major oil companies were individually invited to evaluate seismic data in one allocated block at their expenses. As the blocks were very large, this was a relatively high-cost commitment, typically running into hundreds of millions of US dollars. The data collated by each seismic operator was to be shared at no cost to the CNOOC. However, any other international oil company could then apply to have a copy of the data for one or all of the blocks, providing that they shared the total cost of the seismic program with the oil company preparing the data. As an example, in EEC's case, if 9 competitive venture companies sought the data, each would pay EEC a 1/10 share in the research cost. This system would apply also to other oil companies responsible for block seismic data being, I recall, Texaco, Total, AMOCs and BP. Once the seismic data had been distributed to interested buyers, a bidding process was then conducted by the CNOOC with exclusive drilling rights granted to the highest bidder for each sub-block offered. At the time, it was rumoured that the rights to each block averaged over $75 million. To this point, CNOOC had not contributed any financial undertaking to the process. Under the terms of sub-block allocation, CNOOC was to be given full access to review ongoing exploration results and had the right to purchase up to a 51% share of any successful drilling phase and consequently a 51% control of oil gas production. If CNOOC elected to take up this option, it would then pay 51% of the cost to date borne by the oil company involved in their block in question. If the exploration drilling proved to be unsuccessful, clearly CNOOC would not be interested in any purchase and therefore the entire exploration costs will be borne by the Western oil company involved. As it eventuated, the Pearl River program that promised so much proved commercially unviable, and the majority of oil companies participating wrote off their entire investment budget. It cost CNOOC nothing. In EEC's case, with drilling costs assessed at over $350,000 per day in 1980 values, their overall Pearl River venture loss was very close to $650 million 1980 US dollars. However, this sad truth was not known at the time, and Exxon elected to purchase a number of sub-blocks within the main block in which they collected seismic data. A 50% arrangement with the UK North Sea partner Royal Dutch Shell was agreed with Exxon being the operator, and an aggressive 2-year drilling program in the Typhoon exposed South China Seas was launched. Similarly to SO Malaysia, the local EEC office received approval to include me in their staffing organisation as a permanent on-site aviation advisor for a minimum term of 1 year. My primary duty would be to assist with the aviation contract negotiations, take responsibility for aviation operational safety standards, and establish effective heliport management and onshore passenger control and processing. Though Meg and Cam had completed their secondary education, Bron and Em were well into their final years of schooling, so long-term participation on my part would necessitate leaving the two younger children in Sale under boarding arrangements. So it was with some reluctance on Helen's part that she agreed to a 1-year assignment on condition that the children visited China during school vacation and that they could return to Australia for liaison visits at any time. Again, as in Malaysia, the company agreed, and the assignment proved financially, culturally, and professionally rewarding. Helen and I arrived in Guangzhou via Hong Kong in January 1984 and set about arranging our home for the next 12 months in 2 connected bedrooms in the White Swan Hotel. The job I was involved in proved extremely challenging, particularly with respect to the PRC aviation officials and contractor personnel with whom I dealt. This was the first time the PRC aviation system had to contend with Western safety and operational standards, and it proved to be a major hurdle for both sides. There were no private aviation companies in the PRC, and the 2 helicopter organisations commercially available at that time were the Chinese Navy's Chinese Offshore Helicopter Company, or the COHC, and the Civil Aviation's Chinese Aviation Helicopter Company, the CAHC, both of whom were being bitter rivals. Initially, only Russian Mil-8 helicopters, lacking any form of offshore equipment, were available to both companies. For reasons that escape me now, ESSO chose the latter organisation, which, initially at least, proved to be of questionable merit. The manager of CAHC was Captain Chen Yen-sen, less than affectionately known by all who had dealing with him as Heli Chen. Chen was a hardline party man, a veteran of the Korean War where he was awarded Chinese Air Force Flying Ace status for his efforts as a successful MiG pilot against the UN aircraft. Initially, Chen was arrogant and obstinate in his dealings with ESSO and, though a contractor being paid huge sums for the use of his aircraft, did everything in his power to provide services to his style and with utter disregard for EE needs or standards. Unfortunately, the PRC at that time had no military or civil operating experience with helicopters in an offshore environment, and it finally reached the stage where EEC refused to use the helicopters on the basis of justifiable safety concerns. An impasse had been reached, and for a while the entire multi-million dollars project was in real risk of cancellation. The other Western oil companies, facing similar problems and concerns, watched with great interest how the PRC would react. Finally, with the benefit from significant PRC central government influence, it was agreed that Western helicopters could be imported into the country, and Western advisors, pilots, could work with local captains to assist with aviation advisory duties. As none of the PRC pilots could speak English, interpreters qualified in fine arts and seconded from the Canton University would sit in the main cabin with intercom facilities to provide communication between Chinese and Western crew. Operationally, the helicopter support was difficult for a number of reasons. The general lack of comprehension that existed between the spoken and written Chinese and English languages by CAHC employees on one hand and ESSO and the foreign aviation personnel on the other created enormous problems. Although an interpreter for effective in-flight communications was carried as crew, the Chinese pilot had little or no understanding of air traffic control instructions issued by the Hong Kong controllers during the flight through busy Hong Kong airspace en route to the drilling rig. At that time, Hong Kong was still a British colony, and the Hong Kong air traffic controllers were expatriate staff that, with rare exception, were unable to converse in Mandarin. This gave rise to serious flight safety issues as the PRC had instructed national pilots to accept directions given only in Mandarin. In most cases, common sense prevailed and the Hong Kong AT system informally communicated with the expatriate pilot on board while keeping international airline traffic at a safe level above the helicopters. Security of a pointless and obstructionist nature was a frustrating fact of life in the PRC at the time of our activity. During EEC's preparation for their drilling program, ARCO, a major US oil company at the time, was operating the drill ship Glomar Java Sea in a Gulf of Tonkin lease to the west of EEC's block. ARCO's area was very close to North Vietnam's claimed territory and was extremely geopolitically sensitive region between the two countries. Enmity had replaced the cordial relations of the previous decade, and both governments viewed any foreign air to marine movements in the Gulf with great suspicion. During a heavy storm on the 25th of October 1983, the heavy load of drill pipe on the Glomar Java Sea pipe deck shifted, and in a matter of minutes the vessel capsized. Of the 81 mixed foreign and PRC crew, only 28 bodies were ever recovered. There were no known survivors. The PRC's People Liberation Army imposed a complete movement embargo on the area for 2 days and, despite their best efforts, ARCO could not initiate any form of search efforts. To this day, persistent rumours exist of expatriate crew members rescued by the Vietnam naval forces that were in close proximity to the drill ship, being held as prisoners in Vietnam. Neither the PRC or the US governments had formal diplomatic ties with Vietnam at the time of this incident, nor have confidential government files ever been released. EEC had planned some measures in place for the program and could only accept PRC assurances that the PLA would not deny any in-house efforts to address any similar emergencies should they occur. Other problems facing EEC included the distance from land to the drill site, which was technically beyond the range of the contracted Sikorsky 76A brackets S-76 fleet capability as mandated by the International Civil Aviation Standards. The S-76 fuel capacity was 1,800 pounds and, flying at 130 knots with a fuel consumption of 600 pounds per hour, had an absolute maximum range capacity of 3 hours or 390 still air nautical miles. That's 720 kilometres. With a mandatory fuel reserve requirement of 45 minutes, the effective still air mission distance capability was therefore effectively 290 nautical miles. The early drilling locations were centred around about 215 nautical miles south of the CAHC's Sooo base. However, the closest suitable airport as an alternate destination from the rig, mandatory in case of engine failure occurred or the weather deteriorated en route, was near Zhangjiang, north of the Hainan Island, and a distance of 145 nautical miles from the rig location. The total distance to be planned, therefore, was 360 nautical miles, far less than the 290 nautical miles carried. And that did not allow for adverse winds, ATC delays, or less than perfect navigation. No GPS in those days. Clearly, even in the best circumstances, a deviation to Zhangjiang would be impossible if a diversion was necessary at the rig. A local procedure was written for crews to plan for a beach landing somewhere in the Hainan coastline. Although not a plan endorsed by international law, and fortunately the PRC was not a signatory to international rules at the time, the PRC authorities did not raise the issue and gave tacit approval to the early flights that required such marginal conditions. Although we lived in Guangzhou with the drilling management team of 12 or so, senior staff and their spouses, I spent significant time in the field, either at the Zhuhai helicopter base or offshore, conducting aviation safety training with the drilling crew and personnel nominated for the firefighting and refuelling tasks. Offshore, the personnel were roughly a mix of 50% technically skilled English-speaking expatriates and 50% PRC nationals. The former on a work schedule of 30 days on site, 30 days back in home country. The latter usually were on a 2-and-2 schedule, 2 months offshore, 2 weeks at land base. With rare exceptions, this was the first experience of the Chinese working in a Western environment, and the work discipline, culture and living conditions proved a quantum change to the previous lifestyle experienced under the communist regime. Since birth, food other than the basic sustenance was an unknown luxury, and to be exposed to the uncontrolled supply of Western delicacies proved to be a major health problem. The messing arrangements on a Western offshore facility revolved around a 4-meal per day all-you-can-eat system to cater for the 12 hours day shift and 12-hour night shift. Food was served buffet style, usually with a choice of several soups, salads, 4 or 5 hot main meals, and a selection of up to 4 desserts and galley-made ice creams. Once this was realised by the Chinese crew, it became apparent that the day shift were waking at midnight to join the night shift main meal and the night shift at midday to join the day lunch meal. Besides affecting the important sleep pattern of personnel engaged on demanding workloads, the effects of 4 heavy, high-carbohydrate meals daily on people used to a small fibre-vegetable diet was extraordinary. From evidence in helicopter passenger manifest, Chinese nationals that commenced their offshore assignment checking in at an average of 68 kilograms, in some cases returned after their 2 months offshore shift, weighing in excess of 90 kilograms. As the drilling program developed, this caused serious health problems, particularly blood pressure, heart changes, and a noticeable increase in medical evacuation flights became evident. Another concern arising from the offshore crew mix was the communication barrier between the Chinese-speaking labour force and English-speaking supervising specialists. Trying to reduce this bilingual problem, SO initiated mandatory language classes for both groups in an attempt to have each group capable of conversing with the other. The less than desirable result was that instead of a bilingual crew, it suddenly became a quadlingual crew, with the Chinese and expatriates respectively developing new Chinglish language, unfortunately neither being remotely similar. This matter was never satisfactorily resolved during the first drilling campaign, and many adverse side effects were regularly encountered during actual or simulated drill emergencies when 4 forms of language were being shouted among the increasingly confused crew. One of the worst examples of this communication problem was encountered in the nearby Texaco drill concession in one of their contract S-76 helicopters, also flown by a mixed crew interpret combination. A helicopter had taken off from the Texaco offshore installation with 6 passengers, a crew of 3, and a 130-kilogram drilling hole fishing tool loaded untethered into the rear seat of the cabin. Immediately after takeoff, the helicopter lost power on one engine, and in the ensuing high-stress situation, the interpreter became confused by the communication chaos between the 2 shouting pilots and the onboard engine-out clarion. As a result, the installed flotation system was not armed or activated, and one of the pilots mistakenly shut down the operating engine during the emergency checklist action. Recovered information from both the cockpit voice recorder, CVR or black box, and flight data recorder, FDR black box, revealed that the aircraft hit the water nose first from a height of 50 metres, and the unrestrained tool in the rear tore through the cabin and exited the plexiglass windscreen, resulting in the immediate sinking of the helicopter in over 150 metres of water. There were no survivors. Accepting the security and communication difficulties and the initial PRC incomprehension of Western conception of efficiency, these problems were gradually addressed. However, the one insurmountable issue facing SO management generally, and me specifically, was the lack of any effort from the communist culture that would encourage work changes and maximise efficiency or profitability. Whilst it seemed obvious to the foreign devils that this should be the common interest of both the communist and capitalist system, the views were not shared by the party cadres. This was difficult to accept at first, but as time wore on, I realised that fundamentalist communist doctrine at that time could not accept any other course. In the Western system with which I'm familiar, rules were set but in principle could be assessed with some degree of common sense. Providing always that safety was not jeopardised, standards not violated, or the intent of the rules not compromised, the individual could, and indeed be expected to, make appropriate and informed decisions about a specific situation with some degree of flexibility. To do so was the mark of an efficient worker or supervisor. Not so under the communist system. To be positive in a lateral thinker brought no reward, none whatsoever. Promotion or advancement brought no significant monetary or lifestyle benefit, so it was safer to perform duties in the time-proven manner of doing no more or no less than dictated within the narrow confines of communist law. To do otherwise might create an incident, and that meant someone being called to account and invariably punished, and that someone would invariably be the last link in the chain of communication. In my case, this was encountered both within and outside the aviation field and was the cause of unimaginable frustrations involving air traffic controllers, pilots, mechanics, refuelers, customs, immigration, PLA cadres, and security staff. My experience in China at the time convinced me that communism in its fundamental form is a sad and enervating doctrine without any respect for individual rights of personal freedom. It is over 20 years since I last visited China, and I now accept that this view may no longer be justified. I hope so. Sooo Exploration China Incorporated continued to drill in waters adjacent to the Pearl River from Hainan Island to Shantou. One of the critical problems faced was the need to have a rig abandonment plan in place in the event of a typhoon alert being proclaimed should the eye of a system be predicted to move within 75 nautical miles of the drill rig. During my time with Sooo Exploration China, our helicopter fleet carried out no less than 3 full offshore abandonments involving up to 200 personnel. With each helicopter limited to 2 daylight round trips, barely 72 personnel could be moved per day, assuming 3 helicopters were available. Rig unmanning therefore needed to commence on a declared Code Orange 3 days prior to any possible expected Code Red, the potential arrival of the Typhoon Eye Centre. Once the danger had passed and Code Green declared, remanning could commence, resulting in another 3 days of personnel transportation. Part of my initial duty was to tour coastal areas to identify possible evacuation safe points that would require less flight time or distance compared to Zhuhai. The reconnaissance work was interesting, being carried out by a basic military utility vehicle with a PLA driver, PLA escort, and a CAHC interpreter. Each tour would involve 2 nights sleeping rough at outstations and meals taken wherever a political cadre could be found to provide communal facilities. Foreigners travelling in these rural areas were certainly unique, and even with my special travel approval pass, the presence of the soldier escort was essential to pass through the regular cadre roadblocks encountered on the roads between the rural towns. We never had to resort to using Shantou, but made 2 evacuations to Hainan Island and 1 to Zhanjiang. Regardless of the circumstances, the PRC authorities expressly forbade evacuating Chinese nationals to Hong Kong, as they quite correctly assumed that there would be a universal plea for asylum. Fortunately, the need never arose and we were not put to the humanitarian test. Of all the sites visited, only the city of Shantou could provide the necessary medical facilities, typhoon-proof helicopter shelter, and short-notice accommodation for the approximate 200 personnel working on the rig. I requested my interpreter to arrange an inspection and meeting with the Director General of the Shantou People's First Hospital. I did this in order to discuss our needs and hopefully receive assurance that the hospital would accept and treat any medical emergency that might require evacuation from the rig. This was acknowledged, and I was later advised that an interview and inspection had been arranged for the following day. My small party arrived at the hospital located on the outskirts of the city, and I was relieved to see the adequate vacant land adjacent to the hospital suitable for a helicopter day landing. There was no lighting for night operations. My military escort led me through a large crowd of bystanders, apparently waiting with food for patients in the hospital. I was later told that proper food and warm bedding was normally the responsibility of the patient's family. When we finally got through the barred hospital entrance, I found a group of 4 white-coated doctors waiting to escort me to a very large and cold office to enjoy a glass of the ubiquitous black Chinese tea and discuss our needs. I explained the offshore situation and said that I was visiting to seek the hospital cooperation and approval to bring a helicopter into the grounds if necessary, and to take back information on the hospital's medical capability. I was suitably impressed with the cordial manner in which my request was received and the assurance that every possible assistance would be forthcoming. I was then invited to inspect the hospital. It was at that stage I had an uneasy feeling that perhaps my position and qualifications had been misunderstood both by my interpreter and the medical group. I was walked up several floors and entered a large area of approximately 800 square metres that had been divided into a number of open-plan medical theatres by low portable walls approximately 1.5 metres high. There was no air filtering system within the whole floor and no sterile space between the passage thoroughfares and adjoining theatres. Access to each room was through open doorways, and the fact that all activity in each room was visible immediately became a major problem to me. It appeared that this floor held all the surgical operating theatres in the hospital and indeed were fully engaged with major operations at the time. My unrestricted view into the first theatre I passed showed an open skull with several masked medical staff working with instruments on what I can only describe as a bloody mess. All around me were similar operations involving limbs and body areas. Certainly not a scene for a queasy non-medical pilot who can't stand the sight of blood. I had to cut the tour short before I embarrassed myself, had instructed the interpreter to pass my compliments to the medical staff, and my conviction that I was convinced the hospital appeared efficient and eminently suitable for SO China needs. After nearly 2 years of fruitless drilling in the waters of the South China Sea between Henan and Shantou, Exxon made the decision to decommission the exploration team it had created in Guangzhou and depart the Pearl River Delta area to concentrate on other onshore and offshore prospects. The existing SO Exploration China organisation was disbanded over the following year and the joint venture with Shell terminated. A new central office for an independent Exxon presence, renamed as SO China Limited, was opened in Beijing. My time residence associated with SO Exploration China was no longer relevant. In January 1984, Helen returned to sail and I followed in March. This period from January 1984 to July 1985 marked a period of time that proved to be the most personally profound in my life to the date of this writing. For the purpose of this biography, I have decided to deal with the episode in no detail, since it was of a personal nature and bears little relevance to the story of my working and professional life. In short, Helen was diagnosed with cancer on her return to Australia, and after an illness of little more than 12 months, died on the 6th of July 1985. Even after 25 years, it is difficult and painful to give adequate words to the devastating and unexpected loss this was to be for the children and me. Helen had been a loving wife and mother, and the rock that kept the family as a team. Her influence on the children was undoubtedly the major factor that resulted in their stable and successful future life. At the time of Helen's death, Meg was a registered nurse and provided invaluable help, support and comfort during the final days, and for which I remain ever grateful. She also offered sound advice during the months to come, some of which to my eternal regret I chose not to follow. Emma was at home completing a final year of secondary college. Cameron was completing his 4 years at the Royal Military College, Canberra, and Bronwyn was attending Melbourne University, undertaking her arts law degree. The family bonded closely during our difficult period, though by year's end we had all started independent living. During the year of Helen's illness, SO made my work commitment as easy as possible, and I performed little overseas travel. The company formed an aviation department and appointed me aviation manager for SO Australia, though still with very close management links to Exxon Corporation for advisory duties to affiliates located in Asia. Over my period of limited travel, I employed the services of several SO's helicopter pilots to continue providing aviation operational guidance and support to the various ongoing Exxon international projects. One relatively inconsequential benefit as a result of this was my return to active flying duty and regaining some neglected hand-on skills, particularly on the citation jet service between Sale and Sydney. After the death of Helen, Emma and I soldiered on together during her final 6 months of secondary schooling, after which she departed for Sydney. In the immediate following months, my life changed dramatically, and priorities became confused and difficult. We had to settle down as two somewhat lost individuals living in a house that was no longer the home that we knew, yet it was full of memories. This change, down from a very close-knit family of 6, suddenly reduced to 2, each individually attempting to come to terms with personal emotions and memories. It was to Em's credit that she addressed her school commitments so successfully during such a difficult time, and without the close comfort of her mother. She gained her matriculation in November and was accepted by nursing studies jointly associated with Westmead Hospital and the University of New South Wales. By year's end, I was a lone resident in the family home for the past 10 years, living in a complex mix of international work assignments, occasional personal relationships, and essay-related flight and aviation administration duties. At that time, I became less tied to the property at Longford, and for my remaining years with Exxon, returned to the international circuit, increasing my tours and at times spending over 150 days per annum on foreign assignments of longer-term duration. Within a short time, Meg married Steve Grant, aka Buster, in Sale, then later moved to Melbourne. Cam completed an additional year at the Australian Defence Academy to gain his engineering degree. He then moved to interstate and overseas postings, including attendance at the British Empire Test Pilot course at Boscombe Downs in the UK, where he met Jo Harland, whom he later married back in Australia. Bronwyn completed her degree study in Melbourne and Frankfurt, then settled in Melbourne, where she met and married Cameron Oxley. After her matriculation, Emma moved to Sydney and undertook a nursing degree and later married Michael Hawkswell. Whilst realising that we had lost an irreplaceable unifying and guiding force, we nevertheless moved on to forge new bonds and responsibilities in our own respective endeavours. It was in these circumstances I decided a course of ill-judged action that I considered to be my one and only major decision in life that I regret to this day. Again, I don't intend to dwell too much, as this had little effect on my professional life or my aviation and career, and therefore falls outside the scope of this narrative. Suffice to say, I remarried some 2 years after Helen's death, a misjudgment that soon I rued. Briefly, my new wife was a professionally qualified psychologist teacher, some 9 years my junior, and a recent divorcee with 3 daughters significantly younger than my children. For reasons primarily associated with different lifestyle standards, sense of values, respect and acceptance of responsibility, it quickly became obvious that we had little in common. After several separations during our short marriage, it was clear there could be no long-term future for us, and the relationship was dissolved some 5 years later. There was no baggage left behind, either with their children or property settlement, and to this day the experience has very few memories for me, certainly none that is a cause of any feeling associated with loss or regret. SO China Limited continued to make frequent, though irregular, demands on my services. After the disappointment of the Pearl River Basin, the company drilled several wells in the Bohai Sea from a base in Dalian, a short distance from the North Korean border. It was a very strategic area and politically sensitive, and the arranging of the helicopter base and associated logistics services was even more difficult than experienced in southern China. Travel to the site and accommodation was primitive, made even worse by the inflexible restrictions of paranoid military security. As an example of this problem, flights out of Dalian required an armed military officer to be on board in order to prevent any possible desertion by the PRC helicopter crew to South Korea, some 240 nautical miles to the southwest. As with Taiwan, it was rumoured that South Korea offered $1 million to any PRC aircraft crew who would defect with a PRC-owned aircraft. However, this drilling program proved as unsuccessful as the Pearl River Delta. After 6 months of fruitless operation, ECL departed the Bohai region and commenced research on a long-term and very expensive onshore seismic and drilling program centred in the Turkmenistan Desert of Xinjiang province in far western PRC. The Turkmenistan Desert is centred either side of longitude 85 east, some 220 nautical miles west of Beijing, and between Kashai to the south and the Xinjiang provincial capital, Urumqi, to the east. At that time, ethnic Uyghurs, a predominantly nomadic Muslim race originally of Turkish roots, largely populated Xinjiang. The region shares borders to the west with independent Muslim countries of non-Han background, including Tajikistan, Pakistan and Afghanistan, and is viewed as a sensitive region by the central PRC government. It is also very close to the PRC's nuclear testing ground, a fact that made direct flights to the SO interest from Beijing impossible. The security considerations regarding local travel, the distance from Beijing, and the primitive nature of the social development of the region made this one of the most interesting assignments undertaken during my Exxon time. Temperatures were extreme in both summer and winter, with days reaching highs of 50 degrees C and nights falling as low as -12. SO's operational office was in a small town of Korla on the north edge of the desert. The name Takmilikan literally translates from Uyghur as the abandoned place, and with good reason. It is among the world's 10 largest deserts with an area of 270,000 square kilometres, approximately similar to the combined areas of Australia's Gibson and Simpson deserts, and considered as unforgiving as the worst of the Sahara. It is the world's second largest sand desert, and its constantly shifting profile makes most forms of construction other than of a demountable temporary design impossible. In 1985, the PRC opened a 520-kilometre sealed road directly through the Taklimakan, relying unsuccessfully on a number of permanent isolated labour battalions to constantly maintain edge and fencing barriers in an effort to slow the inexorable movement of sand across the road. The undulating nature and constantly changing dune formation of SO's seismic and drilling area created huge problems for airstrip construction, and tons of used World War II Marsden matting, or perforated steel planking, PSP, were linked to form 600-metre runway strips for the Harbin Y2 and Pilatus Porter support aircraft. The desert was devoid of any form of vegetation, and the effect of the seasonal strong winds over the fine sand would normally have created a problem to construct any sort of practical runway. However, the surprisingly inexhaustible and easily accessible water table located just a few metres below the sand permitted daily watering and rolling, which resulted in highly effective operational landing strips for STOL aircraft. I made my first visit to the Korla operation in October 1993 and immediately found it professionally interesting, though very challenging. SO initially, and reluctantly, chartered Russian-made Mi-8 helicopters flown by Chinese pilots, but the communication problems with the crews and their secretive and inflexible attitude did little to encourage any regular use. The Chinese-crewed Y2 fixed wing was sometimes employed with better results, but the contracted 6-passenger expatriate crewed Pilatus Porter PC-6 was the preferred aircraft. 2 PC-6s were provided through a joint venture between CAHC and Zimex Aviation, a very professional Zurich-based Swiss company specialising in field operations support in remote regions frequented by the resources industry. While most of the labour workforce was made up of local Han or Uyghur personnel, a small expatriate management and technical group routed through Beijing for 28-day assignments. The travel logistics were difficult, particularly initially, as the only way to Korla was by a 5-hour flight on a no-frills Xinjiang Airways Russian Illusion 62 to Urumqi, then a terrifying 6 hours drive through the mountains to Korla. This final part of the journey was by way of a Toyota 4-wheel drive, fearlessly driven by a locally engaged Uyghur driver who invariably made up for his lack of experience by an excess of reckless Muslim courage. On no occasion did I undertake the road journey without passing at least 2 catastrophic truck accidents that unquestionably involved fatalities. From my experience, Chinese drivers generally, Chinese truck drivers specifically, were at that time the worst drivers I encountered worldwide. The final challenge on this particular route was the obligatory rest security stop at the midway village of Toxin, aptly pronounced Toxin, where the choice of ignoring hunger pains in preference to threat of encountering hepatitis A was usually the topic of much discussion between the unfortunate expatriate passengers during the early hours of the journey. In August 1998, and by now employed as a consultant to Exxon, I made my final visit to the Takmelikan Desert, where after 15 years of sporadic seismic survey and exploration activities, Exxon decided enough was enough. At a reputed expenditure of $2 billion, there had been no evidence that a commercial upstream business could be developed in the PRC, and all the work in the Pearl River Delta, Bohai Gulf and Xinjiang had come to naught. Of course, it was the wise decision, but it was a sad end to the many hours of effort in what was generally a very difficult country in which to work. It had been a very challenging environment to operate passenger-carrying field aircraft over such a broad spectrum of terrain and water, and under such a very inflexible and difficult bureaucratic system. To Exxon's credit, after over 5,000 hours of exclusive helicopter and turboprop jet fixed-wing charter, no injuries to aircraft damage had been logged. This was quite an achievement compared to other Western oil companies in the PRC where, to my knowledge, 5 fatal aircraft accidents had been sustained. During the year of Helen's illness and my availability to assist the international affiliates became less, SO Australia Aviation activities made more demands on my time. My title was temporarily changed from Aviation Operations Advisor, Exxon Corporation, to Aviation Manager, SO Australia, and I became directly responsible for the running of SO's 2 corporate jets with 7 company-employed pilots and 1 engineering supervisor, a contracted passenger processing facility, and maintenance support organisation. After her death, I returned to international duty as well as being responsible for SO's Australia fixed-wing jet operations. This dual commitment to both Exxon's aviation department and SO Australia was not sustainable and was fortuitously brought to an end by a major change to SO Australia's corporate entity. During 1986, Exxon became keen to have me relocated to the Australian head office in Sydney. It was felt that this location would be more suitable to monitor the fixed-wing fleet of the 2 corporation jets, Citation 550S and Lear 35, now owned by SO, and would also be a more efficient departure point to meet the growing demand of my time for international assignments. In 1987, I moved to Sydney and, after a 6-month transit period, purchased a house in Paddington. Within 18 months, however, SO Australia decided to sell its downstream fuel marketing arm to Mobil Oil and relocate the company headquarters to Melbourne, closer to the oil and gas production area of Sale. So within 2 years of my move from Sale, I returned to Victoria for a future life in Melbourne. I lived in Fitzroy for a time, then moved to the Mornington Peninsula suburb of Blairgowrie, where I remained until well after my retirement from Exxon in 1997. Once SO Australia divested itself of marketing involvement and concentrated its resources closer to the primary asset in Bass Strait, more than 75% of its workforce was released. Consequently, the company became far more efficient and profitable now that the logistics of administering an underperforming Australia-wide marketing department was no longer a consideration. With the reduced size of SO Australia, SO disposed of the Lear 35 and retrenched 3 of the pilots. The Citation, 3 pilots and the maintenance supervisor were relocated to Essendon Airport, where a suitable hangar and passenger terminal were leased. Whilst there were occasional special flights, for all intent and purpose, the aircraft was fully utilised on a Monday to Friday Melbourne-Sale-Melbourne schedule involving some 28 sectors per week, about 700 hours per annum. Although the jet service was very professionally run and reliable, it became utterly predictable and administratively simple. I continued to fly the aircraft on an ad hoc basis as a relief pilot, but the chief pilot took over the running of the service and my primary responsibilities reverted to international aviation safety supervision and advice for the growing number of Exxon upstream activities. My title changed again from Aviation Manager SO Australia to Aviation Operations Advisor Exxon Corporation. SO Malaysia's South China Sea interest was now a well-regulated production operation, and though not without major problems, the aviation service made less demand on my time than during the development years. I was required to visit their East Coast aviation operations in a 10-week cycle, approximately 35 days annual cumulative commitment. I continued to be closely involved with the SO China Limited activities both in the Tarim Basin and Bohai, and this accounted for another approximately 45 days of my working time each year. New ventures were increasing and Exxon became more involved in a broad range of field activities in some of the most remote and difficult locations of the world, requiring more and more aviation support. Including time off taken overseas and work undertaken on the Australian West Coast during peak years, I was absent from Melbourne for over 180 days per annum, on assignments running from 7 to 28 days continuously. During this period, countries other than Malaysia and China that accounted for much of my time included Yemen, Russia, Angola, PNG, Ivory Coast, and Thailand. The late 1980s saw the emergence of a new Russia and the gradual disintegration of the Union of Soviet States of Russia. With the emergence of Mikhail Gorbachev as supreme head of the USSR Communist Party in 1987, and after nearly a century of fundamentalist rule, the hitherto totalitarian state tentatively, and by no means unanimously, accepted a totally new political philosophy. Gorbachev declared the beginning of a new era of glasnost and perestroika, openness and reconstructing, respectively, a policy that shook the die-hard communist apparatchiks to their core. Among other repercussions, this heralded the way for foreign interests to negotiate business involvement in what had been a closed commercial and social world for Western anti-communist bloc countries. While still very much a communist state, by 1990 this openness had developed to a stage where Exxon had successfully negotiated an arrangement in principle with this new Russia to allow evaluation of a number of locations considered suitable for development and joint venture arrangements. With the country in some confusion, if not turmoil, due to the breakdown of traditional communist control, it was an interesting time for Western visitors. Other than diplomatic representatives and carefully screened business representatives considered useful for Russian interests, the huge USSR was becoming an enigma. Through a mixture of secrecy and Western ignorance slanted one way or another by a biased media, the USSR had been a secretive power since the end of World War II. The Cold War between 1947 to 87 had done nothing to help shed light on the USSR people, their lifestyles, views, or attitude to non-communist societies. To justify huge defence spending, the NATO countries had long used the media to trumpet the USSR's technical capability and centralised efficiency in order to justify the view that the West faced a skilled and competitive foe. Whilst there may have been some justification for this view with respect to military capability, it proved to be totally disingenuous when applied to the everyday social development of the population. I visited Russia in the winter of 1992 after I was requested to assist a very small team of geologists evaluating oil and gas deposits already under national production on Sakhalin Island, a 200-kilometre by 1,000-kilometre island north of Vladivostok. Sakhalin Island is a unique and interesting possession of Russia. Till the turn of the century, ownership of the island was a continuing source of dispute between Japan and Russia, even though mining, fishing and forestry interests from both countries operated more or less in harmony. Neither country effectively administered the region, though Russia did establish a brutal penal colony on the island. Japan occupied the island by force during World War II, nationalised the mix of non-Japanese industries, and aggressively increased the population with Japanese and Korean workers. This era was short-lived, and after the Japanese defeat, Russia reoccupied Sakhalin and claimed absolute ownership of it and nearby Kuril Islands, an act that has to this date not been recognised by the Japanese government. Many of the original Sakhalin inhabitants during World War II, a mix of Japanese and Koreans, faced repatriation once the island was incorporated into the USSR. While most of the Japanese did leave, of Koreans nearly half either elected against return or were refused acceptance by their original homeland. Today the population of some 600,000 is primarily a mix of mainland Russians and Koreans. Russia considers Sakhalin an important territory, both by virtue of its proven reserves of oil and gas and its strategic location. It was from a Russian Air Force base of Sokol on the island that an Su-15 fighter took off in September 1983 and shot down Korean Airlines flight KE-007 with a loss of 269 lives. At the time of my visit, an Australian aviation company, Australian Jet Charter, AJC, had recently established a Citation 3 corporate jet service on the island's capital, Yusor-Sakhalinsk, YS. This was in response to a request by several oil company interests that needed a quick response medical evacuation service to Japan. The arrangement was later changed to become a closed Exxon contract, though other Western representatives could make use of the service under appropriate justification and repayment charges. This was a very unique arrangement in Russia, as no Western aircraft with foreign crews had hitherto been allowed to operate charter flights within the overall USSR airspace. The sole reason for approval being granted to this service was that Japan had consistently refused unrestricted air rights for Russian-registered aircraft to fly direct into most Japanese major airports, so the only alternative was an acceptable foreign service. The AJC arrangement was strictly controlled at this time, and only training or medical justified staff were permitted. The manager of AJC was Tony King, a good friend of mine, and an executive that proved very skilled at navigating his way through the sensitivities of the Russian aviation regulatory bureaucracy. It was a credit to Tony and his 6 Australian pilots and engineers assigned to the operation in these early days that they maintained professionally efficient and safe operation in spite of the many problems, frustrations and hardships that existed at that time. General business touring within Russia by Westerners at that time was in its infancy, and there was little available in the way of travel services for arranging transportation, accommodation, medical or communication facilities. Fortunately, Tony had by this time developed several invaluable contracts and did a lot to assist my arrangements within Russia itself. He walked me through the possibly unethical but certainly practical means of obtaining the necessary visas and internal travel documents from a dubious but nevertheless embassy-accredited office in Sydney. I say dubious because all the numerous fees and travel taxes paid were on a cash-only basis and lacked any supporting receipts that certainly made life difficult for my expense management. Since Aeroflot had no agency in Australia and were not connected to the international air transportation ticketing system, airline reservations were more complex. From Australia, then by Esso Sekiyu contacts in Japan, to Khabarovsk by Aeroflot for an overnight stop, and then to YS the following morning. Since no accommodation could be arranged from Japan for Khabarovsk, I again turned to Tony King. A return telex from Tony advised me that I would be met on arrival at Khabarovsk and escorted to my accommodation. The brief advice explained that since no tourist facilities of real consequence had yet been developed, I would be looked after through an informal arrangement and would need to settle my account with US dollars cash. I arrived in Khabarovsk around 2100 hours in bitterly cold conditions and proceeded through immigration with surprisingly little problem other than an interminable wait in a slow-moving but patient queue. Customs would normally have been equally simple, but I had placed my large carry-on bag packed with, among other items, 4 kilograms of chocolate on advice from the geologists awaiting me in YS. Unfortunately, I had inadvertently placed this alongside a floor-mounted cabin heater outlet that had functioned with brutal Russian efficiency and melted the chocolate through my papers and emergency clothing change. This caused some problem with the customs officials, who, like me, took some time to see the humour in the situation as the sticky mess adhered to anything that it touched. Exiting custom control, I found myself in a sea of noisy Russians gesticulating to the steady stream of arriving passengers. With some relief, I saw a tall placard inscribed with John, held aloft by an individual, large even by Russian standards. Assuming that John was unlikely to be compatible with any Cyrillic word, I showed the giant my passport and was immediately relieved of my suitcase and followed him outside as he cut a swathe through the compressed crowd. He led me to a large vehicle of unknown manufacture and motioned to me to get inside, which I gratefully did to escape the minus 25°C air temperature. After several attempts to engage my man in conversation, I realised that we were incommunicado through language incompatibility, so, somewhat uneasily, settled back for my first experience in Russia. I say uneasily because exiting the airport grounds, we turned away rather than towards the dull lights of what was obviously the main Khabarovsk town and headed down a very dark and lonely road. We travelled for perhaps half an hour along a deserted road running through a dense birch forest. Quite beautiful as the headlights lit the dazzling snow on and under the trees. At last we came to a large and very dark 4-level building and expansive unoccupied car park. The giant parked the vehicle in front of the main doors of the deserted building and motioned me to follow. He unlocked the main double door, entered and switched on a section of main lights, and I found myself in a fully furnished but completely empty, very large hospital. We walked up 3 levels and I was led to a large, well-appointed 4-bed ward, complete with IV stands and other complex medical support equipment unfamiliar to me. By pantomime, my guide indicated this was my bed for the night, showed me the attached toilet and wash basin, turned on a tap and made a long face to indicate no available hot water, and indicated the ward light switch. He drew a clock face on a sheet of paper and marked 0500 and US $50, which I correctly guessed was pick-up and payment time, respectively. After indicating that he would be switching off all main lights and locking the main front doors downstairs, he shook hands and bade farewell. I watched with mixed feelings as the black sedan crunched slowly through the snow and was swallowed up into the silent birch forest. After my giant had departed, I realised I had no alarm clock and no communications. Notwithstanding the day had been quite long and somewhat stressful, I did little more than doze fitfully during the long night, checking my watch every half hour or so. The overnight experience was quite eerie and by no means restful. The quietness and cold of this huge building was unsettling, and even the blaze of moonlight reflecting on the snow outside did little to ease my discomfort. It was with no little relief that I observed the headlights of my vehicle turning off the road exactly at 0500 hours. I later found out that the hospital had been constructed some 20 years earlier as a showpiece facility for the Sakhalin, Vladivostok and Khabarovsk apparatchik elite. As the financial system crumbled into the early 80s, funds ran out for the hospital and it was mothballed pending a decision on its future. Apparently an enterprising ex-KGB identity had laid claim to the keys on a security justification and would open the doors for inspection, subject to a sufficient US dollars incentive. The building was scrupulously clean and certainly showed no evidence of vandalism or graffiti that would have undoubtedly been its fate in the West. My giant delivered me safely to the Khabarovsk airport in ample time for check-in, particularly as there appeared to be only 4 other passengers. $50 changed hands and we parted on friendly terms, albeit without any receipt. The airport terminal of the previous night was now a different story, with few staff and even fewer prospective passengers. I checked in with other YS-bound passengers, all non-English speaking Japanese or Korean businessmen, bade farewell to my luggage, retained the hand-carry briefcase, complete with chocolate-encrusted contents, and boarded a small van notable for its coldness and extremely polluted diesel exhaust system. We were then taken to a small but well-heated holding room, sparse of furniture, but otherwise quite comfortable. Outside, about 500 metres distance, was a solitary Illusion 286 parked in the snow with a lonely greatcoat-clad arrived military guard keeping it company. There was no other sign of life. After about an hour, still with no sign of life on the outside airport, the same polluting van arrived and we were shepherded aboard. We were taken to the Illusion where, as if by magic, the forward cabin door was lowered. I was first aboard and, clutching my boarding pass, climbed the stairs and entered the cabin to face a sea of faces from some 180 seated passengers. Why this was so I never found out, but the plane had been fully loaded for at least 1 hour, with no evidence of movement or activity during the entire time I was in the waiting lounge. Presumably, the delay was due to the security clearance requirements for the foreign component of the manifest. I was fortunate to identify that my allotted seat was already occupied as, indeed, it appeared were all seats except an aisle seat in a 3-seat row some 10 metres down from the door. As there was no cabin staff assistance, and being a veteran traveller used to non-Western airline fripperies, I correctly assumed a free seating policy was in force and quickly occupied the empty seat. As this proved to be the only unoccupied seat in the aircraft, a shuttle of passengers and hand baggage then commenced as 4 Russian passengers were removed from the aircraft, involving no small amount of remonstration, to make way for the 4 foreigners. Finally, about 50 minutes after the scheduled takeoff time, the doors were closed and the aircraft engines, unencumbered by Western noise limitations, howled into life. After taking possession of my seat, I searched for a seat belt without success. As I felt between seat cushions along the sides, even under the seat, my neighbouring fellow passenger watched my efforts with some interest. Finally, as I took stock of the situation, he looked at me somewhat quizzically and offered a shrug as if to imply, "Welcome to Aeroflot, comrade." I grinned, somewhat ruefully, I suppose, thanked him with my newly learnt Russian spasibo, which represented the full extent of my language skills, and he responded with some friendly comment. By his uniform and insignia, he appeared to be a military officer, and through the use of fractured English, proved an interesting companion. The aircraft cabin was very cold, and all fellow passengers were rugged up with the thick, heavy coats of various cut. Even after the engine started, the heating was barely adequate, and not one passenger that I could see divested themselves of outer clothing. The seating arrangement was certainly a very tight fit. In the seat on the other side of my occupation was quite a stout, if not fat, youth aged about 13 years. During the time that I was unsuccessfully searching for my non-existent seatbelt, and every time I subsequently moved forward, he would utter a low growl as if either in pain or in anger. Since neither condition seemed in my interest to encourage, I kept well back in my seat and avoided eye contact as much as possible. The flight to YS was essentially uneventful. Certainly the passengers weren't harassed by any excessive surface from the hidden cabin staff, and we landed less than an hour after takeoff. After the Illusion touched down, but before turning off the runway, there was a general rising of passengers and a frantic search for personal baggage. The youth 1 seat away on my right stood up and issued an unmistakable wail, though without any movement from his mouth. I then noticed that, under his heavy parka, his gut twisted unnaturally, and a black nose appeared between his collar and chin. As the snout emerged further, a row of sharp, bared fangs heralded the head of a medium-sized, ill-humoured Alsatian dog. My army companion appeared unconcerned, but did indicate that I should allow plenty of space between the youth and myself. I remember thinking at the time this was very sound advice. I deplaned from the aircraft and was surprised to be met by a Russian Karnov Ka-32 helicopter pilot whom I had met during a Papua New Guinea assignment some 6 months previously. His name was Boris Bolanov, who had been one of the number of Russian pilots from Vladivostok helicopters that had been engaged by Chevron Oil to carry out high-altitude external load operations in the southern highlands of PNG several years back. Though a less than desirable passenger helicopter, the Kamov was quite remarkable for high-altitude heavy lift tasks, and Chevron had taken the unusual step to engage these foreign aircraft in preference to the best that the West could offer. As Exxon was considering exploration activities in heights of up to 12,000 feet in the nearby Irian Jaya, I had been a visitor with Chevron observing the capabilities of the machine and expertise of the crews, and had flown with Boronov on a number of occasions. After our PNG time together, I had arranged for him to visit the Longford helicopter operation at sooo and make a presentation to the Australian pilots on helicopter-related operations in Russia. Unbeknown to me, Boronov had somehow learnt of my visit and had arranged with the sooo representative to meet me at the airport and look after me for the next 2 days. This he did in style, and my first experience of Russian hospitality was an experience to remember, if not necessarily to enjoy. We started off with a lunch of monumental proportions. The food was very much national in character, basically consisting of fish, raw or boiled, and strong in flavour and smell, cabbage, beets, and a variety of savage relishes. And, naturally, vodka. The first venue was the apartment hosting some 15 or so family members. Then, after an apparently predetermined time, the unconsumed food and drink on the table was collected and wrapped in the tablecloth, and we all moved to another identical family apartment. And so this process continued until 6 apartments had been visited, and it seemed the vodka ran out sometime late in the evening. In spite of the lack of communication between the Russians and me, a lot of speeches were made and many toasts were drunk. My contribution to the parties were 2 kilos of coffee, destined for the local Exxon team, and what reconstituted chocolate that could be salvaged from between the items in my hand luggage. At some point in time, I was taken back to the tiny Botanov apartment where I slept my second night on Russian soil. Through a vodka-induced mist, I remember spending the following day in the company of my recent comrades, touring YS and the surrounding areas, including at least 2 banyas and somebody's dacha. At the conclusion of this 2 days' baptism of fire, I was finally taken to the accommodation that had been arranged by Tony King, a welcome bedroom in a vacated government guest house leased for his Australian pilots and mechanics supporting the Citation standby jet. Like many features in Russia at the time, the staid and somewhat archaic atmosphere of the building was just another confirmation that first impressions can be deceiving. After the disintegration of the centralised Russian planned economy and the release of many government-owned facilities, the guest house was apparently taken over on favourable terms by a group of well-connected businessmen. Of the 3 floors of the building, the first was allocated to vague and low-profile corporate interests. The second floor was leased to Australian Jet Charter, AJC, as living quarters for crews and visitors, and a recreational room including video facilities with a coffee and snack bar. The top floor was taken over by a newly established bordello to meet the traditional demands of the soon expected, though sadly unfulfilled, maritime and oil industry boom. The details of this latter tenant were only revealed some weeks later when Tony's chief pilot initiated an inquiry into the excessive consumption of AJC's coffee and Arnott's biscuits, and the mysterious movement of some of the Western videos. Night surveillance was initiated and resulted in the discovery of ladies of the night from upstairs, gratefully making use of the room via the external fire escape for rest and recuperation during their low-demand working hours before dawn. I recovered surprisingly well and finally commenced the assignment responsible for this visit. The Exxon geologists arranged for me to meet the few local aviation organisations and several of their competitors in nearby Vladivostok. I travelled north to Oka by train and to Nogiliki by air. The countryside was a white sheet of ice and snow, and I was amazed to see all aircraft parked without shelter or basic hangars. Clearly, no civil helicopters on the island had flown for some considerable time and would require digging out of the compacted snow and warm-soaked before recommencing operations. Even the many fixed-wing I saw were without snow protection and remained parked in open conditions, requiring time-consuming major de-icing before operational service could be considered. Comprehensive prevention maintenance in such open conditions would require a breed of mechanic that would be hard to find in the West. If nothing else, this disdain for aircraft as known in the West was a telling example of the ruggedness and strength designed into Russian aircraft. It was clear to me that modern and sophisticated Western design aircraft, military or civil, would not have operated with any degree of reliability had they been subject to the treatment the Russians gave their machines. I made several visits to Sakhalinsk over the next year, without any clear direction from Exxon on that they would require helicopters to perform. However, my work largely consisted of reports on local aviation contacts and an understanding of safety implications should Exxon choose to utilise local services. Venture negotiations between Exxon and the Russian authorities continued for several years before a clearer picture of an operational project evolved. By that stage, I was no longer involved in the Sakhalin project as it became known. As fate would have it, Cameron Ross became Exxon's first resident aviation manager in 2002, some years after he joined the Exxon Aviation Department, and he and his family spent 3 years living on the island. In time, no doubt his memoirs will detail his adventures during his assignment there with the venture. Later assignments took me from Sakhalin to Moscow, then further north to Agorolekst, where various Exxon management groups were in need of spot charter aircraft during their quest for resource-associated opportunities. The established civil aviation system was somewhat chaotic during this time of Russia's change, and it was unfortunate that the formalised ACAO system was not a mandatory nor indeed recognised standard. The giant Aeroflot Aviation Transportation Company was in the process of fragmentation into small regional enterprises under a mixed group of self-interest parties. Such groups often lacked aviation business acumen and seemed in many cases motivated by short-term gain rather than any desire to establish a long-term, professionally efficient aviation transport business. Due to ignorance of the Russian language and a lack of understanding of the background economic politics, I struggled to come to terms with the Russian aircraft system. Aircraft components had relatively short lifespans by Western standards mainly, it seemed, so under the old communist system, state-owned manufacturing organisations could justify producing replacement items. Now that government subsidisation had collapsed and manufacturing plants were running out of operating funds, the aircraft operations were struggling to implement any cost-effective business plan rather than relying on any external funding allocation. Operationally, I developed a better understanding of the Russian qualities. Most pilots I flew with were initially dour and unresponsive, but as reservations gradually thawed, more open discussion developed, albeit through interpreting services. Though undeniably rugged in design and well suited to the harsh winter conditions, aircraft flight and avionic equipment were somewhat basic and without sophistication by Western standards. However, the pilots I flew with appeared professionally knowledgeable and manipulatively adept. Although there were many rumours regarding Russian pilots' use of alcohol during duty periods, I saw no such examples during the 10 or so flights I shared with them in the cockpit. Except for some helicopter flying in PNG, my first experience in the flight deck with a Russian crew was in a turboprop AN-24, on a flight from Moscow's Sheremetyevo Airport to Vaskovo Airport at Arkhangelsk, 620 nautical miles north into Siberia. I flew in a crew jump seat behind a very grizzled elderly captain and a quite attractive, relatively young female first officer. Apart from being professionally rewarding, the flight was also of very high general interest as it routed over the desolate northern Siberian birch forests already covered in dazzling snow. I recall the outside air temperature being incredibly cold, around -45°C, and approaching Arkhangelsk, we commenced descent, dropping through an overcast sky and breaking clear at quite a low altitude, some 20 miles south of the destination. Because of the lack of any serviceable precision instrument landing aids, a low-level run in visual conditions was carried out along a frozen river and over two grim, apparently abandoned Gulag prison camps, complete with watchtowers, inmate huts, barracks, and high barbed wire fencing. On landing, we all disembarked for the 3 hours transit stop, and the crew escorted me to the passenger waiting area. The term lounge would be an aberration, before they continued on to a restricted area. I had little to amuse myself for 2 hours in what must be one of the world's most shabby and ill-furnished airports. The general use toilet was visually similar to all public toilets I was to encounter in Russia, and I was already aware that any visit to such places should be evaluated in the light of emergency need only. However, nothing prepared me for the smell generated from the long-drop Arkhangelsk latrine facility. It was quite simply dreadful, and attending to one's bodily function need not only a very strong stomach, but also a high resistance to pain. To withstand the odour, having a physical strength capable of both scarifying, then cauterising nasal passages was certainly an acquired ability. Notwithstanding having undertaken considerable travel through Indonesia, India and China during my work with Exxon, nothing came close to preparing me for such a villainous smell that not only assaulted my senses, but also actually integrated my entire outer clothing for the day. Keen to exit the holding space of the airport, I was one of the first in the queue to pass outside into the bitterly cold air to proceed to the aircraft and meet up with the flight crew. A large man in rough civilian attire, later identified as a member of the FSB internal police, approached me and indicated in unambiguous sign language that he wished to examine both my passport and travel documents, of which I had neither. I had foolishly left the former in the care of my Moscow hotel safe, and as I was travelling as guest crew, I was unable to satisfy the requirements of the latter. Since we had no language in common, he grabbed my arm and made it clear that I was to accompany him away from the queue and to the row of squalid officers to the rear of the terminal. To my good fortune, the pilots of the aircraft noticed my predicament and, after several minutes of animated conversation, I was allowed to proceed with the crew as escort. It was a lesson for me, well learnt, and which stood me in good standing during the number of subsequent journeys within Russia. As in China, my assignments to Russia were extremely interesting, primarily due to the fact that both countries had just opened, albeit painfully, to general Western business travel. Tourism to any significant degree had not yet developed, and thus the fundamental communist lifestyle of depressing frugality experienced by all except the elite class bore witness both to the material excesses and freedom of expression frequently taken for granted in the West. It was somewhat ironic that during my time in these communist countries with Exxon, I never managed to be involved in any successful oil or gas ventures resulting from any capitalist endeavour. Before Exxon's very large crude container, VLCC, tanker Exxon Valdez, ran aground in Alaska during May 1989, I visited Cape Town in South Africa on a number of occasions to report on the efficiency and safety standards of Court helicopters. Court was contracted for ship-to-shore freight and passenger flights as Exxon vessels round the Cape of Good Hope, but regrettably, after the Valdez accident, Exxon sold its tanker division and this delightful assignment was discontinued. I visited and audited Thai airline and aircraft charter services available to Exxon personnel along the Thai-Laos border in the Khon Kien region, a primitive and rural area sitting on huge reserves of natural gas that would ultimately change the lives of thousands of primitive farmers forever. In early 1997, I was required to visit Luanda in Angola to review the state of local aviation resources for potential Exxon ventures in the country. Angola was still a country in civil war, one that had been raging since 1975 between the rebel UNITA forces under Jonas Savimbi and the government forces MPLA under President Dos Santos. Initially, the intensity of war was fueled by the influence of the USSR and USA tacitly supporting the local MPLA and the UNITA forces respectively. Later, as the international influence on the warring parties increased, Cuba and South Africa allied themselves with the MPLA and UNITA respectively, and so the destruction of the country became more pronounced. The conflict, which didn't finally end until 2002, resulted in an estimated 500,000 civilian and combatant deaths. Notwithstanding this bitter and very violent war, Angola had been correctly identified as a huge potential for offshore oil reserves. Once the Cuban and South African forces had withdrawn, a number of foreign oil companies, Exxon included, had been encouraged by the MPLA to enter the country to assess the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Angola for oil potential. Resulting from this interest, I was sent to Luanda to evaluate the aviation resources available to support seismic and drilling activities that were being planned. Obtaining a visa and travel approval from the Angolan government was a tortuous process, but I completed the process in Johannesburg and arrived in Luanda on the 16th of May 1997. Exxon had a platoon-sized team of Gurkha mercenaries under contract to provide security escort for the few Exxon representatives assigned to the planning for seismic and drilling activities scheduled later that year. I spent 10 days in country on the assignment, travelling north to Soyo and Cabinda and south to Lobito and Benguela, looking at airstrips and evaluating the aviation services that were available. It was a depressing assignment. The country was pitifully impoverished and with a great number of the population homeless and showing much evidence of the maiming effects of a war that had relied so heavily on the indiscriminate use of landmines. I completed my assessment, which was favourable as far as the manipulative skill honed during 20 years of bitter war of the national pilots, but less so regarding the logistics and professional standards of maintenance and aircraft care. I thankfully departed Luanda on 31 of May and had little expectation that I would return. At the time, I considered Angola very much as a hardship posting and idly wondered how Exxon would cope with setting up administrative infrastructure should significant reserves of oil be discovered. Well, oil was soon to be discovered in deep water offshore Angola, with Exxon's production alone climbing to 1 million barrels per day within a decade. What I didn't foresee was that much later, when approaching 70 years of age, I was destined for 2 years of life in the country some years after that relieved departure. After I had turned 60 in 1995, I found myself at times idly thinking about life beyond Exxon. My 27 years of work experience with the company had been a fascinating time, with thousands of days involved in travelling through many remote countries in the course of my aviation advisory work. On my return from this trip to Angola, I now seriously reconsidered my personal situation regarding continuity of a full-time working life. I was to turn 62 in September and realised that many of my peers, particularly pilots, had already ceased full-time employment. Some had elected for full retirement through health or other interests, but a number had continued with a balance of consultancy employment and personal activities. This latter option appeared to offer a number of advantages for me, and after some deliberation, realised that I might have my cake and eat it too. I discussed my feelings with the Exxon Aviation Department and indicated that if my departure caused any short-term problem for the aviation group, I would consider offering services after retirement should this be desired. The then aviation manager, Greg Juicing, was receptive to the suggestion and, since he expected my position could be filled within 12 months, it was agreed that my association continue, though as a consultant working from home on a needs basis. Financially, I would be better off as I would have a lump sum pension to administer and invest, and could be quite comfortable living off relatively generous consultancy fees. Between assignments, I would be my own man and without any tie to office administration or SO Australia commitments. Providing that I performed a minimum of 85 days per annum work on consultancy rates, my take-home salary would be similar to my current earnings from SO Exxon. Consequently, and with the full support of Exxon, I wrote my letter of resignation to be effective of the 30th of November 1997. Except for my time when I lived and flew in the US during 1962 to 63, Papua New Guinea has been the most extensive international workplace of my aviation career. To the uninitiated, the country is vaguely identified, little known, and remarkable only as the scene of bitter conflict during World War II. Notwithstanding, among all 34 countries in which I worked during my lifetime, I believe it to be the most naturally beautiful of all, though paradoxically also the most unpredictably violent. Originally known as New Guinea, the eastern half was annexed into two areas in 1885, the north claimed by Germany and the south by Great Britain. In 1906, Britain ceded its vested authority to Australia, and in 1920, the League of Nations similarly conferred Germany's claim to Australia, and the country renamed Papua New Guinea. Australia ably administered the territory, as then known, including New Britain, New Ireland, Bougainville and Manus until it was granted the status of an independent state in 1975. My first experience in PNG was a brief stop at Port Moresby in 1961 en route to Dutch New Guinea to commence the search for Michael Rockefeller. After leaving the Australian Army in 1964, I then commenced regular visits to the country during my time as Examiner of Airmen with the Australian Department of Civil Aviation, DCA. Aviation played a major role in meeting the challenges posed by the difficult terrain and the weather of PNG, and the testing of pilots for licence issue together with the stewardship of regulatory standards was a major demand of my time. I had many interesting experiences during my time in the Territory, as it was known then, one of which deserves special mention. It involved my association with the Summer Institute of Linguistics, SIL, a quasi-religious US-based organisation engaged in the research and interpretation of the 860 independent tribal languages throughout the country. The primary aim of the institute, or Institute Bilong Tok Plus, college belonging to the Talk Place, as known in the generic Pidgin language, was to translate the scriptures into local language Bibles for use by the many and varied missions throughout the country. This required dedicated linguists taking lonely assignments in remote primitive villages to study the unique tribal language. SIL operated several helicopters to gain access into the more inaccessible villages, and I would do periodic proficiency check flights with the pilots involved. In my time, the helicopters were small, two-place Hughes 269A models fitted with a 180 horsepower Lycoming piston engine. Quite a challenge for the little aircraft in the hot, humid conditions that normally prevailed. Checking the committed, albeit generally inexperienced, SIL pilots in emergency procedures was always a time of challenge, if not terror, for the tester and testee alike. Before the arrival of the helicopter, SIL had a small ex-military two-seat Cessna L-119D Bird Dog aeroplane capable of performing very tight 360-degree turns at a speed less than 50 knots. Designed originally for low-level, low-speed surveillance and artillery observation tasks, this aircraft offered a range of options for use in PNG. Although available for limited passenger use, the L-19's primary role for SIL was to transport small urgent items such as medicines, documents and mail to the isolated linguists in remote locations. Unable to land in forested mountain areas, the Cessna would circle a village garden or assembly area at a very low height and minimum speed. A passenger would lower a 4-gallon drum packed with stores by means of a cord tied to the handle, the other end attached to a point in the cockpit. Sufficient cord would be played out to enable the drum to remain stationary on the ground whilst the aircraft continued to circle above. The contents of the drum would be removed and replaced with any outgoing items. The crewman would then haul the drum back into the cockpit and the Cessna would return to base, a functional though primitive method for exchanging critical light stores and correspondence unlikely to be countenanced today. Involvement in the country continued uninterrupted during my subsequent employment with Exxon, although the work changed from that of a regulatory nature to one of more practical monitoring of corporate safety standards. During these years, I addressed many and varied aviation tasks, and the flying undertaken was both extremely challenging and interesting. The services supported a broad range of activities in a variety of conditions, extending from coastal swamps to high-altitude rainforest jungle in mountain ranges, something exceeding 13,000 feet. Over the years, Exxon was involved in exploration drilling offshore in the Gulf of Papua and onshore from the coastal swamps into the southern highlands. Seismic and geological mineral sampling tasks were carried out in much of the remote volcanic mountains extending from Bougainville to the southern highlands. Due to the extreme inconsistency of topography and the associated rapid cloud changes throughout most of the country, instrument flying was not practical, and most flights relied on a high level of pilot skill, including an intimate knowledge of the local terrain and weather patterns. Although PNG had an unenviable international reputation for extremely high aircraft accident rates, Exxon Aviation Services sustained no injuries or aircraft damage during the 30-odd years of my advisory responsibilities for them in PNG. I could relate many anecdotes of my time in PNG. However, since this biography is primarily to do with my piloting experiences, and out of the approximately 1,500 hours I'd flown within PNG, only approximately 10% will be logged as pilot in command. Further discussion is probably inappropriate. Suffice to say, though, throughout the mainland and associated islands of PNG, the company relied on aviation extensively, and I was intimately involved in the planning, implementation, and supervision of aircraft services. To have lived in the grandeur of the highlands, seen the beauty of the jungle and rainforest, and mixed closely among the unique national population has been an experience without parallel. Sadly, following the Australian administration departure in 1975, law and order collapsed, and by the turn of the century, PNG rapidly deteriorated from a paradise, a world of lawlessness and improbity. Chapter 8. The End in Sight. My last 10 years with Exxon had significantly limited my flying involvement, although, to be honest, it was a comfortable balance between overseas travel, field activities, and on-hands flying. Much of the former involved observing and reviewing flight skills and procedures of contract crews, so that in itself kept me reasonably familiar with flight duties and procedures. My command helicopter flying had dropped off dramatically, and I barely flew 200 helicopter hours during the 10 years prior to the retirement from Exxon. On the other hand, my fixed-wing jet flying rate had increased, and at the time of my last citation jet flight on the 3rd of October 1997, I had logged a little over 1,000 hours in the aircraft since it entered service for Esso Australia 10 years earlier. My flying experience with Esso had been advanced and superior medium-sized passenger aircraft, both fixed and rotary wing, and I had little interest in maintaining my licence currency post-retirement in smaller, less demanding models. Apart from the fact that such flights would not be task-driven, economically there didn't seem to be any justification to pay for something that had been my livelihood for the past 40 years. Once I passed the age of 60, the validity of my airline transport licences depended on increased medical scrutiny, particularly heart tests, including stress testing and blood pressure monitoring. I persevered with this whilst flying for Esso, but was glad to allow this level of licence to lapse once I retired. I continued to maintain a private category flight licence that required significantly less stringent medical standards, and carried on with occasional flying for private recreational purposes. My final command-empowered flight was in a small Cessna 170 from the Tyab Aero Club on a sightseeing joy flight with an old USA Exxon workmate, Wally McEwen, on the 14th of February 1998. My last overall command flight was in a Victorian Gliding Club's Bielsko 51 single-seater glider, VH XOB, on 21st of June 2001. Following retirement, I set up a small company, Aviation Safety Resources Proprietary Limited, which was necessary in order to undertake consultancy work on a commercial basis. My workload dropped only marginally, as there were a number of Exxon-related operations that still required some measure of aviation technical input. With only minor exceptions, this resulted in continued travel within Australia and to China, Malaysia, Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. While the majority of work was for Exxon, I also undertook some oil industry-related assignments with other companies. I worked for Woodside Petroleum out of Exmouth, supervising a fixed-wing seismic operation over the Ningaloo Reef. For Chevron Oil, search work and Worley Parsons in the PNG Highlands, INPEX in WA, and China Power and Light in Hong Kong. In October 1995, Cameron had resigned from the Army to join BHP Proprietary Limited in Melbourne as an aviation advisor, and occasionally we would cross paths domestically or internationally on aviation activities associated for our respective companies. Plans for recruiting and appointing a permanent replacement to the vacant Exxon Aviation Advisor position moved slowly, but it was finally internationally advertised in 1998. From an initial 128 applicants, a short list of 8 was selected, and from that 3 finalists chosen for interview. Cameron had applied for the position and was selected as a finalist for interview, and in August 1998 was offered the position with essentially the same reporting function and job description as mine. He accepted the offer, and my old Chinese business contacts would have nodded their collective heads in understanding and remarked, "It is nice to see that cronyism is not a prerogative of the Asians." On 26th of October 1998, Cameron joined SO Australia Exxon, and the aviation department requested me to escort Cameron around Southeast Asia to introduce him to the various key government and business contacts in the region and brief him on the sensitivities associated with the various Exxon aviation activities. Knowing it would be a hardship assignment for us both, just joking, Exxon insisted our air travel be first class and that associated travel conditions were of high enough standard to compensate for the stresses concurrent with the 16-day assignment. Once Cameron assumed the position of aviation advisor responsible for Exxon's Southeast Asia, Australasia region of activities, I effectively concluded my ongoing routine consultancy work through SO Australia. During the following 3 years, I continued consultancy work arranged directly with the various affiliated companies, though to a much lesser degree of intensity. By now I was living in a somewhat remote location on the wild ocean coast of Blairgowrie on the Mornington Peninsula, 100 kilometres southeast of Melbourne. It was a pleasant lifestyle, and I managed to undertake several purely personal journeys, free of all business commitments and restrictions that I had long wanted to do. My first long vacation was a 4-wheel drive camping touring odyssey from Melbourne to North Queensland, Northern Territory, the west coast of Australia, then back across the Nullarbor Plain. This took 3 months and covered 20,000 kilometres of highway, gravel and cross-country driving in my well-equipped Toyota Land Cruiser. It was a great journey, as I was able to see in detail country that I had frequently flown over in both fixed and rotary wing aircraft, but had been unable to enjoy the benefits that bush camping permitted. In 2001, I spent 3 months travelling through Russia from Sakhalin to the east through to St. Petersburg in the west. I stayed for some time with Cameron and Joe, Ross, who were by now assigned permanently in Russia, and then joined Bronwyn and Cameron Oxley, Cam-O, for 10 days Trans-Siberian rail journey from Vladivostok to Moscow via Irkutsk, and later a shared apartment in St. Petersburg with Cam Ross, Cam-R, and family. This was a very pleasant time during which Cam-O and I rigorously tested and evaluated all 10 of the accepted Russian beer brands through number 1 to number 10 in some depth during the long winter nights on the train. When the time permitted during the long days rattling through the great birch forests of Siberia, I also attempted to pass on my 500 card game skills to Bronwyn, though sadly without any real evidence of success. I came back to Australia through England, then the US, where I stayed with Megan and her family, who are now living in Houston, awaiting assignment to Saudi Arabia. During my state stay, I undertook a 10-day American Civil War battlefield wander from Atlanta to Gettysburg, and at Mechanicsburg enjoyed a generous hospitality of my cousin Graham Goodsir and his wife Esme for several days. On departure, I went to Canada and I had 10 days driving from Calgary through the Rockies and on to Vancouver to take in some of the most spectacular scenery imaginable. I returned back to Australia after some 3 months of very pleasant solitary drifting, completely free of day-to-day domestic chores or aviation safety responsibilities and stresses. I turned 67 in September 2002 and was pretty much prepared to conclude my working life. I certainly didn't consider myself wealthy, but I had all that I needed in life, including my health and professional reputation. My 4 children were all self-sufficient, happily married, and well established with respected home management or professional responsibilities. I had 5 healthy grandchildren whose company I enjoyed and respected, and the thought of a life free of assignment commitments in sometimes less than friendly foreign climes was now an appealing thought. I commenced a slow entanglement from aviation interests and prepared for the calm of old age. In New Year of 2003, I was contacted by an old acquaintance from my early Malaysian South China Sea days, who was now the logistics manager for sooo Exploration Angola. He was struggling with a difficult and complex aviation service in Exxon's recently commissioned offshore drilling program and asked if I would consider a 3-year contract to move to Luanda, develop an aviation service in a similar manner that I had done for Exxon in Longford and Terengganu. As I suspect many of you who read this rambling biography will understand someday, an opportunity to return to a challenging, rewarding working life can be a tempting chalice, particularly if your health is good and there are no domestic constraints. Consequently, I made some inquiries about the position, negotiated a favourable compensation return, and gave a qualified agreement in principle. Then I discovered that Megan and family had their Saudi assignment cancelled and were now destined to move to Angola themselves. That sealed the deal, and in April 2003, I packed a few critical items and departed Blairgowrie and my short-lived cosseted pensioner lifestyle. After a brief training course at the West Palm Beach in Florida on the helicopter type being used in Angola, the Sikorsky S-76A++, I headed to Africa and arrived in Luanda on the 5th of April 2003. Perhaps by now, Angola is a desirable tourist destination, but in 2003, demographically, it was not a nice place. What should be the breadbasket of Africa continent was at the time a broken, failed state with nothing to offer but diamonds and oil, both in enormous quantities, but both controlled by corrupt and despotic government interest. Colonised by the Portuguese in 1575, the country was ruled cruelly and inefficiently until rebellion occurred in 1974. As previously explained, 2 warring factions, the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA, and the National Union for Total Independence of Angola, UNITA, polarised and fought bitterly with support from the USSR, Cuban and USA South African allies respectively. The war was finally ended after the assassination of the UNITA leader in 2002. 2002 statistics from the United Nations World Health Organization claimed that the average life expectancy for males in Angola was less than age 40. There was a 1 in 3 mortality rate for children to age 5, 30,000 AIDS deaths per annum, and over 2 million of the population infected with malaria. This in a country of a population of little more than 16 million. In addition to AIDS and malaria, malnutrition, cholera, dysentery and TB were endemic, and more exotic diseases such as Ebola and leprosy were not unknown. In 2002, the civil war that had plagued the country since 1975 finally ended, but not before 1.5 million Angolans, combatants and non-combatants had been killed and millions more maimed. Apart from the resultant rural and urban ruins, over 15 million landmines had been randomly sown and were yet to be located and recovered. As experienced during my first brief visit to Angola some years earlier, Exxon looked after their staff and small contingent of staff dependents very well, with security as a top priority. I was given a modern and very secure apartment in the city and had little concern for my physical well-being. Meg and the family were domiciled in a protected compound on the outskirts of Luanda and similarly had little security or quality of life concerns. As a combined result of security concerns and political direction, foreign registered aircraft were not permitted to operate intra-country in any commercial activities. This meant that any oil exploration activities would, through necessity, have no option but to use local national aviation services. There was little opportunity to ease into the job I was expected to do, and from the day I arrived the work was intense and with little respite. SO Angola had been allocated Block 15, an area of approximately 30,000 square kilometres that permitted SO Angola and partners deep water exploration rights. Although Block 15 was only 130 kilometres from the recently held rebel town of Soyo, for political and logistic reasons, SO elected to operate their helicopters offshore service from Luanda, an overwater journey of 410 kilometres. Work in Block 15 was dynamic, with between 3 to 5 deep water drilling rigs operating at any one time, and a variety of construction and pre-production facilities arriving in the field. During peak periods, the workforce spread between the exploration and construction teams exceeded 1,400 personnel. Although SO had a contract for 5 Sikorsky S-76 helicopters, I learned very quickly that due to flight crew shortages or maintenance problems, I could rarely expect more than 3 to be online. With a round-trip elapsed flight time of 5 hours and an average payload of 6 passengers, it was an impossible situation to support over 1,000 personnel offshore with regular crew change, management, technical need, and medical evacuation flights. My immediate task was to put some order into the helicopter service and try and develop the Angolan contractor into a professional group with a standard of safety and efficiency similar to that of other international offshore operations. After reviewing the helicopter fleet, I acquired 2 new 19-passenger Super Puma helicopters, laying off 2 of the least reliable S-76 machines. I worked with the various offshore interests and prioritised passenger movements in a significantly improved manner. With the drilling workers working by 30-day cycle and other management specialist passengers, making offshore trips anywhere from 2 to 20-day periods, I needed a flexible service that could meet peak needs of 80 passengers per day. A self-contained passenger processing terminal was set up for incoming and outgoing helicopter passengers, with full safety briefing facilities and a security system complete with X-ray scrutiny and drug and alcohol test program. A radio flight following the aircraft scheduling watch was maintained from an operations room adjacent to my Luanda office. A night radio watch to monitor emergency calls would take the 200 to 0600 hour shift, and I would join him in the event of an offshore night emergency flight being called. The challenges were many. Approximately half the workforce were comprised of expatriate specialists coming in from all parts of the world. Luanda had a daily flight from South Africa, a weekly flight each from France and England, and later on a twice-weekly direct flight to the US, Houston. Since transient accommodation was for practical purposes unavailable in Luanda, it was essential that the helicopters could deliver efficient and timely schedules so that international flight departures were not disrupted. Search and rescue procedures had to be developed, and it was fortunate that they were never put to the test. While provision for raft deployment was in place, the long and lonely 2-hour flight into the Atlantic from Luanda to Block 15, particularly at night, would be difficult to search for and rescue survivors. A night crew was rostered on immediate standby for medical evacuation, and during the first year, emergency flights at night were averaging 1 per month. The effects from the recent war were very evident in every facet of both private and working lives of the Angolans. At Soyo, SO's main logistics supply base 200 kilometres north of Luanda, there were 2 occasions where graders were blown up after detonating anti-tank mines during road clearing work. 15 kilometres from Soyo, an abandoned and deteriorating Russian-manufactured surface-to-air missile battery remained armed but unapproachable by virtue of an anti-personnel minefield sown around the missiles. This was awaiting clearance by UN contractors. On 2 occasions, SO contracted helicopters was struck by small arms fire en route between Luanda and the coast during scheduled line flights. These were not believed to be the result of any enmity to Esso, but more as acts of vandalism resulting from the enormous number of weapons available and held by retrenched soldiers from both sides. Sonar, Esso's aviation contractor, employed approximately 50 helicopter pilots, most of them highly experienced veterans from the war. Those from the government MPLA side were skilled Russian M8 Mil-17 pilots. Those from the opposing rebel UNITA side were experienced in the South African-provided Ruhrvolk Puma Alouette types. Considering the war was so bitterly fought and with such enormous loss of life, it was surprising to me that the crews worked so harmoniously together. On the rare occasions that I discussed this subject with them, they were unanimous that no pilot fought voluntary. They had no choice. It was either join with one of the sides or disappear. I had a team of 8 radio operators, all Angolans ranging from the blue-black northern tribes or the lighter-skinned cross-Portuguese Angolan ethnic mix. Like the pilots, these employees came from both sides of the conflict, but had no reluctance in discussing their war experiences with each other or me. It was clearly a vicious war, with atrocities committed by both sides being the norm rather than the exception. The monthly helicopter budget involving standing charges and flight time costs were in excess of $1 million. The total annual budget involving helicopters, fuel, passenger processing taxes and airport costs exceeded $20 million per annum. There was no question that this was a stressful and challenging assignment, with management, cultural language, health and living conditions all requiring a different approach that would be encountered in any similar Western assignment. I don't think I could have handled this as well as I did had it not been for Meg and the family being there. We spent as much time as possible together, and my non-duty weekend time gave me a home away from a home environment. Better, in fact, Meg did the cooking. In mid-2004, I took a short R&R break to meet up with Bronwyn in Johannesburg, and the two of us did some train travelling through South Africa and Zambia. It was a great trip on the luxurious Rovos train, and the experience we had, including some whitewater rafting down the Zambezi, provided a perfect break from my Angolan duties. Among the passengers on the train was a widowed lady similar age to me, also accompanied by her daughter, and we enjoyed each other's brief and virtuous company. It could be hardly less with 2 effective family chaperones within the party. The lady, Karen Riley, was to feature in no small way in my new life about to follow the Angolan assignment. I returned to Esso Angola and life continued as before, with the aviation service providing an effective and safe service. My health was generally good, but persistent ulcer-type sores were developing on my arms, in spite of my general local treatment, would not clear. All Esso employees were on mandatory malaria prophylactic treatment, with only Molarin and doxycycline approved as acceptable treatment. I initially used the former, but quickly suffered unpleasant side effects to my liver. I was advised to change to doxy, which I did without causing any immediate side effects. However, after 18 months of daily intake, the ulcers appeared and were impervious to treatment as advised by the Angolan clinic. I was told they were probably occurring due to the effect that the doxy was having on my skin pigmentation, and that continued use could likely lead to melanomas. On my vacation back to Australia, my local GP confirmed the prognosis and strongly recommended that the doxy be immediately discontinued. I returned to Angola and after some discussion with the clinic and Esso management, elected to resign from the operation just short of 2 years on the job. I returned to Australia in November 2005, travelling via Namibia in company with my old Duntroon classmate Bill Henderson. It was a hazy trip of deserts, game reserves, much good wine, and many outrageously embellished reminiscences of our years as military cadets. Returning to my hermit life existence in Blairgowrie was not easy, though I was immediately recalled for irregular work with Exxon in their developing PNG interests. In early 2006, I decided to make a trip to South Africa to meet up with Megan and her family who were visiting Cape Town on a 2 weeks rest break. I've been communicating with Karen Riley since my return, and we arranged to meet up during my trip and do some travelling together through the magnificent garden route out of Cape Town, then north to Port Elizabeth and the nearby Shamwari Game Lodge. It was a memorable journey in every possible way, and Karen and I got along famously in every respect. Following our time together in the Cape, Karen visited Australia to attend my 70th birthday celebration. Our relationship developed and confirmed that we were two like individuals who enjoyed each other's company and shared very similar views in all relevant matters. Karen agreed to return to Australia on a more permanent basis, though not necessarily with any long-term commitment. She joined me in Blairgowrie just before Christmas 2005, and our relationship became permanent from that time. She has filled a great gap in my life, and there is no doubt that my restless days are a thing of the past. Karen has enjoyed a lifestyle that is equally as interesting as mine, her life journey taking her from her US birthplace to Argentina, then to South Africa where she married, then to Northern Rhodesia for 12 years before returning to Cape Town. She has 2 children and 3 grandchildren, and I am eternally grateful that she has agreed to throw her lot in with me and become an Aussie. It would not do Karen justice to spend more time on her very full life, and I'm urging her to create her own record of her life and many experiences. Just as I had commenced what I believed to be my true retirement, it seemed that Exxon was not yet finished with my services. I was asked if I would become involved in a project that the corporation was developing in the Adriatic Sea off the east coast of Italy from Padova, 30 kilometres from Venice. The work involved setting up an Angolan-style helicopter service during an initial construction and commissioning phase of a very large LNG production facility that would store LNG from Qatar, process the gas, and then distribute it onshore for Italian industry. Although the flight distances involved would be far shorter, the operational aspects were still significant, particularly in the winter months when the night flying activities were to be conducted. The degree of my involvement was discussed only in vague terms, initially suggesting that it would be for a full-time position over an 18-month period. This was unacceptable to me, so it was arranged that I would visit the operation during a start-up safety program, then assess the time that would be involved. From my evaluation of work required, I agreed to commence work on a 30-day on, 30-day off basis and hoped that Karen would spend time with me in the city of Padova and nearby Venice. The assignment commenced in late 2008, though after 3 continuous 30-day assignments were undertaken, we mutually considered my involvement could be justified on an on-call basis rather than a programmed roster. In all, I spent approximately 140 days in Italy on assignments from 30 to 9 days duration. Working with Italians was a new experience. It was challenging, chaotic, exciting, frustrating, but certainly enjoyable, though of the latter more in retrospect than during the moment. I was very impressed with the Italian pilots, all ex-military, and they performed very professionally during winter months in very severe conditions. Icing, darkness, vicious storms, and low cloud was the norm in the cold season, and conditions were far more demanding than I had encountered during my West African, Australasian or Southeast Asian experiences. My last involvement with advisory duties on a commercial basis was with an Australian resource company, Worley Parsons. Although this was a minor undertaking for me, it is notable inasmuch that it represents my final remunerative employment commitment. Chapter 9. The story concludes. My previous nomadic lifestyle has now very much changed, and without doubt certainly for the best as far as my well-being is concerned. Through the influence of a permanent and loving companion, and the increasing years now clearly evident on my sometimes poorly maintained body, the attractions of a more settled lifestyle beckon. I have virtually ceased my wandering aviation advisory work interests, and travel these days is for more personal pleasure. In 2008, I sold the Blairgowrie home and moved to Melbourne, specifically Unit 1, 61 Through Road, Camberwell. It proved to be a good decision, facilitating the frequent travelling that Karen and I were taking and also making contact with the family much easier than the relatively isolated Blairgowrie. As I conclude this narrative, we remain in Camberwell to this day. Since leaving school and commencing paid employment in January 1954, I have been employed continuously until my retirement from Exxon in 1997, and then intermittently as a consultant until 2010. I have paid taxes every year of my life from 1954 to 2011, so do not consider myself a burden to Australia. My working life has been limited to 3 organisations: the Armed Forces, Government Public Service and the private sector respectively. It has involved meeting many personalities, mostly good, though occasionally some unquestionably bad. I have worked in 36 countries and have made many friends whom I respect and admire from within a broad range of ethnic backgrounds and cultures. I have been blessed with 4 children who have stood behind me throughout the years. Although all are successful in their professional pursuits, of more importance they are successful in their personal lives, both as individuals and within their respective marriages. A parent can ask no more than that. I believe a good criterion of how a person's life's been utilised and enjoyed is found in the answer to the question, would anything have been done differently if the opportunity were made available again? Without a moment's hesitation, I can confidently answer no. And when the time finally arrives, I will leave this earth with no notable regrets. This story is not so much for my children or my children's children, as I think they know my life fairly well. We are a gregarious family, and whilst we all may have hidden personal secrets, we know each other's general life experiences pretty well. This tome is more for any future great-grandchildren that may succeed me in an attempt to present some idea of the path this member of the family trod during the 20th and 21st centuries. Finally, a heartfelt thanks to my pillar of strength, Karen, who did the hard yards sorting out prepositions from pronouns and commas from hyphens. John Cameron Ross, September 2011. Auld Lang Syne, a memoir by John Cameron Ross. Every man dies, not every man lives.